big sigh or breath of relief in that scenario, saying, right, my undefeated streak is still intact. I need to win this next game, and then I've got one more set left to win in order to guarantee that spot in top card.
Exactly. Now, game 3. Alex has got to be thinking, right, what went right there? Now, a big obvious answer is, well, Ursaluna didn't go down turn 1.
Instantly.
Yeah, and so was able to pile on a lot of offensive pressure. Now, we got a big kind of Blood Moon attack into that Porygon 2, but otherwise do loads of damage, right? But it was on the field a lot, and having that vacuum wave pressure, as you mentioned earlier, Costa, was really key in making that Golden Go actually switch out and get rid of all those boosts it had before. And then suddenly it was so difficult to kind of then switch it in, given its low offense or its low HP rather, and so we saw it just kind of drop down as soon as it came in.
Yep. And
if it had stayed on the field, it could have dealt that damage instead. So Alex must be feeling very good into how he kind of positioned that game. Now, Mishael obviously brought the Ursaluna in game 1, didn't use it though.
Yep.
But
or even reveal it.
Or even, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Didn't reveal it. Does he bring it this time?
I think yes. I think there's a really good case to be able to do it, but also a difference from game 1 and game 2 there was the fact that Michel committed Terrestrialization on the Porygon 2. Capitalized, like we said, Terra Blast at +1 of special attack, picking up that KO onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which there was a critical hit involved with the knockoff, Crit going first, but I don't think it would have mattered in all honesty because of the Assault Vest being knocked off first before the Terra Blast comes in. So could there be a case that Porygon 2 is utilized in a similar fashion going into game 3?
Yeah, I would obviously love to see it utilized a little bit more here because we can see the general lack of immediate offense that Alex's team has. And so if you can mitigate that damage enough, then Porygon 2 with Recover can really stand out in this game.
As we do have the leads revealed, one Golden Go apart with both of these trainers, accompanied by one of the Super Fake Out bros as well, Incineroar on Michel's side versus Alex's Rillaboom. And looking at the speed interactions, Rillaboom is faster, but at the detriment of -1 of its attack being dropped.
Yeah, so at least you have Fake Out kind of control at the moment here as well. And again, I don't know if we actually saw the interaction of the speeds of the two Golden Goes.
Yeah.
Now, these players may know more than we do in terms of like how they were trained and maybe what Alex used to LAIC might give Mishael a little bit of a clue, for instance. But I think it's going to make a big difference in this matchup, especially if neither of them want to kind of Terra out of their weakness. But looks like someone is at least going for that Terra Dragon.
Yeah, gonna have to commit because you want to go on the offensive whilst not getting caught out. That is the name of the game. I wouldn't be surprised to see a second one, but no, it's just going to be Alex's Golden Go that's gone first and set up the nasty plot. Now at +2, has moved first ahead of Mishael's, which hasn't even terrestrialized, trying to catch Alex out. Goes for the Shadow Ball there, although not finding a KO. My lordy, that was so much damage, which means if there wasn't a Terra option commit, it would have gone down.
Now, there's a little bit of a speed interaction reveal there. So Alex has won 2 sort of speed ties there. 1, going for the move, and 2, the grassy terrain recovery as well. So most likely, Alex's Golden Go is the faster of the 2 here, which is going to be really key in this matchup already, right? +2, and if it's got the same amount of damage from that its Shadow Ball as Mishael's one, then it's going to be threatening a one-hit KO on Mishael's Golden Go, even if it goes for the Terra.
Yeah, and this could easily sort of promote the idea of, okay, if I'm Alex, I want to protect, bring a Fake Out user in, of course, being that Incineroar.
Very cool.
And want to try to have the Fake Out online for the following turn in antithesis of Michel trying to go on the offensive, or maybe even setting up his own nasty plot, which could be a way out, but no. Opting to go for the protect, no Terra commit, like we said, respecting the pressure the Golden Go has, but getting his own pivot action going. Michel, however, doesn't have a Rillaboom, but does have an Amoonguss.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like, we've seen Fire and Grass on most teams being those 2 Fake Out Pokemon, but yeah, Amoonguss does not have that. And therefore, you can't redirect away any, like, Make It Rains, for instance. But you can redirect away a Shadow Ball, but you can't take a Fake Out, though, at this point either. And the Amoonguss Mishael's end isn't Terra Ghost, it's not Covert Cloak, it's Terra Fire and Citrus Berry. So it's not a safe bring-in here, hence why we probably see the Porygon 2. And what does that mean, though? It means it's a Pokemon that has a lot of bulk and to take on Golden Go's hit, which means that if there's a target into the Golden Go, Porygon 2 is still going to get away with something this turn. So it could be that Michael's maybe trying to set up potentially for what is ever in the back.
Yep.
Obviously, we know that Amoonguss is in here for Michael, but Alex doesn't know that either. So if there's an Ursaluna in the back, Alex really needs to respect the option that an Ursula could switch in under Trick Room and put on a lot of offense. So we might just see Fake Out Porygon 2, Shadow Ball into that Golden Go. It's fairly safe here, assuming you know you've got that KO into the Golden Go slot, especially as it's gone for that Protect. Of course, Michael can maybe switch into Incineroar and flip things around again. And then you've got Fake Out pressure to kind of support that Porygon 2 if it got faked out, to then set up Trick Room yet again. So we've got a lot of defensive plays still going around at the moment. But does either of these players call those moves?
Stellar analysis, my friend, as the Incineroar is brought back onto the field right now. Porygon 2 didn't get a +1 in its special attack due to the download interactions of the opposing defense, special defense stats, but finally seeing Michael commit the Terastallization, maybe hesitating, considering the Porygon 2 as a viable option, but saying, no, this is the time I need to be able to commit it to my own Golden Go. Fake Out, however, will be going into what was the Porygon 2, Shadow Ball at +2. Is it enough to pick up the KO? One shot! Oh! It's not! A 2-hit point survival could be so crucial if you're able to pay dividends. Get that KO onto the opposing Golden Go! There we have it. What a way to be able to force the scenario of Alex no longer having the pressure with that crucial survival.
I don't know if Michael knew that was going to survive or not, or if he was just like, whatever, let's just go. Let's play some games and just go for it. It's going to be worth the risk. And it probably was at this point. That Golden Go was going to run away with this game otherwise. So I think a good sacrifice for Golden Go here, because then, yeah, obviously you've got rid of the other target as well. And now you've got a Porygon 2, obviously with Recover, that can potentially stall out a lot of this game. Now there's no setup threat on Alex's end. But that's where this taunt on Alex's Incineroar can come in here. It looks really strong on shutting down a lot of what Porygon 2 can do and what Amoonguss can do that's in the back as well. So it's definitely not over by any means. Just crucially because of that taunt. Otherwise, Porygon 2 has a field day and being able to just sit in front of damaging options that aren't enough to basically 2-hit KO it.
Yeah, and it did get the positive download boost there, +1 in its special attack, which means it's not only going to be bulky, it's also going to be able to dish out some real respectable damage and force Alex to be able to respect it, not only from the Trick Room setup point of view, but actually starting to try to identify you need to pick it up as soon as possible, because then Michael won't have as much offensive pressure available with the Incineroar and that Amoonguss.
There's the Fake Out and the parting shot as well into that Porygon 2, lowering its offense and so enabling Alex to keep his Pokemon around that little bit longer. But what are we going into here? Fourth and final Pokemon revealed. Is it that Ursaluna again?
Most likely, but let's get confirmation from Alex in just a hot sec. It is indeed Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is such a great way to be able to utilize the parting shot onto the Porygon 2. You bring that Assault Vest in, it's going to be able to take that so handily, especially since grassy terrain is still on the field. It gets a bit of recovery dealt there, and we saw once again Michael's Incineroar being faster than Ursaluna on Alex's side.
We have. Now, that would be quite critical, especially with a parting shot option, but that's not on this Incineroar for Michael. It's the U-turn instead. So it's not going to do a whole lot of damage here instead, especially given the physical bulk of Ursaluna.
Here we go, Woodhammer and Blood Moon. Is it enough to pick up the KO is the real question here. Alex needs this to commit. U-turn from the Incineroar into the Rillaboom will allow Michael's own Incineroar being brought, but like we said, can you guarantee a KO onto this Porygon 2? It will push you so far ahead of the lead. It's not enough! It's not enough! 1 hit point survival! Terra Blast into the Rillaboom! It's able to survive, but this is so crucial. You have got redirection available thanks to the Amoonguss, but you still have to respect the Rillaboom on the other side of the field.
Exactly. Grassy terrain has gone away though, but of course, yeah, the Rillaboom being grass type can get around that Rage Powder. Would have really loved to see a recover there from Porygon 2 to be able to stick around, but now it's just literally a sitting duck in front of what Alex has here. Now, if you are committing that grass type move from the Rillaboom to Porygon 2, then at least you've got your Amoonguss that can kind of punish that and take down the Rillaboom in turn. And that means you've got high horsepower off the board. But you still got an Ursaluna sat there, which can still cover for that damage and go for high upper voice as well. And so you could still keep a Rillaboom around even so. Now, I don't know if we've seen the interaction between Porygon 2 specifically and Ursaluna, but I think it's still faster, so you need to commit that grass move into Porygon 2.
Here we go, and it will be dealt. At least a guarantee that the Porygon 2 will not be up to any sort of mischievous recovers, Trick Room setups, you name it. Rillaboom not going down just yet. Earth Power wanting to make sure there's no switching of the Incineroar. Alex completely respecting that, forcing the Blood Moon Ursaluna to stay in, and Michael taking advantage of that, going for the Spore onto that Blood Moon Ursaluna. And we had seen, if I'm not mistaken, the knockoff go into Alex's Incineroar, getting rid of the goggles. So I feel that slot was locked down in terms of the Spore targeting it.
Yeah, a good call there, Costa. But Ursaluna is just so healthy. Where is the damage going to come from Michael's end? Knocking off the Assault Vest isn't going to do a whole lot, because Pollenpuff isn't going to do a lot either. So you most likely need to have at least 3 Flare Blitzes to be able to KO this Ursaluna, and that gives it plenty of time to still wake up.
Yeah, Alex needs to capitalize off of the fact that he has 3 Pokemon remaining versus Michael's 2 Incineroar. And Intimidate are on the field. Michael's attack now dropped to -1, but more importantly, we have got the Fake Out available in the subsequent turn because of the lowering of that damage. Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to take that like an absolute champ that we know this Pokemon is taking its mandatory turn of sleep. And there it is, that good old-fashioned interaction of the Stealth, Pollen Puff, recovery, combo wombo between Amoonguss and the Incineroar.
Thank goodness Incineroar doesn't have hay fever, because it is definitely in a good position now. But going forward, now is another Fake Out turn on Alex's end. And because, again, we've got 3 Pokemon, he can continue to cycle those Pokemon around and keep getting Fake Out. Grassy terrain, come back in. Heal up that Incineroar a little bit more too. But we need to break this at some point, and it's probably going to be that Amoonguss that needs to go down, because that is the source of the health on Michael's end instead. How do you deal with it, though? Because, yeah, you don't have Flare Blitz on your own Incineroar, but of course you have an Ursaluna that can go for Blood Moons. Yep. Michael has the advantage of having Protect, so you could maybe try and protect a Scat out for the Blood Moon turn, but it's not this turn.
No, as the flinch is guaranteed, the sleep is continued from Blood Moon Ursaluna. Had an opportunity to be able to wake up there, and the Pollen Puff, even though it's a very minimal chip damage, every little counts against this setup, and it's quite tough. Michael just doesn't have enough damage output at this point and needs to be able to rely on those turns of sleep.
Yes, he does, but yeah, there's still a way here. Flare Blitz dealing a lot of damage and starting to get in range of another one, and maybe a couple of Pollen Puffs too. So Flare Blitz comes out, Knockoffs comes out, but that's still a healthy Incineroar.
Yeah, dealing about 60 damage with the critical hit, but Blood Moon, can you wake up? Can you use your mind's eye capability to be able to open your eyes? And you see Alex celebrating Earth Power. Commit into the Incineroar. Amoonguss is left on its own. We can see both trainers going ahead, exchanging fist bumps. Pollen Puff trying so hard for its trainer, but the writing's on the wall. Alex Gomez, our still undefeated trainer, going into Swiss round number 10 between what has been an absolute world caliber matchup against Michael.
Amazing play from Alex Gomez himself. Still undefeated after phase 2, round 9, of course. Commiserations to Michael there.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP.
And then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Guten Morgen and good morning, Pokemon trainers, to the beautiful city of Stuttgart here in Germany. It is a nice and wintry day here. We're all rested and refreshed, and a little bit of a fun trivia for you. The word Stuttgart technically means garden of horses in German, although I think the German beside me is actually laughing at my pronunciation.
Well, I'm not... Good morning, everyone. I'm not just laughing at the pronunciation, but this is a trivia fact that I didn't know. Even I didn't know. But apparently, Stuttgart, it goes back to the German word Stutengarten, which literally just means garden of horses. So yeah, well, didn't see any Calyrex running around, but maybe, I don't know, maybe there are some horses out there.
There was a Zeb Striker on the trivia Pokedex entry yesterday, which you didn't get. But there was there. That's
Okay, just a raw call out there. Thanks, Zoe.
What did we do to deserve that?
Mate.
I'm just saying that Stuttgart, and there was a Zeb Striker. You should have picked the Zeb
That was
Striker.
unnecessary, Zoe. But we'll remember it. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you.
Well played, Zoe.
Thank you. For those of you who just tuned in, my name is Zoe, and we are joined here by our wintry crew of Festive Marcus, Snowman David, and Carols Costa. Now, we are getting started with phase 2, and the second day of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Yesterday, when we started the tournament, we had over 600 players. And at the conclusion of round 9, only 61 players are still left in contention. So that's less than, or just a little over 10% of the field that's being left. And oh my goodness, the competition is really heating up now.
Yeah, and in every round, there's going to be more and more players dropping to that X and 2 record. And we all know the third loss means you're out. Of course, you can still continue to play for your final standing and your prizes, but only a handful of players still with the chances to make it to Top Cut. And this is, of course, where everyone wants to be.
And of course, as of the time of this broadcast, I believe we're just finishing up with round 10. So there's going to be even more players eliminated. And all of our players will be battling for the coveted title of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Now, at this stage of the season, we are, I would say, fairly well into the season of 2026. You can see we've already had 4 tournaments down, and we are here at Stuttgart.
Yeah, it just feels like yesterday when we kicked off the season in Frankfurt, but now already with the first couple of regional championships already concluded, the first couple of champions already being crowned, and then of course also LAIC, our first IC happening just past weekend over in Sao Paulo. But there is still so much more Pokemon action ready for us this season. We'll have Birmingham after Stuttgart, and then there's going to be EUIC in London, and then more regional level events all the way down, of course, to the big pinnacle of the season, Pokemon Worlds, happening at Pokemon XP in San Francisco.
So many amazing events and so many amazing cities. Now, as we all know, at all of these regional championships, there is a lot of prizes and championship points on the line. And one of the most important things that players will want to get is to win that title and win all those amazing CP.
There's a lot of championship points here this weekend. For the winner, 350 on your left that you can see there. And not only is that going to get you that many points as well, which can help to travel awards, but you'll also get the direct invite to the World Championships. But then those are taken out of the pool of world qualifications that can happen with each region. So for instance, there's 80 players that can make it into the World Championships from the EU region. And so you've got those 80 players on the leaderboard, minus or as well as the players who've earned their auto-invite from, say, the semi-finals at an international or a winner of the regional.
Yeah, so it's very likely that we could get more than 80 players qualified in the EU region. And in addition to CP that you can win at these regional events, there's also prizes. Now, these are so many amazing things. Costa, did you want to talk to us about these awesome prizing you can win?
Of course. I mean, like you said, there's not only championship points, the fact that you've got not only monetary prize rewards reaching the high levels of $6,000 for the Masters division. For first place, you've also got booster packs, and we know how wanted these packs are and how much value you can gain from them, not only with the collecting side of it, but also other means too. And that's not all. We've got so many more prizes available for second through to the top 4, top 8, and top 16, which is something that trainers really try their best to vie for within the Masters. But let's not forget, juniors and seniors, they also have access to these awards through all of their hard efforts. And as we've seen, juniors and seniors multiple times in the past, even LAIC last week, they are a force to be reckoned with and are probably teeing up waiting for the opportunity to get into the Masters division, as we've seen so many successful trainers do to an astonishingly well performance way.
Oh yeah, I absolutely agree. Just watching, say, the LAIC seniors finals and the level of play that eclipses a lot of the Masters levels players. And here this weekend, we've got quite a few younger players who may have just aged up into Masters and doing really, really well. So with that being said, why don't we take a look now at the player list and all of our players that are still in contention for the championship title of the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
Yeah, so many great players still in contention. Of course, now that while we're here kicking off the show, the first round of the day is already being played, but then we will jump right into the action for the next round. And one player whose name is not on here, but that I want to give a special shout out to is our world champion, Luca Ceribelli, doing so well in this tournament. Coming out of yesterday with an 8-1 record and already winning the first round. So he's on top of the standing after taking down Alex Gomez last round. And now both of those with a 9-1 record on their way to try and make it into Top Cut, but still need a couple more wins. But it's just amazing to see already a world champion. But yeah, he said it countless times. He's hungry for more titles, more performances. And yeah, maybe this is the one.
Yeah, and a trainer that I also want to call out very quickly is Robert Vine. We had the pleasure of being able to monitor his progress yesterday. He is the 2010 German Nationals champion, so coming through from ancient times, let's say. Sorry, Robert. But
Wow.
I had to let him know. But honestly, such a fantastic guy. An accomplished trainer that has been rising back up to form in the past couple of seasons, being able to get top 8s and top 16s. If I remember correctly, Liverpool Regionals 24, but also having some good showcases on being featured on stream as well in the 2023 season in Bochum. I remember that was the first time I met him. Lovely guy, but also such a fierce competitor. So happy to see him bring it all the way through. With the 7-1, he was able to accomplish during phase 1 of this tournament and pushing through now to try to get himself into Top Cup.
And of course, on your screen is not all of our phase 2 Swiss players, but one I did want to shout out is indeed on here. Team Massot, who we featured yesterday. A French player who was able to get to the semi-finals of LAIC last week, getting their Worlds invite at the same time and coming off of the back of a second place at the Gdansk Regional Champions as well, just losing out to Simone Sanvito, who's on the right there as well, also in Phase 2. So I believe they're also both running the same team that they both ran at Gdansk, and that Teo team ran at LAIC, so we may even see a rematch of the two of them, and it could be that it's in the finals again.
That's really cool. And the one player that I want to shout out is Niels Dunlop. Now, Niels Dunlop is a player that many of us are very familiar with. He is the EUIC champion, and I believe he's a two-time regional champion. He's definitely won at least two, and he's just an incredible player. We didn't get to feature him on stream yesterday, but he is, as of, I believe, the end of round 9, X and 1. So he should still be safe going into round 10, regardless of his results. So I'm really excited and really looking forward to see how far he'll go. And just want to kind of have a zooming out into a broad recap of yesterday. Did you all want to have a little key moment that really stood out to you?
Yeah, so I think I might have mentioned this yesterday as well, but it really stuck with me and also in my dreams too, which is Espathra in the Psychic terrain, exactly where it loves to be, with that Terra Psychic, going for expanding forces and just kind of deleting the board. It was just fantastic to see on Davide's team yesterday, and just really refreshing to see this really creative team kind of really come out on top.
I've got a remedy for that, and it's called Hydreigon. It should be able to, set peace to your mind in terms of seeing Espathra in your dreams.
Unless Espathra has Dazzling Gleam.
Oh, okay.
Go for that Terra.
Terra Ghost, haha.
And then
I could do that too.
Expanding Force.
Yeah, Expanding Force.
I could have another Incineroar, haha. I guess a moment for myself would... I mean, there are so many, in all honesty, but I think Jan Philipp being able to make the comeback versus Selahattin really stands out. And hey, coincidentally, was something I experienced in my dreams as well. So funny that. What a little twinkydink. But still, I mean, it was just a great show of valor, and there's so many different storylines to it. The fact that Jan Philipp was essentially the underdog in that matchup against a world's caliber player, that being Selahattin Sturm, and had so many things up against him to the point where he was able to make the Game 2 comeback because his Pelipper outsped, got Tailwind set up, but then also the Incineroar, whether in or outside of Tailwind, was faster than Selahattin's team, and that just started bringing it back to a grueling Game 3 where it was down to the timer.
Yeah, there were just so many amazing moments that happened during the first day of the stream yesterday. So if you wanted to follow along, see what happened yesterday, just as a bit of a recap, head on over to Pokemon.com/broadcast. This will be the hub for all things related to the broadcast. In addition to just VGC, there's also TCG and Pokemon GO. And of course, you can follow us on all of our channels here on at YouTube and at Twitch. And that will also have all of the past broadcasts as well. So you can keep up to date on all the action and all the exciting news. And here is all of our socials. We are on X, we are on YouTube, we are on Facebook and on Instagram. Please use the hashtag #PlayPokemon to tell us your thoughts as you watch the regionals. We would absolutely love to hear about your thoughts, and we would love to feature you if we get the time during our regionals. I know that many of us are often just scrolling during the downtime to see what kind of exciting things you get up to in your home. But with that being said, I believe we should be wrapping up with round 10 very shortly of phase 2, and we will be getting ready to get started with round 11. And this is such a high stakes level. Players cannot make any more mistakes at this stage. So with that being said, we are now going to slush rush our way to the desk, and we will see you very shortly.
2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open teamless format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
All right, Phase 2, Stuttgart Regional Championships. We are here getting into round 11 really shortly. We're so close to top cut now, and I'm David, this is Marcus, and we're here to take you through your first round here on Sunday. Marcus, how are you doing?
Yeah, it's an early morning here in Stuttgart, and the action is already heating up out in the venue. More and more players are being eliminated. More and more players are ready to make their run into top cut. So this is, every phase of a tournament is exciting, but these early mornings when everyone's entering the venue knowing that one of them is going to be a champion at the end of the day, I think to me is always like a special moment for those players. So yeah, we will be able to kind of joining them on their journey, or one of them becoming a champion today.
Exactly. And of course, then getting their World Championship invite instantly, as well as soon as they get that win, which is always really exciting, because that can completely change their whole outlook on the entire season.
Yeah, one thing that we already know about Worlds is that it's going to be played in a different format. We will not be playing Regulation H, so the meta game is going to be different for Worlds, for sure. But now that we're reaching the final stages of this Regulation H rule set in this season, let's have a look at how the metagame is shaping out in this final tournament of this year and of this format. In Phase 1, a lot of familiar Pokemon, right?
Oh yes, plenty of familiar Pokemon that we'll often see across the Regulation Set H, but some notable differences being just Incineroar stocks just rising through the roof constantly, just cementing itself more and more as a Pokemon that everyone wants on their team, that just doesn't seem to be able to be consistently counted enough that people want to drop it. So it makes a lot of sense to see it there. The other thing that we saw yesterday as well on stream on Michael Kelch's team was the Amoonguss, and that's also something that snuck in on this graphic here in Phase 1 that is sometimes not present there at all. And Basculegion looking pretty high there too. And of course, it must be said as usual, the top 6 are a team.
Yes, they are a team, and they are the team that Alex Gomez used to be undefeated in yesterday, but already taking the first defeat today. So of course also these titans of the game, they can be beaten. And of course it's going to be interesting to kind of compare now with Phase 2 if there are any trends that maybe we can identify. One thing that I'm noticing is the lack of Ursaluna. I wonder if it made our graphic then for the Phase 2 statistics, because we saw Michael Kelch, for example, doing pretty well with it, finishing yesterday with an 8-1 record. And of course, it's also part of my cast predictions.
And it's not there. Sorry, Marcus. Well, it's still a little bit of a shake-up, though. Incineroar stocks even higher. Hope you have invested so far, because, it's probably going to keep rising if given any further chance. Ursaluna Blood Moon, however, Marcus, has risen as well. Now almost at that 50% mark as well. So any trainer going into the next round can probably flip a coin and say, right, 50% chance I'm going to face an Ursaluna.
Yeah, wow, that is such a big rise there in usage for Ursaluna Blood Moon. Then also Ninetales going from 15% all the way up to 25%. That is also quite the steep climb.
Yeah, and a rise in the rankings as well. It was kind of a few spots before as well, whereas a few others have kind of like dropped by the wayside a little bit there. Like the Archalon, for instance, definitely not as popular as it was in Phase 1. Possibly a telling sign as to the way the weather is changing here as well. Maybe less rain, obviously less Pelipper here that we can see, and maybe a little bit of a rise of those Sun teams that maybe just aren't popular enough to actually make it on the graphic itself.
Yeah, I think it was the big story coming out of LAIC was this Sun team from Yuma Kinugawa with Whimsicott setting up the sunny day manually, and then Hisuian Typhlosion just blowing things out with Eruption. But that is not to be seen here in the top 12 Pokemon. And yeah, just goes to show that even in a metagame like this where it seems like, oh, we're seeing a lot of the same threats all around, you can sometimes identify those niche combinations that just have such a good metagame call, or that have such a good kind of standing against those top threats. And that is what we saw in LAIC. It's not something that has influenced the metagame in a big way, though, as, yeah, none of these have made it into the top 12.
No, unfortunately not. But there's got to be a reason why some of these Pokemon are so high up in usage, right? Like Ursaluna Blood Moon, like, come on, it can't be that good, right? Like, let's break it down a little bit, shall we?
Well, I have some news for you. Well, it is that good.
Oh,
if we just look at these approximate stat distribution, you will notice that the HP is good, the defense is good, the special attack is good. And this means that Ursaluna Blood Moon can not only act as this highly offensive special threat that we saw so many times with the Life Orb Terra Normal set, but it also is very, very tough to knock out. We've seen it countless times also on our streams where there's a close combat from Sneasler and you're like, okay, well, surely this is a super effective hit from one of the strongest Pokemon in the format. Surely that's gonna knock out an Ursaluna Blood Moon in one hit, right?
Yeah.
Nope. If you invest in your bulk, then yeah, Ursaluna can take that hit and then just fire back with Earth Power or Blood Moon or Yawn, Hyper Voice, then has Vacuum Wave as well. Just so many different options, making this one of the key Pokemon in this format. And we're seeing this now towards the end of this format. Players are really realizing more and more and more that this is a staple at 50%. That is, like, we cannot stress how high this is for a Pokemon of Ursaluna's kind of how it's like set up to be. Like, it's not a supporting Pokemon. It doesn't have any like fake out like Incineroar or Intimidate, like clear attributes that would naturally drive players towards it. But instead, it's just doing it with raw stats, with Yawn, a new set that players have identified recently, and it's just offering many different ways. Also, we saw, for example, Alex with the Assault West set. That is also still an option you have to consider.
But what if you just don't want to use Ursaluna Blood Moon for some reason? You want to use the other Ursaluna. What would be the reasoning for that?
Well, so Ursaluna is a little bit more limited in its kit. Looking at the stats, you will also see that, well, HP is good, attack is good, defense is good. Special defense, yeah, it's fine as well. Of course, both Ursaluna forms are relatively slow, but Ursaluna is a little bit more predictable than the Blood Moon counterpart, because it's pretty clear that the best set is with Facade, Headlong Rush, Earthquake, Protect, holding the Flame Orb. So you've already kind of, yeah, you already know that there's only like one specific set that you will need to take care of. Of course, it still has a little bit of versatility in terms of its speed stat. Now, looking at the graphic, you will see, well, it's really, really slow, right? So it's a Trick Room Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, but only halfway, because players have figured out that also it is possible to use Ursaluna in Tailwind by just training it to be pretty speedy, at least compared to other Ursaluna. It's not quite getting like some of the fast Pokemon, of course, but then in Tailwind it can. And so this is what has really set Ursaluna teams apart recently, was the ability to integrate both a Tailwind and a Trick Room option. And while it's not part of the top 12 usage graphic, we already saw that some of our top trainers are using Ursaluna and it's still in contention, and maybe we'll see some more of it later on in the tournament.
Could it, in Tailwind, outspeed Zebstrika?
I'm not gonna answer that question. Please don't talk to me about Zep Striker.
I cannot promise that, Marcus. Right, so there's a lot of great Pokemon out there, of course, and lots of our trainers will be running a lot of those Pokemon in our Phase 2. We're going to get into round 11 real soon as well, but it's where the combination of all of those really interesting Pokemon that are like really coming up is what I find so interesting. Yeah. And like the interesting Pokemon that we saw yesterday, particularly like that Blastoise, for instance, that kind of finds that niche a little bit where it can do something other Pokemon cannot. And, you know, what is another Pokemon that can, you know, Water Spout and Shell Smash at the same time? I don't think there is one. So that's where a lot of the creativity can really, like, fly through. And so this is why our, like, usage graphics are just kind of more of a guide, you could say.
Yeah, it just gives us a little bit of an insight in what is happening at the top of the metagame. But then, of course, as you say, Pokemon is a game that has so much depth and breadth, meaning that there's so many unsung heroes and star Pokemon that we don't get to see, but sometimes, yeah, well, they will be out there. We already know that there are some of them out there in Phase 2 as well.
We definitely do. So, well, Marcus, thinking back to yesterday, but like any of those matches across there, any sort of favorite sort of teams or in like individual Pokemon that you feel were like a really stand out for you, or maybe that you didn't exactly expect to be seeing here in Regulation Set H?
Well, one match I want to call out, but it featured a lot of the Pokemon that we did expect to be seeing, was that final round match between Michael Kelsch, one of the best players of the recent years in the Scarlet and Violet era, and then also Alex Gomez, one of the strongest players just historically over the course of many, many different games and formats. And seeing those players really clash in a very, very close best-of-3 set, like that was just very, very exciting to watch. So yeah, that's one of the games that I will definitely highlight from yesterday. But then, as you said, well, there was Malamar, there was Blastoise. A lot of fun stuff happening yesterday here in Stuttgart.
Let's see if more of that happens today as well. We've got our notable matches ready for you to have a look at, to see what is going on here on Sunday here in Stuttgart in our Phase 2. And at the top, you can see highlighted in red who we will be featuring for our round 11.
Wow, so, well, let's break it down and talk about the matches that we will not see first. So, first of all, I need to give a big shout out to Yannick Otting, a German player that is also a big part driving community activities around locals and just getting the community together. And they were having a really, really strong tournament here, going into this round with only one loss so far. So with a 9-1 record, doing really, really well, they will face off against Eric Schrader, coming in from the US with their trademark Sand, Psy, Spam, Mouse, Ape type of team. And that is going to be a great matchup as well.
I believe Eric got like top 8 at one of the North American regionals earlier this year. And yeah, has been, as you said, the trademark team markers, has been using it literally all season. And now is here really showing its worth too. And to note, the bottom match there, Nemanja versus Emanuele, is X and 2, so they cannot afford to take one more loss, whereas the others are currently X and 1. Maybe they can afford to take that one extra loss, but obviously every extra win counts, and that can get you higher up into the top cut bracket and may mean that you can kind of skip a round of top cut, which is really valuable.
Yeah, and the next win for these players, also Giuseppe Musico and Alex Gomez, well, they're looking in the mirror this morning and they're saying like, oh, wait, what's going on here? That looks quite familiar, as both of them are going in with what we pointed out earlier in the usage statistics, the top 6 most used Pokemon going up against each other, but we already know there are some key differences in their teams as well, so this is going to be an exciting matchup to see who of them will come out on top maneuvering in this mirror match. But whoever of them wins pretty much already booked their slot into the top cut, while, as you said, Manuele, our first regional champion of the season, going up against Nemanja. Only one of them will have chances after this round, as the other one will be eliminated from contention. They can still play on. They can still win some booster boxes, right?
Certainly, Marcus, exactly. And we've got plenty of side events here at some of our events too, which are always really fun to kind of come along and try out. Sometimes they're a little bit of different formats as well. Sometimes you've got like Chaos Cup, for instance, where you're kind of like trying out different teams, a little bit of a Battle Factory sort of thing. Or sometimes you're getting like making it so your own team win sort of a box draft as well. So a lot of the side events are really fun to have here, even if you haven't made it to that Phase 2.
All right, but we have made it to the Phase 2, and we will be going in with a bang, because we have some of the most accomplished players of, well, in the history of the game. We got Luca Cherrybelly, a world champion. Also top 8 at EUIC, also a Turin champion in 2018 at the very, very start of his career. Just recently coming off of a top 32 finish at LAIC, and he did it with this same Sun team. So he was very, very close to kind of cracking the code, similar to what Yuma Kinugawa used to win the event. Only, in fact, one Pokemon here is different, with Luca bringing in Annihilape, but he already ran this team at LAIC. So yeah, it's not like he's just copying Yuma, but he probably took a little bit of inspiration then after LAIC as well to maybe refine some of his game plans.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like, you've got to really think about if you're taking on a team that has such a target on its back, right, from last week, and going, I've still got confidence in bringing it again this week. Not only was it the call, not only did it surprise people, but it's still a consistent team as well. And yeah, Luca running it back, showing the effectiveness of it as well, and maybe going under the radar with the Annihilape sort of strategy instead of that Flamigo, meaning it's catching players off guard who otherwise would be preparing for Flamigo of all Pokemon.
Yeah, but I mean, Annihilape and Flamigo, I guess, serving relatively similar roles on these teams, being a mid-speed, kind of fast fighting type. But of course, yeah, Flamigo, I mean, there's nothing comparing to a Flamigo. But I'm sure that Luca is quite confident in their choice here with Annihilape. However, they will be going up against none other than Nils Dunlop. So that will be a crazy game, because Nils, of course, is our, well, reigning champion of Regulation Set F, which we will go into next. He is the EUIC champion from 2024.
And also had that team using the Ursaluna.
And there's the Flamigo.
Well.
There's the Flamigo.
And there, of course, is a Flamigo too. Yeah, which you can Earthquake next to as well. So I'm imagining that move is there because you've got a Kilowatt as well that you can also Earthquake next to. Really interesting choices here too. Not a composition that we've seen loads of, but it's sort of reminiscent of the Ursaluna, Kilowatt, Golden Go sort of teams that we often see with Porygon 2. But instead of Porygon 2, there's a Sinistra as the Trick Room setter. What's that about, Marcus?
Yeah, Sinistra, of course, great also for the healing that it provides with Hospitality, and that is probably a key strategy for Nils' team, but we will go into that a little bit more when we had full confirmation about the team sheet. But one thing I wanted to point out is that for the last 2 seasons, Nils was one of the very, very few players that got that direct invitation to Worlds. First in the 2024 season, winning EUIC, and then last season winning the Lille Regional Championships. So he's a player who's known to kind of booking his ticket to Worlds early in the season. Now, maybe this is the event that he will do it this year.
Yeah, maybe he just decides to turn up and goes, right, I think I'll win this one. And then, yeah, has some time off after that. Fair enough, Nils. Very well played. Such a strong player. And of course, winning that Lille Regional Championships in the same regulation that we're in now, with that really standout Tyranitar, Extradrill, Corviknight, Indeedee male sort of team as well, which seemed to really break the meta. And if you also remember, Corviknight, despite Nils going on to win the set, got frozen for multiple turns with its like wings stuck up like this. It was really great to see.
Yeah, that was awesome. And I just think it's awesome as well that we not only do we get to see a set where it's like, oh, regional champion against regional champion. No, we are here. We're talking about EUIC champion against world champion, and that is going to be a matchup for the ages, and both of them are bringing some spice as well, so I can't wait to see what both of their teams are constructed around and then how this matchup will play out.
Me too, honestly. It's going to be a really exciting one, and especially as these two players are still kind of playing consistently as well in this kind of current regulation and over multiple formats, of course, as well. Be interested to know how many times they've maybe faced in the past, for instance, as well, and if this is a little bit of a rivalry that's kind of going on too. Given they're both kind of in the EU general circuit, I'm guessing they might have faced off with each other at other regionals too, but this is a very high stakes one, especially in our phase 2 at the moment. So the question is, how far can they get? Can they get the win that they need to at the moment? And whose team is going to come out on top?
Yeah, absolutely exciting to have both of those players featured. So yeah, go on and tell your friends about this, because they surely won't want to miss this matchup, and neither do you probably. I mean, I'm certainly happy that we'll have front row seats in this clash of titans. And yeah, I mean, talking about the matchup already, we were talking about this just now. Well, there's Flamigo, not on Luca's side, where you might expect it at this point on this kind of Whimsicott, Tailwind, Sunny Day team. but it's over on Nils' side. So, yeah, what do you make of that?
Well, first of all, just I want to say how much I love Flamigo, honestly. Like, just a really great Pokemon. It is just... It's a flamingo, you know, but like it's got so much strength behind it, as any Pokemon should. And with that scrappy ability and its ability to hit those ghost types with its fighting type and normal type moves, let's not forget, that's what Yuma was really good at doing. With close combat, you can super effectively hit Golden Go, which is a really big deal. And it also had access to Feint on Yuma's team specifically, which also allowed it to hit ghost types, Golden Go too. And basically be an unresisted way of just breaking wide guards and protect, which otherwise is quite a safe swap in as well. And what it also had was wide guard, which is another move that we don't often see in this current regulation. More of a move that's more often seen in restricted meta games, where you've got these really powerful restricted teams that have powerful spread moves. Think Kyogre, Origin Pulse, Groudon, Precipice Blades, Xerneas, Dazzling Gleam. Sorry if that triggered anybody. But otherwise, Wide Guard is not really seen a lot. But when you're going into a really specific matchup, right, and you've got Pokemon that you know are going to be bringing those spreads moves, we've got Make It Rain, we've got Hyper Voice, and that's part of your game plan to kind of defend against, then it's a really nice move to have and just lock into to kind of completely shut down other strategies.
Oh, very insightful there about Flamigo.
Thanks, Marcus.
Keep those thoughts and let's have a look if that is also what Nils has in store for us as our players are getting ready to get this started. Luca Cherrybelly, of course, being a world champion. Not only has he played on this stage, but he has played on the biggest stage of all at Worlds in the Grand Finals with the trustworthy Whimsicott plush there supporting him. And then on the other side, Nils Dunlop, of course, also has played on the highest stage in Worlds. Worlds top 8, Worlds top 4. Back in 2017 and 2018, back-to-back, bringing in the Mega Swampert. I love to see it. Both of those players have really done it all. Some of the best players in the history of our game going up against each other, and there can only be one winner.
Only one. Well, these two players are already multiple-time winners, but of course we want a new winner, don't we, this weekend? And why not one of these two as well? Luca on your left with those incredible accolades. A previous world champion, Nils Dunlop, a multiple regional champion and international champion. Which one is going to take it? I just do not know. Let us know who you think is going to win this, because it's going to be so close. Nils doing his characteristic chair swivel mode.
Yep.
That means he's definitely locked in. So
yep.
Luca needs to be ready. Maybe matching with a bit of chair swivel of his own. But first of all, the team.
Well, there it is. Luca Cherrybelly, our 2024 world champion, is bringing the heat. Sunny Day Whimsicott with a Focus Sash, unlike Yuma Kinugawa's team. So, of course, yeah, quite a few differences actually. Also, Throat Spray for Ricorath, trademark set typically of Wolf. Then we also see Annihilate with Safety Goggles Taunt, maybe to combat against some of those Porygon 2 Trick Room teams that we've seen so far. But then the key core of the team is very similar. We got the Choice Specs, Typhlosion, Terra, Fire in the Sun, so devastating. Also, Ursaluna Blood Moon, Life Orb, Terra Normal. Blood Moon, just as devastating.
Oh yeah, it's completely devastating. We've seen it if you watched LAIC last week. If not, where have you been? What a tournament it was. And of course, we've got the developments here this weekend in Stuttgart. How people are going to adapt from it. And in this final chance of showing people's regulation set H format, this is where the power is.
Where's your white card?
Oh. What?
Where's your white card for Migo?
Nils, bro, you let me down.
Choice Scarf.
Oh.
Well, what a cool team, though. We got the Choice Scarf for Migo. That could be quite interesting, because, of course, close combat also capable of hitting Typhlosion and Annihilate in this matchup, for example, thanks to the Scrappy ability. Then we have Kilovutral. I know Nils in the past couple of tournaments has used that Kilovutral, Ursaluna, Porygon 2 kind of team, but he's saying, well, you know what, the Trick Room mode, yeah, that was nice and all, but instead of running Amoonguss and Porygon that we're typically seeing on those teams, he swapped those out for a Choice Scarf for Migo and a Calm Mind Sinistcha. This is absolutely unheard of. Such a unique team composition. Also with Electro Web on Kilovutral, just so much going on here in this team. I mean, you can still see kind of where he was coming from with his initial team, but he's taking it to another level or another yeah, another type of team that I haven't seen like that, and it's going to be so interesting seeing how this is going to match up against each other.
Yeah, there's a lot to kind of talk about here. The Kilowattrel Mirror is also something, especially when they've both got Electro Web, where you could both activate each other's competitive boost if you go for it, because you're lowering a stat too. So if you want that sort of speed control, you've got to keep in mind the opposing Kilowattrel, which is probably not something most Kilowattrel players want to talk about.
Or you need to keep in mind the Annihilate that is over on Luca Cherrybelli's side, because that can do the exact same trick. So yeah, maybe Kilowattrel though could be a good idea for some speed control over for Nils. And instead though, we are seeing the uncommon Pokemon right away coming out of Nils. It's going to be Sinistra and Flamigo lead here in Swiss Round 11. Let's not forget, these players are 9-1 on top of the standings, only needing one more win to book that ticket into Top Cut.
Okay, so looking at this matchup, you've got a Trick Room lead here from Sinistra, but it's also the support at the same time in that Rage Powder, but it's also that setup at the same time too. So you've got Flamigo that wants to try and support the team with a little bit of that offense that it's got with that Choice Scarf. So what is it offering though? Not a lot into this Typhlosion unless Brave Bird's getting a KO, but Farigiraf, it could do a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, but Typhlosion could just go ahead and maybe launch a Heat Wave. That would be really, really powerful. Even though Flamigo will outspeed and lower the power of Eruption, Heat Wave still, as long as it hits, of course, still a very, very powerful move. And also Nils is, of course, aware of this, deciding to go for the Terra Fire to ensure that Sinistra is safe this turn.
Yeah, really nice defensive Terra there. Making sure you are not taking super active damage from Ghost or good from Fire either. But there's a close combat, and Typhlosion just about hanging on with 7 HP. Lucas seeming confident in that survival and knowing that it's going to take it, and goes for that Heat Wave, getting a KO turn 1 on poor Flamigo. Down turn 1 already, but we'll have to see if that damage has really been worth it in the end. And Nils, instead of setting up a Trick Room, Marcus, has gone for the setup. Calm Mind instead, to see if it can start to weather the storm of these two special attackers, as Trick Room is now set up.
Exactly, that special defense boost can actually be quite significant against Luca's team because, well, if we look at it, well, there's Ursaluna Blood Moon, of course, also being a key threat on Luca's team, but that is a special attacker as well. However, after this terrestrialization, that was absolutely necessary due to the threat of Typhlosion. Ursaluna Blood Moon would also hit the Sinistra for super effective damage. So I think, yeah, Nils is probably, though, confident that he can set up maybe a couple more Calm Minds in this positioning because, well, it's not really threatened by either Typhlosion and Farigiraf. And because Farigiraf just set up Trick Room, the Typhlosion is under a lot of pressure, likely has to switch out this turn, giving Nils quite a bit of breathing room now, even though it was Luca who set up the Trick Room.
Typhlosion's going to come out at the moment here, yes. Definitely saving it for later, perhaps when the Trick Room has indeed expired. And Wolf's Incineroar comes in. That is going to definitely lower the damage potential from Ursaluna specifically. But Hyper Voice first. Now going to be activating the Throat Spray on this Farigiraf as well to try and match up with the setup that the Sinistra on the other side is trying to also do with its own Calm Minds. But not before it actually heals up a little bit with that Citrus Berry. The Sinistra looking really strong still at the moment, despite the fact that this Incineroar has also come in. And Headlong Rush into the swapped out Typhlosion and still survive on 7 HP, exactly the same as the Typhlosion in the back as well. And the reversal of the Trick Room coming out here too. Amazing play from Nils, particularly if Nils knows the Ursaluna is faster than these two targets on Lucas' side.
Yeah, that was a very great turn there by Nils. Even though Typhlosion was only at 7 HP, he expected Incineroar to come in, goes for the Headlong Rush, doing a ton of damage on Incineroar as it switches in. And also reversing the Trick Room now introduces another mind game where now, well, is Luca going for another Trick Room this turn? But then Sinistra could also maybe turn it around later on.
So there's the fake out at least first here, seeing that flinch on the Sinistra. And yeah, as you said, Marcus, Trick Room now being set up once again. So we've seen a lot of back and forward here. But again, we don't know the exact speed interactions between a lot of these similarly slow Pokemon.
Yeah, it is quite tricky, but now maybe Luca found a positioning where, depending on the speed between Incineroar, this Sinistra doesn't have Protect, so if you can get off this double target into Sinistra, even with that Calm Mind boost, and even though it does not have an item anymore and Incineroar's knockoff will be quite weak, this might be enough for the KO. And if you can get rid of Sinistra, then all of a sudden Nils already would be down to his final 2 Pokemon. And with Luca still having Typhlosion in the back, even though it's at such low HP, all you need is to get Typhlosion into a position where it can go for a couple of attacks. And yeah, this might be a good positioning for Luca then.
Just going for the double up straight away. Instant damage. Is this going to be enough? Yeah, it is! Straight away, thanks to that throat spray boost on Farigiraf. Sinister actually goes down after not even getting off one attack this game. And now if Flare Blitz on Nils' side is able to respond, doing over 50% Farigiraf, but it's definitely not enough to slow down this Giraffe's onslaught of attacks. And now we're in Trick Room still. Farigiraf might seem to be the slowest here and be threatening a lot of damage into the next turn.
Yeah, now Ursaluna joined the field, but Trick Room is up, and I think on a team composition like this, especially the Electro Web, is telling me that this Ursaluna might be really, really fast, meaning that both of Luca's Pokemon might be able to just underspeed and therefore outspeed it under Trick Room. And Farigiraf with the Throat Spray boost, it is a threat. Both Psychic and Hyper Voice are pretty powerful attacks. Now, of course, we still don't have confirmation about Luca's final Pokemon, and you don't want to run into a situation where you lose a Pokemon and then you're forced to bring out Typhlosion under Trick Room, because that, of course, would be an easy pickup for Nils.
Yeah, it would. There's not a lot that can go wrong for Nils at the moment. Hey, he's got to make sure that everything can go right. Protect from the Farigiraf. Flare Blitz from Lucas Incineroar, being faster in the Trick Room here, notably. But into the opposing Incineroar, perhaps bringing it a little bit lower. Predicting a Protect on the Ursaluna's end, which is now free to go for an attack, but obviously only into the Protect on the Farigiraf's end. So maybe Luca doing a little bit of repositioning here to make sure he's in that spot he wants.
Yeah, not the typical way to generate a free switch-in with Incineroar, but I think it makes a lot of sense here because Luca says that, okay, even if you protect your Ursaluna, I want my Incineroar off the field, but I don't want anything to take any damage. So going for Flare Blitz into Incineroar might seem counterintuitive, but thanks to the recoil damage, allows Luca to now switch in Ursaluna. And since Trick Room is still up for 2 more turns, and since we expect Ursaluna over on Nils' side to be quite speedy, presumably Ursaluna might be able to outspeed it now in Trick Room. And since Incineroar over on Nils' side doesn't have Protect, Luca, I think, is just going for the guaranteed damage, going for the Psychic into Ursaluna, Earth Power into Incineroar, and this might be the game.
That's just a really big KO. It just goes down. This Farigiraf is so strong, getting so much damage output, and still underspeeding this Incineroar in the Trick Room. Earth Power is a clean knockout on Incineroar. Luca Cherabelli, our reigning world champion, taking game 1 in Swiss round 11.
Yeah, well played by Luca there, identifying that even though the first couple of turns were a little bit tricky and quite unusual, we don't see that many Trick Room reversals and then going back into Trick Room. Like, that's just not something that we see too often due to the nature of this format, and therefore your timing can be a little bit off because you're used to setting up Trick Room and then having 4 turns from the start of the battle. If those 4 turns start in the middle of the battle, then the context might be different. Maybe there is no fake out active, maybe your Pokemon are different HP stats that you're used to, but of course, a player of Luca's caliber is able to adapt to a scenario like this, even though facing unconventional Pokemon like that Choice Scarf Flamigo and this Calm Mind Terra Fire Sinistcha. It was quite pesky, but then he was able to remove it quite nicely there with his double up, knowing his damage calculations, knockoff and the boosted Psychic, knocking out the boosted Sinistcha. I would have been, a little bit unsure about that exact damage roll, but Luca seemed confident, got the KO, and then got into a great position, which he managed to take home there under Trick Room. And I think this is what Nils has to expect also in the second game because of how strong it looked. If Luca can position Life Orb Ursaluna and Farigiraf under Trick Room, this seems so powerful against Nils' team. Due to the nature of Nils' team being a little bit more in this kind of like mid-speed range, where you can utilize both the Tailwind and the Trick Room, Luca's team is going for the same, but in a way that is just a little bit slower. And so under Trick Room, Luca has the advantage. And yeah, I don't know if there's a way for Nils to even stop this Trick Room from going up, or if he's trying to maybe reverse it once again. I think the fact that Terra Fire had to be committed on Sinistcha so early was maybe a little bit problematic for Nils later on in the game, because with the Terra Fire, it was susceptible to fake out and couldn't reverse the Trick Room in the crucial moment.
Let's see how Nils responds in this game two here. It's going to be Sinister and Flamigo. Of course it is. And our second game, the same as game one, but Luca switching it up here, going for the Whimsicott next to the Typhlosion instead.
Wow. Yeah, this could already be pretty difficult for Nils, because Luca is saying, well, okay, so you like to lead with Flamigo into this matchup. Well, that is quite curious, because, well, if I go for Whimsicott and Typhlosion, couldn't I just go for a Tailwind and Eruption, and wouldn't you just be knocked out right away? And yeah, it seems like that is the name of the game here. Nils having to make a decision. Does he want to risk his Flamigo to go down right away? Or is he maybe switching it out and saving it for later?
That's a really good question, and it's one that can only be answered as this kind of comes out as well. We can see Luca locking into the Heat Wave there on Typhlosion too, which is really smart, because he knows he takes damage and wants to still use it again and not be at 7 HP as we saw last game. He can still get off a really powerful Heat Wave, but it's going to be Incineroar coming in this time, so Nils saving the Flamigo this time. Good play, Nils. We want to keep that Flamigo around lots, and Incineroar being a lovely switch in, right, to anything that Whimsicott or Typhlosion want to do. Dark type being immune to Encore, resisting the 2 types that Typhlosion wants to go for, and now a second fire type is on the board in this Sinistra, being that Terrify that's gone for so early on in that first game and again here. And it looks like it's the Sunny Day actually, so be able to dish out even more damage. This Sinistra is going to take a lot of damage, and that is about a third or so. For a resisted hit, that is a lot.
So Luca was expecting Flamigo to maybe swap out. Didn't want to hard commit though with the Sunny Day and Eruption play, which would have done more damage, but also would have been really bad had Nils decided to go for the read, stay in with Flamigo and go for a close combat. So with this play, Luca did not set up Tailwind, which would have been bad under Trick Room. And now with this, can really capitalize on the fact that Luca's own Typhlosion with Terrafire could dish out a lot of damage, and Trick Room now has been set up by his opponent.
Okay, and there's the Flamigo that's flying there, ready to take on the world. And unfortunately, the world is going to burn quite high right now with this Terrifier on the Typhlosion. And we know Heat Wave's coming out. Is Typhlosion's locked into it? It just needs to connect. Now, this Heat Wave is going to deal decent damage to this Incineroar, but it's maybe not actually this turn, given the fact it's now actually U-turning out. Is that Incineroar faster than this Whimsicott here, Marcus? That is, really interesting, because that is very speedy. So Sinistra is actually coming in and is going to be able to take the Heat Wave and not the Incineroar, which might have actually taken this better. Let's see how much damage it does. That is a huge amount. Flamigo actually getting the one-hit KO, as it was in game one, but achieving even less this game as well. Nils struggling to find a way to get past the massive damage that Luca is putting out.
Yeah, so while Whimsicott isn't the greatest when it's on the field, it's great for setting supporting moves like Sunny Day and Tailwind, but Luca didn't fall into the trap of setting Tailwind against this Choice Scarf Flamigo, instead finding a way to deal with it in another way. Yeah, no Trick Room is set up, no Tailwind is set up, therefore Luca's Farigiraf now in a great position, can go for some damage. Typhlosion now might be the time to maybe swap out into Incineroar, get some Intimidate onto this Ursaluna. But if there is Ursaluna Blood Moon waiting in the back for Luca, then this would be a prime Pokemon to bring out under Trick Room once something has been knocked out. And so, yeah, I like the way that Luca has kind of adapted to this plan here and to how the first game went, because he forced Nils to set up the Trick Room for him.
Now Wolf's Incineroar comes back in for us, lowering the Intimidate down onto that Ursaluna as it did in game one. Now, where's the damage going to come from? It's that Farigiraf again, into the Sinistra once again, but this time without that Throw Spray, not quite enough damage. But Headlong Rush into the switching in Incineroar, just like in game one as well. Incineroar taking it a little bit better this time on 15 HP, but that is still enough to be sticking around. But is Magic Gotcha going to be enough? Assault Vest resisted? Is Incineroar going to go down? Yes! That's still a powerful Sinistra here, and it's able to heal up a tiny little bit of damage for its troubles as well. But going to the next turn, oh my goodness, Luca still has so much offense.
Yeah, this is so big, because though Nils predicting this Incineroar switch in and covering it with a Headlong Rush with no guts, yeah, that's why Incineroar could take the hit, but now Trick Room might work against Luca because, well, he did not bring Ursaluna Blood Moon. Instead, it was Incineroar, but that was knocked out. And now he has to go into this very, very awkward position of Farigiraf and Whimsicott. This is also on the team that Luca won Worlds with the Miraidon back in the day. This was the position that you really wanted to avoid because of how passive it is. Now, on this team, Farigiraf a little bit more offensive, but because it failed to get the knockout on Sinistcha, that made such a big difference, because it was the difference between Luca taking a lead here and being down in the Pokemon count, because Sinistcha getting off Machagacha, knocking out Incineroar. Now, how do you reposition from here? Luca would love to reverse Trick Room, but there's just no time because of how powerful Ursaluna is. And then, yeah, Whimsicott, depending on what Nils chooses, might just be knocked out in just one hit.
So Farigiraf is going first with that Hyper Voice, this time nailing that Sinistcha down. But it is going to free up that Ursaluna to go for an attack here. As you were saying, Marcus, where is this going to target right now? Because it's exactly where it wants to be, in that Trick Room environment, and able to take a KO on either of these targets here. Most likely that Farigiraf here, taking down with that Earthquake. So knowing that Sinistcha's going to go down instead, and getting around that Focus Sash on the Whimsicott as well. So now another follow-up attack should be able to KO it.
Yeah, nice play there by Nils, going for Earthquake, but oh wow, the Moonblast doing so much damage, and Ursaluna will go down at the end of the turn.
I did not expect that amount of damage there, but from the defense drops from the Headlong Rush earlier, and most likely having a lot of training in its special attack, given that this is a Focus Sash Whimsicott, that's actually going to be enough for the KO now. And so, with only the offense of an Incineroar in the back, Nils has to ask, is this going to be enough?
Yeah, that is huge. Had Ursaluna made it through the turn, since there's one more turn of Trick Room, and since this Typhlosion cannot protect, the game would have been Nils's, but now Ursaluna goes down. All of a sudden, it's Incineroar versus 2, and while this is still, it could be a little bit tricky. I mean, Luca can just lock into Eruption, because if there's a knockoff coming out, then he can swap moves anyway.
So Flare Blitz into the Whimsicott to guarantee that KO onto the Pokemon that is actually not going to do resisted damage into you. But this is still Sun boosted, Terra Fire boosted, Choice Specs, Typhlosion, Eruption in the Sun. Is it going to do enough into this Incineroar? It needs to 2-hit KO, but it does it in one. Luca Cherubelli takes game 2 versus Nils and advances into round 12, your winner.
And you can see the excitement there, even on the face of a world champion, knowing that he has just secured himself a spot into the top cut. Taking down a player of Nils's caliber must always feel great, but doing it in such a fashion, such a dominant fashion on stream, in a kind of win and in situation, that must feel extra great.
Yeah, it must do, and really coming down to the wire there as well. I believe that was like the final Trick Room turn as well. So actually, if the Typhlosion hadn't got the KO, it actually still would have been able to go off for that second attack still, and going for that nice 100% accurate move as well, which would have put a big rest on Luca's heart, I think, knowing that that still would have been able to hit the following go.
Yeah, what a back and forth game we saw. Luca Cherubelli is starting off strong after Typhlosion took that initial close combat, firing back, and then there was a little bit of back and forth with Trick Room being set up and then reversed, but finally Luca found positioning in game 1 to position Ursaluna Blood Moon under Trick Room conditions, getting the clean knockouts that he needed. Then the second game starting off a little bit differently, but once again it was Typhlosion getting off some big hits. And then when it seemed tough, Luca found this positioning with Whimsicott and Flamigo, and then the key move was Moonblast coming off, getting enough damage done onto Ursaluna, knocking it out so that in the end Typhlosion could take care of Incineroar, and a 2-0 victory for Luca.
Yeah, it seemed really convincing in some ways, didn't it? But giving that Ursaluna Hisuian form any sort of breathing room might have spelt doom for Luca in that matchup as well. But it was just the mastery of using that Farigiraf as its way of setting Trick Room or denying Trick Room, whichever it was preferring, with the combination of actually having that offense was really powerful. Throat Spray, being able to lift up that special attack, and so you aren't just stuck with this kind of Pokemon on the field that's just setting Trick Room, not doing much else, as you were mentioning, Marcus. It's that Pokemon that you want to be able to do something in and out of Trick Room, and just offer a lot of bit more damage as well, which it wasn't doing on Luca's Worlds winning team with the Miraidon as well. So MVP, I'm going to say Farigiraf.
I mean, it was Lucas Farigiraf after all, so
yeah,
it is one that has conquered the world already, and now it's doing it with a little bit of a different set with this throat spray, dealing so much damage, as you were pointing out, and also the Whimsicott as well, a Pokemon that it was played more defensively and more bulkily. And actually, this is something that I called out yesterday as well about why Whimsicott maybe is not on the same level in terms of usage compared to Incineroar and Rillaboom. Because both Incineroar and Rillaboom also have the ability to go for some just raw damage if needed. Whimsicott, at least on Lucas' team, could do the same. Because it is the Focus Sash variant, and because Moonblast is just so naturally powerful, it was able to get in all the damage onto Ursaluna, and yeah, that was the key KO this turn. Well, it came from the burn then afterwards, but knowing your damage calculations and knowing how to adapt to weird situations that maybe you have not kind of been in before, that is what really, really kind of separates the absolute best from the great players.
It really does. But just imagine, though, that Moonblast did any little amount of damage, suddenly that burn chip doesn't get rid of that Ursaluna. Ursaluna gets another attack off into Pokemon that can't protect as well. That could have just been the end of that game. But Whimsicott, just with enough love and enough damage, was able to secure that KO with the Flame Orb chip too.
Yeah, and besides that, though, there was also one more turn that I just wanted to analyze a little bit more.
Please.
If we can have a look at that. This was the very first turn of the second game where it looked like, well, Luca, even though Luca won the first game, he was switching things up here, bringing the Whimsicott instead of Farigiraf. And in this particular position, with Whimsicott and Typhlosion up against Flamigo and Sinistcha, there would be one obvious play that Luca could go for, which would be Whimsicott goes for the Tailwind, and then Typhlosion goes for the Eruption, doing a lot of damage on everything, knocking out Flamigo easily and also doing a ton of damage to Sinistcha. But the problem with this play would have been, even though it would have knocked out Flamigo, Sinistcha, with the Terra Fire Terrestrialization, could then go for Trick Room. And with Trick Room being set up, then this might be much more difficult than the first game. So instead of just going for the raw damage, that was guaranteed, like there was nothing that Mills could have done to stop this Tailwind and Terra Fire Eruption play from just doing a lot of damage to something. Instead, Luca comes up with something even better. He's thinking about the Tailwind. We can see it here while he's up against the Choice Scarf Flamigo. But then instead of going for Tailwind, he's thinking things through a little bit more. Because, yeah, again, Trick Room could have been devastating here, and instead of just setting up the Tailwind, he comes up with a better play, which is going for Sunny Day. Sunny Day boosts the power of Typhlosion, and then also means that later on in the game, it would be easier for Luca to play under Trick Room. And we've also seen in the first game that even if Flamigo stays in here, goes for close combat, Typhlosion can take the hit. So this play, going for Sunny Day and Heatwave, is pretty risk-free. You will get something good out of it at the end of the day, one way or the other. Worst case would have been, of course, Heatwave missing, but that's not what happened. Nils decided to not go for this gamble, decides to bring in Incineroar, which, of course, with Assault Vest can take the hit, but Luca was one step ahead, going for Sunny Day and going for the Heatwave, which, yeah, did so much damage, and this chip damage was crucial to taking out Sinistcha later on and winning the game for Luca. So, yeah, I think sometimes there might be an obvious play at hand, but it's always good to just second guess yourself sometimes, think about it a little bit more, and then maybe there is a turn that is even better than what you're thinking about. And had Luca set up Tailwind here, could have been quite difficult because, yeah, Sinistcha went for the Trick Room setup, and that would have been, yeah, much more difficult to manage had Luca set up the Tailwind.
Certainly would have been, yeah. I mean, you've got such a punish if you've got that Ursaluna coming in instead there. And yeah, Whimsicott sure has Encore as well that can kind of reverse Trick Room if it goes into the Sinistcha. But if you've already got an Ursaluna sat there, it's still got the opportunity to go for those attacks. And given the lack of protects that Luca seems to have on the team as well, it can be really punishing if you're suddenly caught out of position.
Absolutely. And someone that is in position is now Luca, hopefully comfy on our couch. And let's hear it from our world champion, what he thought about this game.
Very much, guys, as well as for the analysis. Yes, I have got a world champion, Luca Cherubelli, here joining us. in what is a triumph of being able to go ahead and lock your place into Top Cut. My friend Luca, how are you feeling?
Well, I definitely feel amazing because I actually haven't been able to top cut a regional since Stuttgart from last year. So at least like this city is a good luck charm of some sort, I guess. But also I haven't really been able to even play like a win-in so far after like since last year. So being able to get back on the stage and like finally like win in stream once, it actually feels kind of good. So yeah.
As it must be, I'm sure of it. And this isn't the first time you've gone up against Niels, right? We were just talking a bit about it. This is the third, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. Yeah, it's the third time that we play, and it's actually the first time that I win, not a set, but a game at all.
Oh wow!
I played Niels both in UAC 24. Where I lost 2-0, and at Worlds this year, where I lost 2-0. Yeah, so I'm happy that I've finally been able to like have my revenge against the players as good as Niels, who like I have admired ever since I started playing in 2017. So.
I mean, that's heartwarming to hear. And of course, like you said, it was your moment to be able to find that payback element to it. Do you feel like then, because I believe you were in LAIC last week as well, so do you think that's helped keep you on form in terms of monitoring the meta developments? Because you've got some parts which are similar to Yuma Kinugawa's, but other parts that differ.
Yeah, I think I had my own spin before Kinugawa. Actually, like this team, like, I didn't really build it. It was like going around for the past month, like that I had been playing it for like all the time throughout. And instead, like I think it was Kinugawa that put their own spin into the team.
Right.
But I decided to stuck with my own. Like I incorporated some things. For example, like I had the Clear Amulet instant in LAC, but after thinking it through, like I reasoned that I had that Assault's was far better. I really like U-turn as a move, and it's Incineroar that goes in and out. So like
it's a great way.
It's bound to be good, right?
Exactly. Well, I mean, and it's a great way to be able to break Focus Ashes, chip Pokemon within certain ranges for certain damage calcs as well, as we did see in those games. So I did want to dive a bit into it. Game 1, we saw that you're able to commit against sort of the Terra Dark strategy of this Fire of the Sinistcha, where I was able to take all of the firepower of the Typhlosion. So was that your initial game plan going into such a, I would say, creative team from Niels' side?
Yeah, like in reality, I didn't really know what to expect from Niels because like the team, I never really played against it, but from what I could eyeball, I guess like the Ursula was pretty fast. Sinistcha like is faster than Fire Giraffe and Instinct, so I thought that actually like going in Trick Room would be beneficial for me. So if I was able to either like start from Trick Room on my own in game 1, also like because I have an ILEP, I think I applied Team Preview Pressure and I discouraged an Incineroar lead, which didn't come. So like, good job me, I guess, because Incineroar into that lead would have been pretty bad. But going off of that, I was able to either get up my own Trick Room in game 1, and in game 2, like force him to go in Trick Room by leading my own Whimsicott, and yeah, being able to do all these things. Also, the fact that Sinistcha was kind of Terra locked into the matchup. So if you want to bring it, you really have to Terra. And because even if you somehow manage to pass through the Typhlosion without Sinistcha, there's still Instant in the back. So Sinistcha will always, if he's brought, will always have to Terra. And I think I could really play onto that. For example, in game 1, we Trick Room like the first 3 turns.
Yeah, first 3 turns, like Trick Room, and then Trick Room.
Yeah, and this was also like thanks to the heat wave, because it managed to get the fake out, because it managed to force the Terra, and I was able to fake out the Sinistcha.
Yeah, and we did see that Farigiraf actually put in a lot of work, especially after having that Throat Spray activated, giving you the +1 special attack, and then just doing enough to pick up the K on the Sinistcha at around the half HP range because of the offset of 1 Calm Mind and 1 Throat Spray activation. So Farigiraf, clearly an MVP, would you say, so far in that matchup?
I will definitely say so, yeah. Like, Instinct was pretty instrumental, but like most of the times, like, he just entered on the Headlong Rush for the purpose of the matchup, it was actually very, very crucial. But yeah, he didn't really show it, but I think it was very important.
Well, I mean, it took the Ursaluna headlong rush outside of Guts proc 2 times, right?
Yeah,
so is that sort of like trained in that manner, or will you not reveal?
It's kind of like it's very easy. Like you don't really have to reveal into that. Like if you only have a lot of HP, like you just need to invest that little bit into defense to just make the role a guaranteed survival. And yeah.
And that's fair. And I mean, it showed as well, as we saw that game 2, you were able to handle that really nicely and extend, or should I say expire, the remaining turns of Trick Room and really focus down on the board position whilst keeping that Typhlosion in the back. So it's a very tricky matchup, but you did such an amazing job with it. You showed your mastery of even going up against something which sometimes can catch you out with these sort of surprise compositions where you're like, oh, it's adding more processing time to me. I need to actually think about this. And, oh no, time's running out in T-Preview. So I guess moving forwards, you have been able to clinch your spot into Top Cut. 10 wins, 1 loss. Going into this tournament, how confident were you feeling? Were you feeling on form, or were you...
Actually, I didn't really know how to feel. Like, I thought that at LAC I got less than I could have had, but I was not sure, like, for the matchups. I was sure that, like, I didn't really want to play into anything else. Like, I tried for a bit just to be sure, and it confirmed my gut feeling. Like, this team was probably, like, the thing that was clicking better. And so, yeah, I decided to stick with that. I wasn't that confident, but like life is good when you're not facing any Tyranitar, I guess. So,
hey, yeah. That is so true. I wish I could say the same. But no, Luca, it's been an absolute pleasure. At the moment, you are 32nd in the European region, 460 CP. I would like to dive a bit more into more of the information around your roadmap and season. However, we do need to wrap this up shortly. I apologize. So I'll give you a final opportunity to go ahead and give any shout outs that you would like to give to anybody in the venue or at home.
Okay, first of all, shout outs to my family for supporting me. Then obviously like, to my friends of Il Server for their constant support. And after that, I want to shout out Danetti for helping me polish the team a lot throughout the regulation, and Apron for like matchup prep into the last few days. Thank you very much.
That's lovely. Thank you so much, Luca. This has been our 2024 World Champ joining us, clinching his spot into the Top Cut with his trusty old Whimsicott mascot there. So we're going to be going ahead, getting things prepared for our next round. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back very shortly.
This was the biggest World Championships we have ever had. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm not even in my seat.
My name is Luca Ceribelli and I'm from Bergamo in Italy.
This is a player that has worked so hard for this moment.
My starter among any generation will probably be, I think, Prigatito. I just love cats. I have been a lifelong Pokemon fan, but I never entertained the idea of playing competitive Pokemon. Just seeing all the action, all the intricacies of the play really made me fall in love with the game. I started playing VGC in 2017 after watching an Italian stream of the 2016 World Championships. The reason I keep coming back to tournaments is the fact that I'm always able to play against different players, and I can both learn from them and improve myself out of the plays I make. There's always something that you are able to learn from another player. My favorite players are Wolfiglick, Eduardo Cunha, Alex Gomez, because they just make it seem so easy, just so well thought out. You can really grasp how they feel, how they think, how they plan. My friend Marco Silva is also one of the best players in the world. He always knows what to do and what he's gonna achieve. I've never been to a World Finals before. I've been to 2 finals in regional events. Obviously, I think the difference is pretty high, but just from the number of people watching you, the tension is sky high. My number 1 goal was to Top Cut Worlds. I guess I exceeded the expectations.
Doesn't get closer than this, and he's done it.
After winning the World Championships, I've been really kicked in how much this means for me. I don't think anybody else would really wish for something different. This game It's really about the friendship you make and the improvement you can all achieve together. The advice I'd give to newer Pokemon players is talk to as many people as you can, because you're gonna be able to find yourself friends that can help you and let you help them.
Luca Charabali is your 2024 World Champion.
Let's kick off the 2024 Pokemon European International Championships!
Can they out-secure Kabi-chans? Yes, they can! Yes, they can! They simply can't stop Fusion. No one could stop Fusion throughout this tournament, and that is why Fusion are your AL's Cup champions!
Emmy Weedle is about to clean up this game.
Emmy Weedle did a phenomenal job of reading that if Annihilate is out on the lead, I can win this game with Vigoroth, and Emmy Weedle is going to 3-0 sweep Duma to become your European International Champion.
See the Mirage Gate accelerate this Hisuian Gudra, and with this Jet Energy, it can move into the active spot, and a final boss's orders commanding one of these two Pokemon on the bench to come up will clinch the game out for Johan, and he becomes your Europe International Champion. Gabriel can find himself an energy card and one of those counter catcher. He can bring up one of these bench 2 prize Pokemon. Let's see if it's there. It finds both the counter catcher and the dark energy. The back-to-back international champion, Gabriel Fernandez, wins it all in Europe.
One prize card remaining each. Can Tord find the knockout this turn?
Charizard EX in hand. One more piece of the puzzle.
And that's going to be it. The rare candy from the Pidgeot EX will find the evolution needed. Charizard EX, the knockout. Tord Reklev is your European International Champion. 5-time international champion and the greatest player of the modern era.
Assault Vest variant.
Ivy Kudjo coming out again from the Olga Pond, picking up a huge knockout here, leaving the Incineroar. If it does outspeed this Ferrograph, if it's trying to go for the Trick Room, is going to be able to get the knockoff off, and it is going to pick up a huge knockout.
Huge knockout indeed.
But the battle is cancelled. We have our first juniors final in the EU 2024 Championships. Kevin Han.
In with this play, Dragapult, start doing the Chien Pao. It is enough. It picks up the KO, and this Tinglu has a lot of pulling weight. It has to do. It will not. And we see it's been locked in. Benjamin Polster is your champion of the European International Championships.
One hit is all it's going to be taking to take that Pokemon down. And this match, Nils has been in such control the entire time. It was well played, but Nils, he never let out. Always was so close to the title and is going to claim it. Nils Dunclop is going to be your European International Champion.
I'm feeling pretty crazy with this win. I did not expect this coming here. I was happy that I managed to clinch out the win in those crucial moments.
Too happy almost. I won the European Championships and I still can't believe it.
I feel pretty normal.
A bit in shock. Kind of getting used to this now, but still just a great feeling.
I feel very happy to have won EUIC because it was my first IC win.
Es un sueño haber logrado esto. La verdad es algo que siempre quería. Sentí mucho ese logro hace mucho, querer también enfrentarme ante Kabi-chans.
It's been a little bit of time since, especially last year when I got so close and lost in the final. It felt really good to be able to get a little bit of redemption and keep the title in Europe this year.
We are back here at the 2026 Pokémon Stuttgart Regional Championships. I am Costa, this is Zoe, and we are feeling very festive, as you can see from our lovely setup here, full of amazing plushies as well.
Exactly.
And yeah, I think we're trying to dress for the occasion, aren't we, Zoe?
Yeah, I'm definitely...
And the game as well. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going ahead and reading out this lovely text right here, and at some point production will provide not only us, but you folks with 4 choices for you to select which Pokemon you think aligns with this Pokédex entry. Please, Zoe, take it away.
Thanks to its slimy membrane covering its body,
I know.
punches or kicks from its enemies slide right off it.
Okay, so we've got options. Gumi is a solid option, but then you've got, like its additional evolutions to consider. But, okay, let's go like per evolutionary line. Gumi, sure.
Okay.
Reunitless? Slimy membrane.
Membrane, yes. Slimy, not so much.
It could be slimy. What are you talking about? It could be slimy. Blop, blop.
Okay, but I just don't think it's...
Membrane. That was my point.
Okay, all right.
Cool.
What other slimy Pokemon is out there? What Pokemon evolve in the rain besides Sliggoo? I think that's...
I'm not sure about the rain. I'm just trying to think of just any sort of slime ball. Can't think.
Well,
Okay, we got 2 at least. We got 2 evolutionary lines to go through. Obviously, production will be going ahead and providing at some point soon the 4 choices, but they're probably waiting to try to catch us out, and they're waiting for us to say a 3rd option and a 4th. So they're like,
I had an idea. I'm surprised you didn't say it first. Politoed.
Thank you. Politoed. That's it. That's it. That's it. In the rain. You're so right. Okay, well, we'll see what we'll be able to feature. Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
Okay,
I don't know how to feel about this.
I don't think it's Slugma, because Pokédex entry for Slugma is that its body is 10,000 degrees Celsius or Fahrenheit, I forget which, but 10,000 degrees something, and I can't imagine anyone wanting to punch that. Like, you would just get burned.
I mean...
So I don't think it's Slugma.
But it's technically...
Yeah, but it's a slimy...
It's a slug,
magma.
which tends to be... Yeah, it's a magma-based slug that tends to be slimy.
I don't think it's Slugma.
Molten lava.
I just don't think it is.
All right, cool. Who do you think it is?
It's either Grimer or Gumi. Thanks to... Like, why would you want to kick a Gumi?
Yeah, but you know...
It's cute. I want to kick it.
I mean... Catch me on a bad day.
I'm taking that away from you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Don't close your ears. Okay, so, but you know what production does, right, Zoe?
They tried it. So I shouldn't have said Gumi.
That's it. Okay. That's my point.
Lesson learned.
That is my point. They try to catch us out. They're like, oh, let's hear what they're going to say and all that stuff. And try to... All right, cool.
So what do you think?
Gulpin. I think Gulpin's the fake out. I think Gulpin is the fake out.
Okay.
Okay, quick before they give us the answer. What do you want? Really quick. Go. Before they...
You can't pressure me like this.
Go for a decision, Zoe. Gumi it is.
I didn't know.
Okay.
No, I think Grimer.
All right, Grimer.
Okay.
Gulpin. Production.
Right, what is...
Show up.
No! I'm so sorry, Gumi.
That's awkward.
I doubted myself. Well, I did say it at one point.
You said it first.
I did, and then I changed my mind because I saw the cry.
No, it's not your fault.
I count that as a win.
I count that as your fault.
Okay. Let's let the chat
No,
decide.
it's my fault. It's my fault. I
Chat,
apologize.
you can say that we made the right decision.
Yeah, for sure.
We saw it before the options.
We did. It's true. But no, you lovely folks clearly got the right answer, most of you. So congrats.
Thank you to the ones who were, listening at first and not to the later on.
Yes. Apologies.
Yes.
But we do have another Pokédex entry.
Okay,
let's go. Beware, it's cotton spores. Starting with a Pokemon there, I see what you're doing. If you accidentally breathe them in, you'll be racked with coughs and itchiness.
So what are you allergic to?
Pollen.
That is not a Pokemon.
But you asked me.
Okay, there's a Whimsicott.
Hello.
Do you think the producers just picking all the Pokemon on the desk.
I think that's a good shout. I think you are absolutely on the money there. Right,
what other Poland Pokemon are there?
Poland. So we've
got Dustox, right?
Yeah, you could technically count like Venomoth then.
Yeah. Oh, but then they're not cotton spores.
It's not cotton. You're right. But it will. I mean, to be fair, I think you're on the money with the Whimsicott. Or maybe even the Jumpluff.
No, you're right. I think it's Jumpluff.
Yeah, I think it might.
Because
could be. The Hoppy.
Yeah, because it's like a dandelion, and I do have some allergies to dandelions. So
Likewise.
I agree. I think it's a
Okay, all right. So
okay, we are.
That's what our initial thoughts are until we've got the 4 choices.
What other ones do you think it could be? I think that's. I can't think of any other cotton.
I'm going to be real with you. I can't think either.
I can think of Altaria and Swablu. They're cottony, but you're not allergic to them.
Unless, I don't know, you're another dragon type. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, okay. All right, cool. So we've got 2 out of our 4 evolutionary lines that we're considering. But then we've got the Mareep.
I don't think it's Mareep.
And the Lilligant.
I think it's either cottony or Jumpluff.
It's got to be.
And I think it's Jumpluff.
What's the argument for cottony versus Jumpluff?
Well, I just feel like I would sneeze more if I saw a Jumpluff. No, but okay, Jumpluff has 3 balls on its head.
Right.
Cottony is just 1.
Okay.
So that's triple the amount of allergies.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we are locking in with Jumpluff.
Yes.
All right,
I think
you heard it here, folks. Wondering what you lovely people will go with as well. Whether, you know, you
if it's cottony, I will cry.
Notes or not. Yeah, well, we're going to go with Jumpluff. We hope we're right. We're probably going to be wrong. And that's okay, you know?
No, it's not.
Oh, sorry. It's not okay, as Zoe has let us know. So production is going to be getting the results in shortly as we are going ahead and filibustering with this beautiful Whimsicott. Hello.
Oh, well, you know what?
How lovely it is. Look out, brought it like an extra large one.
I like how it's
the match.
the furthest away from Dragonite as well. Just to be fair, it's next to Gardevoir.
Okay, let's not talk about that. Let's not focus there. Ripperonis. But still, the results are coming in. Any second now.
Yes! Teamwork! Okay, excellent.
Beautiful.
We got 1.
All right, good. 1 out of 1.
Technically, the other one was also correct. Technically.
Yeah, well, everyone else was agreeing. They're like, no, we don't trust these 2 suspects. They're known to get incorrect answers.
I do have to call out nobody voted Lilligant Marie. But I'm very glad our audience is very much more knowledgeable on Pokédex entries than we are.
Well, I mean...
Because we did think Marie at one point, but thankfully nobody picked it.
I mean, think. We considered. But still, regardless, at least we got a 1 out of 1 right now. 50% of the time we are correct with the dynamic duo of Zoe and Costa. Yes, that's exactly how it works. Coincidence that we got 1 whilst I was on the team and not Marcus? I think not.
Oh, that's some shade right there to Marcus. I think he's watching. He must be fuming.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
You can see the steam coming out of his ears.
Yeah, that's all right. It's probably all of the cold mixing with the hot air.
Precisely.
But yeah, unfortunately, we do not have any more Pokédex entries for now. However, we do have a community choice match that we are gearing up towards. So if you thought the chat interaction was over, think not, because there's another opportunity for you lovely folks to be able to interact with the stream that's going on and be able to choose one of the matches that we have 4 options for, which I believe are going to be win and ins into Top Gun.
Yes,
all
this
4.
is the final round of Swiss. So all the 4 matches that we're going to be showing up on the screen next will be players battling for that win and in. They cannot lose if they wish to continue. So this is going to be so tight, and we are leaving the power in your hands at home. So you get to vote on who you wish to see on stream. So let's take a look at the trainers that we could be featuring. It is, oh my goodness,
Here we go.
Look at that.
Yeah, we've got Victor Jimenez versus Emanuele Briganti, our Frankfurt regional champion, and of course the trainer who has gone ahead and dubbed the archetype Lele over the team composition, Sebastian Liu, which we did feature yesterday, rocking the same 6 as LAIC's champ Yuma Kinugawa versus Francesco Magruno, which is bringing that good old-fashioned Arco-san jump up, just like we called out right now. Coincidence? But yeah, they're already 2 very exciting sets, but there's more.
There's Giuseppe Ilario with a little bit more unconventional of a Garchomp Sand team. Garchomp was quite popular at the start of the format, but it fell off a little bit, maybe because of all the fairies and all the Ninetales that's been running around. But up against Vincent Allard versus, which is a Sun team, so Sand versus Sun. Some classic weather wars there. And last but not least, we have Eric Schrader versus Paul Hinter. So, oh my goodness, look at Eric's team. That's a 2-2-2, you know, that kind of hyper-offensive team archetype.
100%. And Eric, one of our NA players, making their way through to one of the EU, the final major event for Regulation Set H. And believe if I'm not mistaken, was also at LAIC versus Paul Hinter, who last season was able to get top 4 at Lille Regionals, if I'm not mistaken. And back then was running that Terra Fairy Volcarona that was starting to rise in prominence in terms of meta development earlier on.
Yeah, Paul's got a little bit more of a standard team this time, but it's a really well-rounded, balanced team, and it's because of how powerful this core is that it's risen to so much popularity. And Alola Ninetales, of course, one of my favorite Pokemon. I see actually quite a lot of weather going on there. We've got Sand versus Snow, Sand versus Sun, and Sebastian is... Okay, so there's no Sun there. Well, there's Sun on Francesco's side, but that Typhlosion could take advantage of it, and Emanuele is running Snow versus Victor without weather, but with terrain. And Victor's also running a Dondozo Tatsugiri team. I believe that's the only one that's still left on the field.
It may well be.
Not too sure, but it's a very... Dondozo Tatsugiri is like one of those team archetypes which kind of forces you, it's like a team building check. Do you have an answer?
You have
Dozo Giri.
You have to,
not,
right? Like, I think you need to respect it. It is a mandatory one, although there are trainers that I've spoken with that have opted out because they're like, yeah, you know what? Like, Dozo? Sure. I just won't run into it. That is my matchup. That is my game plan.
Just dodge them or just crit them.
Yeah, basically. So, yeah, it's a tough way, but you need to have some sort of plan against it because it could be so devastating to go up against if you don't have a way to be able to slow it down or at least chip away at it. But, yeah, those were our 4 choices. Once again,
all excellent choices. So there is no wrong answer here.
Indeed.
Yeah. You get to decide what is most exciting to you. For me, all of them are. So I'm going to be happy with whatever choice that we go with.
Do you have a signature Pokemon that you really want to see out of those 4 sets?
Well, there's a couple of Ninetales.
Okay.
Happy.
Naturally.
But I always love weather, and every single one of those pairings has weather.
Or something.
So, yeah. So actually, I'm happy with whatever the choice is because we will see weather.
There's a very political answer. Well executed and said, my friend. I, on the other hand, am going to go completely sideways, and I want to see the hard Trick Room, baby.
Oh, okay.
I'm a big enjoyer of it, so we shall see if that will come out as the results are ready.
Oh, let's find out. Who is the winner of the community choice? It will be Victor Jimenez up against Emanuele Briganti. Oh my goodness, that is such a good matchup. Look at how offensive Victor's team is. That's also another 2-2-2 team archetype with the Talonflame Ursaluna setting up the instant tailwind, and then you got Indeedee and the Sneasler setting up the inverted and the Dozo Giri. Oh wow, Emanuele.
Yeah, and
a lot of work on it.
It's true. And interestingly enough as well, the Bloodmoon Ursaluna is in a slot that you would normally find a ground type in order to be able to synergize with the Talonflame in the form, which is usually the case, of the Garchomp. So you could sort of spam Earthquake alongside the Talonflame, which is completely immune to it due to the flying type, and you also have that fast speed control mode via the Gale Wings where you get the Tailwind set up straight away. So actually fascinating to see that Blood Moon there, clearly saying from Victor's side, right, what's better than a Garchomp and has been doing amazing and, you know, has been absolutely popping off usage stats? Blood Moon Ursaluna, go on, son, why not? Pop a Life Orb on it, Terra Normal, get rid of all your problems.
Yeah, Blood Moon Ursaluna doesn't mind Incineroar quite as much because it hits on its special side, and you get the added bonus of not being able to hit your teammates if you go for the Earthquake. But of course, Emmanuel is also running mostly a standard team, but he's also got that Paldean Tauros, which is not a Pokemon we see in Regulation H. We saw it right at the start of the format, running Mirror Herb up against something like a King Gambit or Annihilate. But in this instance, I'm really curious just to see how it performs on the team.
Yeah, and even running a Magmar too, which seems very similar to previous team compositions that we've observed sort of rise in population, and Michael Kelsch also rise in prominence. But yeah, talking about all these fantastic trainers and whatnot, we do have a bracket of the standings, or should I say just purely the standings themselves. I tried to time it perfectly, but unfortunately, production and I need to work on that a tiny bit. But yeah, like we've got 10 and 1 trainers. We no longer have undefeated ones. Yannick Otting rocking that representation for the German local scene.
And followed up with Luca Cherrybelly, who was just on stream. Also, Eduardo Cunha, who was also on stream yesterday, and 2 world champions. Eduardo running that sneaky Smeargle team. That's very tricky. Got a lot of really supportive movesets and helping all of its teammates, like that Golden Go boost up with the Nasty Plot, the Sneasel, the Swords Dance, and Ursaluna, if my memory recalls correctly, was the Calm Mind set. So a lot of setup and a very, very powerful team. And of course, the other not undefeated X and 1 player that we've had is Giuseppe Musical, also from Italy. A lot of very strong Italian players that we've got at this tournament.
Yeah, and we've seen Giuseppe rise in form over the past seasons, but in particular this one as well, where he just keeps on getting that consistency going, especially with that team composition, which is very alike and akin to Juan Salerno's LAIC finalist team, which obviously he had been rocking at previous events too. So Giuseppe, one of those trainers which has such a great skill in being able to identify when to play aggressive and when to sort of lean on board positioning play. And this team allows them to do both. And that's the beauty of it. There's just so much that you can cover with it, especially if you've got like that burst damage potential alongside the setup sweep, and then even 2 setup sweepers to boot. And you've got the good super fake up row stuff going on, and you know, you're fine.
Yeah, it's not hard to see why this kind of team is having so much success in tournaments. It's got a good mix and a good balance of offense and defense. You've got enough bulk to take out or to survive oncoming attacks and then dish them right back. And then there's the Dragonite on those team slots typically carries Tailwind, which means that you don't need to invest quite as much training into your speed and allow the Tailwind to double your speed, and then you can invest everything else into defenses or offenses. So not hard to see why that's such a strong team.
Yeah, truly, and that's sort of what you need to be able to lean on when it comes to such a diverse regulation, where the meta in of itself, it's not like there's only 4 good teams or 6. It's not as centralized. There's just so many great options and different modes that you can attach to different other modes in order to be able to build up maybe even a completely new team composition. But one of those trainers that we have been seeing rocking that Dondozo, Victor Jimenez, which we will be going and featuring soon, just being able to rely on the good old-fashioned 2-2-2 composition and have a variety of different modes at his whim.
Yeah, Victor's got a mostly offensive team with some defenses that Dondozo Tatsugiri, but we can see he's a very consistent player. Frankfurt Regionals top 16, that was just last month. And then Seville Special Championships top 4, EUIC top 32, Bochum Regionals top 4. So a lot of really strong finishes, proving that this is a player who can go the distance. And, you know, the best finish he's gone so far is a top 4, and I am sure he's aiming for that championship title and getting that automatic invite into the Pokemon World Championships.
Yeah, exactly that. And clearly rocking that Tatsugiri stretchy form as well. Maybe even could be alluding to the form in-game as a plushie. But regardless, Victor, like we said, has been able to hit a lot of great benchmarks in terms of the achievements over the past couple of seasons, and clearly just rising up slowly to the point where now he is 1 step away from locking himself into yet another top cut at a major event.
Yeah, the Frankfurt Regional was so recent as well. I wonder if he was running the same team or a variation of it, or if he made some adaptations based on how he went at Frankfurt. But a top 16 finish is an amazing finish. So I'm sure he's going to be aiming to go even further. But his opponent is going to be Emanuele Briganti, and he's not going to be making it easy for him. Emanuele is a regional champion. So let us take a look at Emanuele's player profile and look at that Grand Challenge Finals. That is a really I personally think those are more difficult than in-person events because it's closed team sheet and it's best of one.
I mean, I've got bias because I've been able to get a top 16 at one of them. So yeah, I'm going to completely agree with you there, Zoe. But no, in all honesty, the closed team sheet format, as well as all of the tricky little sort of tech moves as well as abilities that you can produce and your opponent isn't aware of it, I agree. The difficulty definitely gets escalated and it's a whole other board game. But showing that Emanuele has experience in being able to tackle both the best of 3 open team sheet at the best of 1 closed team sheet format is the true showing of a champion, of which we already know he is. He's been absolutely rising to prominence in the past couple of seasons as well. EUIC top 32, going on to getting the top 128 at Worlds. And then, of course, several months ago, Frankfurt regional champion. It was such a pleasure to be able to crown him as a champ. He was absolutely going through every single trainer in front of him to such great form that, you know, he was the deserved winner in my eyes.
Yeah, and Emanuele, of course, already has his Worlds invite. So at this point, he is just practicing for Worlds, you know, polishing up his skill set. And really interesting is that Emanuele is the Frankfurt regional champion, whereas his opponent, Victor, got to Frankfurt top 16, but they did not play at Frankfurt. So this is going to be a really interesting matchup because these two players, at least they haven't played each other in the most recent regionals. They may not be quite as familiar with each other's playstyles. And I just love seeing that kind of play come out from 2 top trainers, both with really strong finishes, but, you know, both maybe trying to scope each other out a bit before the match. So, yeah, this is going to be such a good game, and I am really, really excited. I'm also just really excited to just see Dondozo Tatsugiri on screen again and seeing Tatsugiri get chomped, and well, it's still in. It will come out eventually. Yes.
What it's going to be serving up. I feel a bit, I don't know, like I'm betraying Dondozo because we had the pin.
We did.
Yesterday,
I did talk you out of it, so okay, that's on me.
All right, cool. So we're going to blame it. Sorry, no, actually. Because we were thinking, oh, maybe we could do Tatsugiri combo now, and then we could, like, change the Tatsugiris and whatnot. But no, this is clearly one that we should have brought forward, but regardless, it will be very exciting to see, because Dondozo, like we said, has sort of been experiencing a bit of a null in terms of its appearance in the meta, because it is so well covered, especially, like, just the Dragonite set of its own with the loaded dice and haze already sort of makes things so difficult for it.
Yeah, it's really interesting because when I first saw that loaded dice Dragonite set with only Scale Shot as its move, I thought, it's completely, fairies are completely immune to it. If you're left with your Dragonite up against a fairy, then it's game over. But the utility of the Dragonite is not just to deal damage, it's also to support its teammates with Tailwind and with Haze. So in that respect, you can allow your teammates to deal that damage to the fairy types. Now, there have been times where, say, a Dragonite was left against a Whimsicott and then the player, unfortunately, didn't really have any options. But with good management, a lot of players can play around that. But we've also seen sometimes Dragonite running extreme speed and dropping Haze. Now, we don't know just yet what the sets will be. I think that the team sheets will be coming through to us very shortly. But this is going to be really interesting to see how our players have maybe adapted the more common Pokemon and allowed their own kind of streak and their own playstyles to shine through. And here we're going to see that is going to be Victor up on the screen right now, getting... Emanuele. Yep. I am face blind. I am very sorry.
That's completely fine. Yeah, Emanuele on the left-hand side, Victor on the right. Both our trainers are teeing up for their opportunity, their shot to be able to enter the top cut of this major event here in Stuttgart. It's going to be amazing. I am absolutely sure, especially when it comes to not only the trainers, but the teams that they will be bringing. Recap over our accomplished trainers. Emanuele, as we said, Frankfurt Regional Champ, World's Top 128, Grand Challenge finalist, the number 2-1 of this season. And Victor, recency as well is so strong with him getting that top 16 at Frankfurt. And like we said earlier on, they did not go up against each other at all in Frankfurt, but clearly fate had other words in mind of bringing them together now.
Wow, this is such a good matchup. And we see now Emanuele with that very unique Paldean Tauros clear amulet set. So this set just really wants to be immune to Incineroar. So close combat, Wave Crash, Aqua Jet. So a lot of really powerful offensive options. Paired also with Golden Go. And this is a grassy seed Golden Go. So a little bit more defensive with the Magma and the Ninetales, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and the Rillaboom. So a lot of great synergy there. The Rillaboom and Golden Go on the field at the same time. Rillaboom just go for the fake out, and then Golden Go, not only does it get that plus 2 defense boost, can also nasty plot.
Yeah, and the Blood Moon Ursaluna actually rocking a Covert Cloak as well.
Yeah, so completely immune to opposing fake outs, or maybe a cheeky, icy wind, speed drop, or maybe a special defense drop. So a lot of really unconventional options on a fairly conventional looking team. Magma also has Flame Body, so opposing Pokemon have to be very careful if they make contact in case of a 30% chance of a burn. And now our trainers are swapping their team sheets.
Yeah, and that's such a good call out as well. Vital Spirit is usually opted into in order to be able to forego and sort of sleep-inducing status moves. However, none are to be found over on Victor's side. Since there's no Yawn, there's no Spore, we've got pure hyper offense 2-2-2 composition. As we said, the Blood Moon Ursaluna is confirmed to be the Life Orb Terra Normal variant. Male Indeedee is the Focus Sash with a Protect and Fake Out, amazingly, in case there is any sort of terrain wars going on and you're able to prioritize getting that flinch opportunity.
That's not also the unconventional move. Look at the Talonflame with the Fire Spin.
Ooh, I missed that.
That is crazy. Talonflame, a very frail Pokemon, but Fire Spin is a move, not the most accurate, but if it lands, it traps your opponent on the field if you're also on the field at the same time. And this makes quite a lot of sense on a Dondozo Tatsugiri team, and you can trap your opponent on the team. Although, that being said, I don't believe it's possible to get Talonflame on a boosted Dondozo on the field at the same time. So maybe Talonflame might want to just trap the opponents in before it gets knocked out and then send in the Dondozo Tatsugiri.
Yeah, to sort of force a board position in favor of that Dondozo. So it'll be quite interesting to see how both of our trainers are thinking in terms of the matchup. Now, Zoe, if you were Emanuele, what would be your main focus? Would you try to bring a lead in order to counter the Dondozo straight away, or find a way to leave your Dondozo answer in the back?
That's a really good question. The Paldean Tauros with the Intimidate is going to be able to drop the attack of the Dondozo. So I think that is something that he's going to have to bring. Whether or not he leads with it or keeps it in the back is going to be, I think, something he might adjust to going into a game 2.
As we do have the confirmation of the leads from both of our trainers. Talonflame and the Blood Moon Ursaluna mode activated on Victor's side versus a Blood Moon of Emanuele's own, accompanied by the Ninetales.
Yeah, this Ninetales is going back a little bit more to the conventional Ninetales sets that we saw at the beginning of the game with the Aurora Veil. Now, it is Focus Sash, not a Light Clay, so the Aurora Veil turns won't last as long, but this could come in very helpful against the opposing Ursaluna, which is Life Orb, and can dish out huge amounts of damage. Ursaluna on Emanuele's team is holding a Covert Cloak, so it can't actually do quite as much damage, but it's got Blood Moon, Earth Power, and Vacuum Wave, so it doesn't actually have a spread move, which means that Emanuele, if he's anticipating maybe a Dondozo Tatsugiri switch in the back, he has to be very careful what the target is. But right now, the Talonflame looks like quite a nice target.
Yeah, and I think from Emanuele's side, it's probably a good opportunity to try to safeguard a Magma, which could potentially be in the back with that Clear Smog if you're wanting to be able to sort of limit that Dondozo's prowess. But you have to deal with this Terra Normal Blood Moon Ursaluna first, powered by the Tailwind, means it's going to be most likely the fastest thing on the field. Confirmed to be the case. Hyper Voice will be a spread damage of high amounts of power, bringing both the Ninetales and that Blood Moon Ursaluna down very, very low. However, Blizzard, in retaliation with the Blood Moon follow-up into the Talonflame, picks up the KO. We've got our first one of this game. However, Victor may have wanted this position because it's not necessarily that bad since you've got the speed advantage.
I agree. I think that was actually quite beneficial for Victor. Now that Talonflame has done its job of setting up the Tailwind, he's got the speed advantage. This Ursaluna, we saw how much damage that Life Orb Terra Normal Hyper Voice did, and now here comes another speedy Pokemon. It is going to be that Sneasler with Dire Claw, Close Combat, and Throat Chop. There's so many options this Sneasler can go for, and I don't even think it needs to attack the Ursaluna on Victor's side. Can just simply go for the Hyper Voice, and you know, Emmanuel does have Vacuum Wave on his Ursaluna, but I don't think that's going to knock out Victor's Ursaluna at this range.
Yeah, and the reveal of the Sneasler may imply there's no Dondozo in the back for Victor as well. Most likely going to be that male Ndidi and preserving the terrain wall for now, in case the Rillaboom's on the field. Vacuum Wave, not enough to pick up the KO. Dire Claw, the exact same onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna. No status being implied, but no need, as Hyper Voice will be able to finish up the job. And more so from Emanuele's Blood Moon there, the idea was just get as much chip as you can before you get felled by the very quick, very rapid Pokemon from Victor's side. And Blood Moon Ursaluna still able to survive for one additional turn, either getting knocked out from Emanuele's Pokemon or the Life Orb recoil.
Yeah, Victor's in quite a strong position here. He's knocked out Ursaluna, which is a very bulky Pokemon and a huge offensive threat. Now he's got this very healthy Sneasler on the field, threatening a super effective Dire Claw onto that Ninetales, and also really powerful Close Combats and Throat Chops. Now we do see Emanuele has a Magma on the field that he brought, which can be very useful in redirecting, but it looks like this turn he will be sending in that Rillaboom. So maybe wanting to get a bit of fake out support. But Victor could potentially have his Ndidi in the back to block that fake out and override the terrain. So there's a lot of options for Victor here. And Ursaluna only has one more attack left. So he should be very careful in picking what it is. But if he goes for the Blood Moon onto the Rillaboom and swaps in his Ndidi, I don't think that Rillaboom is going to be able to survive.
Yeah, it's going to have to just come down to the wire whether we're going to see a direct switch in or not from Victor's side. And at this point, Emanuele clearly respecting that potential, wants to try to lock into maybe a handy tech move knockoff from the Rillaboom from what we've seen, but the switch out is here and imminent.
Yeah, the switch out into the Ndidi, as he called out Costa earlier. That is the Ndidi hiding in the back, overriding the grassy terrain and blocking a potential fake out that comes out. And also activating the Psychic Seed on this Sneasler. So Sneasler now gets a +1 to its special defense. But Ninetales is also going to be recalled for Emanuele's final Pokemon, which is going to be that Magma.
Yeah, revealed, and maybe trying to fish out a burn via the Flame Body.
It's a poison.
It's a poison on the Magma via the Dire Claw, but will we have a retaliatory Flame Body? We do! Sneasler absolutely caught out there and now burned for its troubles, and the knockoff from Emanuele saying, hey, you know what? I'm gonna foresee the male Ndidi being brought in, and I'm gonna target straight down that slot, guarantee a KO onto the Blood Moon if for whatever reason, I don't know, it doesn't go for an attack at all. But regardless, the whole point here is so much momentum for Emanuele.
That's a great turn for Emanuele. He gets the Sneasler burn, which means the Sneasler is no longer an offensive threat. Now, it can be quite annoying with the Dire Claw. It could get a cheeky sleep on the Rillaboom. At this point, the Ndidi is also quite heavily crippled. It's got 1 HP, having brought down to its Focus Sash. But Victor does have still the Tailwind on his side, so Ndidi can go for a very, very powerful expanding force under the Psychic terrain. And Sneasler, you know, it is burned, but it can still dish out reasonable damage with Dire Claw, so it's not really too terrible of a turn, I would say.
Yeah, and it's not only the damage you're fishing for, it's the status as well, due to the secondary effect of Dire Claw. But we've got a Terrestrialization commit. It's going to be the Rillaboom into the fire typing, not wanting to essentially sacrifice that Ninetales in the back in order to be able to bring the Rillaboom back on the field with the grass terrain. Clearly the prioritization in the Emanuele side is a bit different right now. Wants to be able to survive a double up from both the Sneasler and the male Ndidi. With the Assault Vest, no status, it should be able to do so as Magma just try to bide its time with that Protect, make sure that that slot is not burnt. Rillaboom survives on 54 hit points. drum beating onto the Sneasler. Yes, it's not very effective, but what it does do is lower the speed of that Sneasler. So clearly trying to identify a bit of an additional win con from Emanuele's side.
Yeah, Sneasler now, of course, it still had the Unburden boost. So instead of being +2 speed, it's at +1 speed. So it's still a very, very speedy Pokemon. And this, I believe, is the final turn of Tailwind for Victor. So indeed, he still has the speed advantage. And in this range, I don't think, well, the Magma with the Eviolite could possibly survive the Expanding Force, but if there's a Sneasler double up, I'm not sure either the Magma or the Rillaboom can actually make it through this turn when you count the fact that there is poison damage also slowly ticking away from the Magma. So, you know, this Indeedee on 1 HP actually being quite a bit of a thorn on Emanuele's side.
Yeah, and it could have even been the case that Emanuele was anticipating a protect from that male Indeedee, since it does have it available to its arsenal of movesets there, accompanied by that Focus Sash, so it could have clearly just come...
Oh, double protect!
Oh, wow! Absolutely getting it, which is so crucial for Emanuele. Now, the question is, does the Diaclaw disrupt the Rillaboom? It does with that sleep. And the real question here is, I would say, where can you go from here? Oh, unfortunately, the Ribbon was actually confirmed to be able to move before the male Indeedee, which would have been quite crucial there, at least to be able to maybe target it down, not allow it to get the KO onto itself, which now is going to force Emanuele down to final 2 Pokemon. That Alolan Ninetales coming in as the turns of Snow are actually ticking down. Completely timed, I would say, to an extent, but then again, Emanuele has his back against the wall, especially with the poison counter ticking down the HP of that Magma.
What perfect timing for the Snow to end. But Ninetales is heavily damaged, and although it does get a defense boost from being an ice type in the Snow, and the Sneasler is burned, in that kind of range, I would even say the Diaclaw is still probably enough to take out the Ninetales. And Sneasler is at +1 speed, so it should still outspeed this Ninetales, which means that the Indeedee might be able to just then finish off the Magma, but oh, this is really tight.
Yeah, and I think Emanuele may feel forced to go for the follow me with the Magma in order to allow the Ninetales to move first ahead of the male Indeedee, as we would assume how they usually are trained in terms of speed, since they're both Focus Sash variants, is full investment to an extent into their speed.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because the Magma had it not... Ooh, but it's a helping hand.
Oh,
so
okay.
I think Victor is anticipating that follow me and recognizing, you know what, let's just give Sneasler as much of a boost as possible for this attack to come off.
Yeah, it's a full respect to the out of Emanuele at this point. Sure, getting a critical hit, but yeah, to be completely honest, I feel like the helping hand, because of how powerful even a burnt Sneasler is with the same type attack bonus, should be enough. But this will allow the Ninetales to go for the Blizzard, hoping to be able to get a critical hit on the Sneasler, which is not the case. But it does have Protect, however. You may be able to stall out and allow the Sneasler to go down to the burn. Maybe 1 or 2 turns. I feel like at that range, it looks like 2.
Yes.
Just barely, I'm not even sure.
I think Sneasler is either going to survive the turn with 1 HP
here we go.
or no HP. So let's take a look now. Is this Sneasler going to make it through this turn? The turn is almost finished playing itself through. Oh my goodness, this is so tight.
Yeah, it really is, and this may force Emanuele to have to rely on a double protect in order to get it through. Let's see, Sneasler.
Yes!
It does survive on what may even be 1 or 2 hit points remaining, and this will force Emanuele to most likely go for the double protect. This is your win con. You need to be able to ensure the Sneasler goes down for you to then be able to take out the Ursaluna in the following turn.
This is Emanuele's only move. It does not get the protect off, which means Victor Sneasler is going to be able to get a super effective Diaclaw off, knock out the Ninetales, and Victor takes game 1.
Yeah, and what was a back and forth between both of these well-accomplished trainers, and what a matchup as well. Victor not opting to bring the Dondozo Tatsugiri mode, started with the Talonflame, Blood Moon Ursaluna, you got speed control, you got burst damage, and then you got additional speed and burst damage in the back, so it's just full hyper offense. And Emanuele initially looked like was handling it well, but then started towards the mid-game scenario to peter off in terms of the immediate pressure he was able to exude onto Victor.
I think also both players got some quite good information on each other's teams because we saw the Rillaboom attempt to move before the Indeedee, but unfortunately, because they got put to sleep by the Diaclaw, it wasn't able to get an attack off. But now both players know that the Rillaboom is potentially, most likely, faster than the Indeedee, unless it was a speed tie.
Yeah, that could be the case, and we're going to have to find out. But for now, going into Game 2, what adaptations would you like to see from Emanuele?
Well, he had, I think, quite good Pokemon. He did get a little bit unlucky with the sleep tones, but the Magma, I think, was a very good pick in neutralizing the Sneasler. I almost wonder if Emanuele is going to read Victor maybe switching things up a little and leading with Dondozo Tatsugiri, and maybe he might want to bring his Tauros out to counter the Dondozo Tatsugiri. So there's a lot of options for both players, and that game was quite close. It could have gone either way. So I don't think there's a clear, decisive strategy for either player.
Yeah, and like you said, we're sort of entering the stage of mind game galore, where Victor can easily try to anticipate the sort of partially required switch up from Emanuele's side and just go for a complete different mode. And that's the beauty of the 2-2-2 composition, where you can immediately sort of gift and grand in terms of being able to switch things up. And let's see if that's going to be the case. Not for now with these two. And I'd say from the entire board in of itself, although Alola Ninetales is on the field, is going to be able to, once again, get a Blizzard off, but most crucially, Victor has speed control and burst damage available yet again.
Yeah, once again, we're in the exact same board positioning as that previous game, so both players could maybe think about switching it up. But for Victor, you know, that play of Tailwind and immediately going for the Terra Normal Hyper Voice from Blood Moon Ursaluna worked out really, really well. Whereas for Emanuele, he didn't do quite as much damage with the Blizzard last turn. So I wonder if that's something that he might want to switch up. But he did manage to knock down Victor's Ursaluna to such low health that it was in danger of knocking itself out from the life orb. But we're getting a turn 1 terrestrialization once again.
Yeah, I think you just want to be able to commit to getting rid of so much resource from the HP on Emanuele's side as possible, where you're forcing it to a point where the male Indeedee, in theory, or even the Sneasler could start sweeping up the tools and force Emanuele to lose their crucial Pokemon and retain terrain war prevalence in the game. But actually, Vacuum Wave being opted in from Emanuele's side, maybe trying to go for a sort of read there of anticipating the Blood Moon going into the covert-cloaked Blood Moon in of itself. But the Blizzard, not quite enough to pick up the KO, but actually chipped that Blood Moon over on Victor's side into Vacuum Wave range.
Yeah, now that Victor's Ursaluna is in range of the Vacuum Wave, if it decides to stay on the field and it gets targeted, it is going to be knocked out. That being said, there is a Talonflame on the other side, and you know, those Brave Birds are really going to hurt. And Emanuele's Ursaluna, I'm not sure if it is in range of getting knocked out from... actually, no, Talonflame does not have Brave Bird. It has Overheat, Fire Spin, and Will-O-Wisp. So, you know, the Ursaluna might actually be in range of... It's actually quite hard to say because Ursalunas are quite bulky, but I think Victor might want to think about protecting the Ursaluna this turn.
Yeah, I think it may be forced or try to go for a defensive play because it is definitely going to go down from this range because Vacuum Wave, the fact that it hits super effectively really changes up those calcs. And Rillaboom now actually being revealed, so Emanuele willing to risk the terrain sort of prominence and allow Victor to get their own sort of Indeedee onto the field in order to be able to forego this interaction, clearly identifying an opportunity. And Fire Spin will be revealed, and what a good catch from Victor's side. This means that the Rillaboom is locked in right now as long as the Talonflame remains on the field, and this is such an overwhelming board state for Victor right now.
This is a really good turn for Victor. The Rillaboom is trapped on the field, which gives Victor the space to swap in the Indeedee. Now, if the Talonflame does swap out for the Indeedee, Victor will lose the trapping effect, but at least for this turn, the Rillaboom can't do anything, and Victor can capitalize on that by going for the Blood Moon on that Rillaboom and eliminating it, and then he'll have this very healthy Indeedee that switches in, provided it does not get targeted. You know, there's just so many options for Victor right now, and this Rillaboom it has to be very, very careful about clicking that fake out, and same with the Ursaluna about clicking Vacuum Wave in case the Indeedee comes in.
Yeah, and it's sort of these little intricacies that are going to matter so much as Talonflame is going to be switching out. The sort of effect of the Fire Spin was the fact that Rillaboom cannot switch out either. Now, Psych Terrain on the field. Blood Moon Ursaluna, powered by the Tailwind, will be able to go for the Blood Moon, going into the Rillaboom in order to ensure the KO, and that Melindidi is going to be able to not have any sort of issues when it comes to the terrain battles and the activations. But this allows the Manuele's Blood Moon now to move. It is going to go for its own Blood Moon into the Melindidi, bring it down to its Focus Sash, but this is such a good spot for Victor. You've still got 1 or 2 turns of Tailwind remaining, and you got so much pressure on the board.
Yeah, the Victor's Indeedee on 1 HP can still exert huge pressure with the Expanding Force. Now, there is a little bit of a switch up from Emanuele bringing that Golden Go in. Unfortunately, because there is no more grassy terrain, the Golden Go will never get that defense boost. And it looks like Emanuele sending in that Ninetales, maybe wanting to just sacrifice it and allow it to stall out the Tailwind so that the Golden Go can come in. Or the Ninetales could potentially just protect and stall out this, I believe, the final turn of Tailwind for Victor. And then, then you have to hope that the Talonflame, if it comes in later, is faster than the Ninetales and can get a Tailwind up before. But Victor still has 1 unrevealed Pokemon, so a lot of options.
Yeah, I think the fact that Rillaboom's out of this game allows so much more room for Victor to be able to capitalize off of his mode, or even having the Sneasler in the back, having the Psychic Seed proc, ensuring that you're always going to be outspeeding all of Emanuele's Pokemon. But the Golden Go being revealed, we know it's Grassy Seed. It can't have its proc anymore due to the Rillaboom going down. However, in this scenario, it's more so brought in as a resistance. So even though Mind's Eye allows the Blood Moon Ursaluna's normal type moves to hit the Ghost types, Golden Go's second Steel typing, it allows it to essentially form a resist against it, allowing the Blood Moon Ursaluna to finally go down now, and Victor still has options in being able to bring in a fresh Pokemon.
I think at this point, the Ursaluna has done its job of chipping out all of Emanuele's Pokemon, removing that Rillaboom from the field. And because now Tailwind has ended this turn, the Talonflame has come in at the perfect time. Talonflame is naturally faster than the Ninetales, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it outspeed the Ninetales, maybe go for an attack onto it, or even set up the Tailwind, because we saw the Indeedee wasn't particularly fast and got outsped by the Rillaboom. Now, Indeedee does get a little bit warred by this Golden Go. Its only attack is a Psychic move, but Victor still has 1 final Pokemon in the back, and it's likely he might want to say, go for a Protect on Indeedee, set up the Tailwind, and then just let the final Pokemon come in and sweep.
Yeah, and at this point, I don't see a real reason why you don't just go for Tailwind and Expanding Force, allow the Indeedee to go down and just try to sweep with the, I'd say, most likely Sneasler in the back. And you've got a lot more room. You're at Psych Terrain for 3 more turns, and yeah, that might just be what we're seeing.
Yeah, the Tailwind now goes up. So once again, the Indeedee is going to be moving right after it with a super powerful Expanding Force, easily enough to get the knockout on Ninetales, and dishes out quite a bit of damage onto this Golden Go. Now, Golden Go is quite chipped, and it does allow Golden Go to get a super powerful Maker Rain, and that is not enough to get the knockout onto this Talonflame thanks to its Fire typing, which means now both our players will be down to their final Pokemon.
Yeah, and this is so tough for Emanuele. He's got below half HP Blood Moon Ursaluna coming in. Sneasler confirmed to be the 4th from Victor's side. And you've got so much, not only speed, but direct offensive pressure onto both of Emanuele's Pokemon. Sneasler does have Throat Chop if you want to target down the Golden Go, but at this point, you've got Overheat from the Talonflame. Packs a punch, not gonna lie, as long as it connects.
Yeah, the Golden Go is also thanks to the Maker Rain at -1 special attack. So this Sneasler is very comfortable in front of this Ursaluna, which can take super effective damage from close combat. But even if the Ursaluna goes for the Terra Water, it's not going to be able to survive. And now Talonflame is also quite a bit of a big offensive threat with also Overheat. So, I think at this point, Victor might want to just get rid of the Ursaluna and then focus on the Golden Go next.
Yeah, so Emanuele really hoping to be able to catch out Victor with one of the Terrestrializations, as they did still have it available. It's going to be the Golden Go going for the Dragon type, as opposed to what could have been the Ursaluna with the Water. What's going to be the focus here? Trying to go for a defensive play of the Ursaluna, ensuring that the Golden Go, if it's going to be able to move, it will be able to hopefully pick up a KO with the Shadow Ball. Close combat goes into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, only met with that Protect, as we said. Fire Spin, however, will connect on the Golden Go, deal chip damage over time, but can it survive from this Shadow Ball at -1 of its special attack? It cannot, and this gives a bit more breathing room for Emanuele with at least what seems to be a 2 versus 1, but there's still a couple of things to factor in.
Yeah, so the Golden Go is still at -1 special attack, so it's not going to be able to knock out the Sneasler in one hit unless it gets a critical hit with the Make It Rain. Now, because Ursaluna has already gone for the Protect last turn, it's probably not going to want to risk that Protect failing with a double Protect. So Sneasler very free now to go for that close combat onto the Ursaluna. And then once the Ursaluna has been dealt with, it will always have the speed advantage. It will just take one more close combat. But here we go. Here's the first close combat, knocking out this Ursaluna. And we have to see, is this Golden Go going to get a critical hit?
Yeah, it's going to really have to hope right now. Like you said, the close combat obviously brings it back down to neutral in terms of the special defense, but Make It Rain, single target, no critical hit, brings it down to half HP, and most likely would have been close. I can't say for a definite if it would have been enough, but Sneasler has the speed advantage, goes for the close combat, picks up the KO. Victor Jimenez has just clinched his position into the top cut.
Huge congratulations to Victor for what a well-played set. The expert way he piloted his Pokemon, and we also got to showcase Fire Spin Talonflame. That is a very, very unconventional move set on the Talonflame, but it actually proved its worth, especially in that second game, trapping the Rillaboom on the field. And Rillaboom, because he had the Assault Vest, it was not able to protect, and Victor capitalized on that fact and went for that Life Orb, Terra Normal Blood Moon onto the Ursaluna and knocked it clean off the field. And the Indeedee just had a field day after that.
It was sick, it was fire, it was amazing to see, and can confirm that, like you said, Talonflame Fire Spin, folks, it's in Top Cut here at the major event of Regulation Set H. And even though we saw the scenario from that game 1 there of the Sneasler being burnt, it was not enough because of the immense pressure and hyper-offensive strategy that Victor was able to implement with the Tailwind, with the setup. And in that game 2, the fact that Rillaboom was no longer in contention to remove the Psychic Terrain just meant there wasn't enough gas in the tank for Emanuele to be able to bring this back.
It just goes to show how strong of a core the Talonflame, Sneasler, Indeedee, and Ursaluna is. And I really like this team composition from Victor. The Dondozo Tatsugiri pairing is more, I think, more for those, you know, tricky defensive matchups where you just need that off defense. But then in most situations, Victor recognized that, you know what, let's go for the immediate offense. You saw Tailwind and then Hyper Voice Blood Moon, Hyper Voice from the Blood Moon Ursaluna with the Life Orb just dished out so much damage. And if that's going first, you're losing half your health, and then the next turn, you've got maybe you might be trapped on the field with that Talonflame, and the Ursaluna is also able to freely go for another Hyper Voice.
You're sort of forced into a weird pin, right? And that's the beauty of Male Indeedee, Sneasler being their own sort of mode, their core in a way, and being able to just essentially get smacked onto any sort of team composition, in all honesty. And it suits the 2-2-2 so well because all you need is just one pair and then into another and have sort of like dual modes of, like you said, the Tailwind and the Blood Moon Ursaluna, where they're able to synergize so nicely with the oppressive speed and damage output of that Male Indeedee and the Sneasler in the back. And yeah, it was just exquisitely played from Victor.
Precisely, and I'm sure we will all love to know Victor's thoughts as he won that game and as he secures himself a position in the top cut. So our interview is ready, so let's throw it over to the couch and hear from our Victor himself.
Hey!
Thanks you both. Victor, congratulations. The Victor, of course. Now, how are you feeling having just made it into Top Cut here at Stuttgart?
I don't want to lie, I'm extremely excited. I had very, very, very negative feelings before coming here to Stuttgart. I was testing a lot of different things, and until like 11 p.m. before the registration, I didn't choose the team. So I was like, I'm just going to register my comfort and hope it goes well. And luckily it went way, way better than I expected. So honestly, David, I'm very, very happy.
Yeah, there's definitely something in playing with comfort, isn't there? That you know how to play it. It seems like you've ran the same team at Lille, is that right?
Yes, and also in Frankfurt. I have been running basically this for all the regulation. In Frankfurt, we had another 2 different mons. We had Dragonite and Annihilate. But the concept is this for all the rec.
Yeah, you've switched it up now and you've got like some really interesting Pokemon. And we're going to talk about that team, right? Because there's a few little interesting things about it.
Yes.
That Firespin Talonflame, which we saw multiple times in that match, actually. Can you talk us a bit about why you've got that move?
When we tested we had for sure from Lille experience that we wanted a special Talon over physical Talon for the way this team plays. But we realized that Aerostat was not very clicked. And we identified that Talon, from the way this team pivots for Psychic Terrain, especially when you play the Dothless mode, this Fire Spin trapping key opponent pieces, especially now Relabon that is not having U-turn, can be really interesting. So we just said, okay, just put it. We didn't really test that more. Of course, I'm talking about we because I know the shoutouts are then, but I have to say thank you so much and so many times to my colleague of testing, Marcus Co. I'm sure he's now watching this, and that he was yesterday was his birthday, but he said, okay, I'm not gonna go out, I'm just gonna stay, I'm gonna help you to get through the tour because I want to see Dotho do a good last tour because we put a lot of effort on this team. So this is why I say we, because this victory is not only mine, it's his too. So yeah, we decided to put Fire Spin and it worked very good for all the tournament.
Wow,
I'm
amazing.
Happy, yes.
That's great to hear. Yeah, you've got a really nice network of teammates around you as well. Any other shout-outs that you'd like to give?
For sure. I want to shout out first my girlfriend because I'm very negative always before the tournaments, and having to just listen to me is very tiring. I don't know how can she support. And also I want to shout out to my friend of group here, Joan Perello, Marc Seguí and Jay Ballester. We came with me, we shared room, and we were supporting me till the end. So big shout out for them too, the whole Dotho gang.
Amazing to hear. Yeah. Victor, thank you so much for chatting with us. Hopefully we'll see you in Top Cut and hopefully again on the couch as well.
Okay, perfect.
Best of luck. We're going to get into Top Cut real soon now, folks. The action is hotting up, so do not go anywhere.
Thank you very much, David.
My name is Emanuele Briganti, and it feels amazing to be the winner of the event. I think in general, what helped me more was to try to risk a little bit when I felt like it. And as I did on the finals, the switching on Ninetales, for example, helped me win the game. No, there were so many because I faced so many great players. Actually, everyone I played didn't let me rest. So I had to think hard for every round. So if I had to tell you everything, it will take so much because everyone was so great. Key moments, I think not really, just because the level was so high until the final, and I'm gonna mention again that moment on Ninetales because it was like an hit or miss turn. If I get it, I'm pretty much win. If I don't, I have to play a game 3. Incredibly, it changed my whole life. Right now, my group of friends is just made of people who I met playing Pokemon, and I'm so glad for this. It gave me so many opportunities, even in real life. It even opened my view because, traveling and talking with people from different cultures teach me a lot on point of view from everyone. It just will help me remember that I have what it takes to achieve what I want, and I think it's the first step to start my journey into learning and hopefully become better and better. So I don't have a plan for the whole season, so I'll just be playing other tournaments based on my feelings. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be my last one. Also because, like I said, it's the first step to always get better and better. So if I just stop there, it's not gonna be a beginning or it's gonna be an end. So, like I said, since I want it to be a beginning, I will keep playing. One thing that helped me a lot is changing the approach on how we see the event. For example, I didn't have the expectation to win, I had the goal to win. But since I didn't have the expectation, I couldn't really feel bad if it went bad because I didn't have, like, that was not what I was thinking about. So for sure, always aim high, but don't let your result ruin your experience if it goes bad. Everyone has bad tournaments, so even the best.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. In every trainer's journey, luck plays a valuable role. But what is luck? At its core, VGC is a game of risk management.
The double flinch rock slide.
Assessing when it's worth it to take a risk for the chance of glory. This is the game we play.
And another flinch!
Knowing every turn there's a chance the game doesn't go your way. Commentator Adam Doricott had a favorite phrase that perfectly encapsulated luck in Pokemon. You've got to buy a ticket to win the raffle. Adam believed that luck leads to opportunity, and that opportunity can make for some of the most iconic moments in competitive Pokemon.
To knock out the Landorus. Oh, and a freeze!
Exactly. Kuno gets it.
Let's flash back to top 4 of the Salt Lake City Regional Championships in 2022. This was the first live event for Pokemon in over 2 years. With a new competitive format for the season and optimism all over the venue, Pokemon Sword and Shield was finally ready to take the spotlight. This was the first official event for the VGC Series 12 format, which allowed 2 restricted Pokemon per team. 2 of North America's best were vying for a spot in the finals. Joe Ugarte was a regional champion, known for succeeding with Sun teams. Groudon and Zacian were the restricted duo, but Gmax Charizard was the powerhouse of the team. Aaron Traylor, the Dallas regional champion, with over a decade of experience in VGC, was always willing to go for the unconventional play, like Dynamaxing his Whimsicott, doing anything necessary to win.
Both of these trainers here in Game 3, only one unfortunately can move on to the finals, and one of these guys is not going to be able to realize that dream.
In Game 3, with 3 Pokemon apiece, in a tale as old as time, Groudon versus Kyogre, the combination of Sun and Gastrodon hindered Aaron's Kyogre game plan.
Behemoth Blade, though, now into the Groudon. This is in the sun with the Salt Vest. It's not enough to take out the Groudon, so he will get 1 attack into Zacian, which will be enough to knock it out. Aaron is now down to his final 2 Pokemon here.
After losing his Zacian, Aaron would rely on Kartana, the Pokemon he Dynamaxed in all 3 games, to bring this game back to neutral.
Kartana, with the Max Airstream, takes out Groudon, so now Joe has lost his Dynamax Pokemon. It is 2-2 right now.
With Groudon knocked out, Aaron would need to KO Gastrodon if Kyogre had any chance of coming back in this game.
Aaron has to deal with the Gastrodon this turn.
Gastrodon is finally taken care of. He is down to his final Pokemon, the Pokemon that this team is really built around. Single target Water Spout, but it is in the sun, so it does not do a lot of damage. It's up to the Sacred Sword. Into Kartana, does take it out, and there it is. And it's down with this Kyogre, unfortunately, against Zacian.
Aaron's chances of winning were incredibly low, but not 0. And as luck would have it, Kyogre bought in for a chance to win the raffle.
The Kyogre has to
gotta go for double protect. He gets it! He gets the double protect! Aaron with a 30% chance protects his Kyogre, and the sun is gone. And if you want to keep using Play Rough, there's a 10% chance you won't even hit.
And the single target Origin Pulse does connect.
Finally, something going right for the Kyogre. Does bring Zacian down to under half. You know another one will knock it out. Oh my goodness! The 10% chance comes true. Kyogre nimbly dodging the Play Rough from the Zacian.
Aaron played to his outs, no matter how unlikely. The odds of getting a double protect, Origin Pulse hit, and a Play Rough miss were less than 3%. But now it was time for Kyogre to cash in.
But Joe, you've got to buy a ticket to win the raffle.
You sure do, Adam, and I think Aaron agrees with us. Water Spout with all that HP. Zacian is down, and Aaron Traylor is moving on to the finals here in Salt Lake City.
Kyogre wins the raffle, and Aaron Traylor proves that luck is a skill in VGC, so never give up as long as you have a chance. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Pokemon trainers, we have just finished our final Swiss round of the Stuttgart Regional Championships, and we will be progressing to the top cut next.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my goodness, the competition is so fierce and so ferocious at this stage.
Yep.
How are you feeling?
Excited. Pumped, hyped, on fire. No, not literally, but feeling on fire because we are absolutely... We've been treated. We've been treated to such great matches, and we've got more to come. Top 16 coming up very shortly. We've already known that everyone's putting out their stops in terms of the final regulation Set H format major event. Clearly, seeing Victor going and rocking that top cut placement with a fire spin Talonflame. So if you folks did not catch that or just miss it and you're just joining the stream, make sure to go and check that out as well on the side. Maybe do some parallel watching or streaming, who knows? But yeah, it was an absolute smacking affair of top-level world-class caliber players.
Yeah, I would have never thought of Fire Spin Talonflame. Such a frail Pokemon. You normally want to put those trapping moves on more defensive Pokemon. In the past, we've seen things like Whirlpool on a Politoed.
Hey,
and Politoed...
Past. It was literally last weekend, Zoe. What are you talking about?
That is in the past.
That is,
I am not wrong.
I got called out.
It was 7 days ago, but it was still in the past.
Fair enough.
But, you know, Politoed, for instance, usually rocks some move like that because it's so bulky. But then you look at Talonflame, it's like, oh, you just get knocked down one hit. Why? But we saw in that game exactly why it was on the field. It was just there to lock the opponent in just for one turn whilst the partner was able to deal with that problem.
Yeah, all could be done in just that one turn. It's just essentially completed its job by, like you said, enabling its partner Pokemon. But that was then. Of course, Victor has been able to clinch his way through into the top cut, but whilst we're trying to get everything prepared and ready, there we go. We've got another Who's That Pokemon
entries.
Pokédex entry.
We did quite well.
We did. Well, 1 out of 1. We
had 2, and then one, we guessed the correct one and then changed our minds. So
okay.
That's still a win.
Oh, yeah, we'll take that. So we've got a pseudo 2 out of 2. Right, you want to kick us off?
Okay, its body is draped in steel armor.
Corviknight, sorry.
It looks heavy, I agree.
Okay.
But you gotta wait for me to finish.
Sorry.
It looks heavy, but it can fly at speeds of up to 185 miles an hour.
Oh, wait,
and
that's insanely
quick. Well, you get
Wait, that's not
Corviknight Taxi, right? And
yeah, but 185 miles
when
an
you
hour.
play the game, you instantly travel to the next spot, right?
Don't implement game mechanics.
That's how it works. So clearly, Corviknights can fly at that speed. But the only other Pokemon I can think of is Skarmory. I like how we're on the same way.
We are. We gotta be.
But Skarmory isn't. Its Pokédex entry is always about how its wings are hard from the thorns on its nest. That one I remember. So
I think this is a fake out.
It's not Skarmory.
No. I think it's Celesteela. I think it's Celesteela.
You're
right.
Now you've just given production all the options to trick us, I feel like.
I was trying to think of all this thing. Oh, okay, cool. Thankfully, it's not Celesteela. Oh.
It's definitely not Metagross, right? Metagross is 4 Beldums. That's... Or something about it being a supercomputer.
But to be fair...
It doesn't have wings.
Yeah, but like, you know, goes up, like it folds its legs like a robot or something, and then it can fly.
I'm still going to go with Corviknight because Corviknight Taxi, and you can instant travel to any town by calling a Corviknight.
Okay, so Corviknight Taxi. I'm trying to think back to the Pokédex entry, the wording. 185 miles. Which one do you think is faster, Skarmory or Corviknight? Go.
Well,
which one?
In terms of in-game speed, it's the Metagross.
But what if you get a whiplash for all of the people with the Corviknight Taxi? Like, that might not be good.
So does Sizzle. Metagross is... You know, you could make an argument for Sizzle, but I don't think it's Sizzle.
Okay.
I'm...
What are you looking at?
Corviknight is my first instinct. I thought that when I read the entry, and so did you.
Yeah, true. Okay.
And if we somehow managed to trick the entire chat into Corviknight, it wasn't, I am very sorry.
Hey, it feels like a 50-50 though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to lock in with Corviknight, okay? Because like you said...
And no cheating by looking it up.
No cheating.
You gotta go off.
Yeah. We're watching you. Well, you're watching us. Who knows? But, you know... Oh, no!
But we did say Skarmory.
That's what I was saying. It's like the taxi. It's like, it's nice, smooth, right? It's not 185 miles per hour.
Pokédex entry says
that's insane.
Its wings are hard as steel from the thorns in its nest, which Okay, I must have gotten the other version exclusive.
No, we're robbed.
Pokédex entry.
I'm sorry. No, we were robbed. That was dirty.
I
that
agree.
was so
I
dirty
agree.
there.
Okay.
I'm just glad they didn't put Celesteela as well. Probably
I would have picked Celesteela if that turned up on screen. So.
It would have been amazing. Well, okay, 77% of you folks were able to get it
Congratulations.
right. So good for you. I mean, no, congrats.
I am definitely not salty.
No. So now we're 1-3 or a pseudo 2 out of 3. We got one final Pokédex entry,
Let's
right?
redeem ourselves this
Please,
time.
can we keep that consistent 50% rate going for us?
Yes, great.
Oh.
50% accuracy.
Yeah, you know, why not?
It's like a dynamic punch, right?
Can
Can we land the dynamic
or a
punch?
more accurate fissure? Who knows? Right. What's the next entry? Please.
Let's have a look.
Present the Pokédex entry.
This Pokemon is incredibly popular, Pikachu.
Okay.
Possibly because its passionate dancing is a great match with the temperament of Paldean people.
That's a hint.
It must be a Paldean Pokemon, right?
Why would you think that?
It's a Johto Pokemon.
No, you never know. What if it's like a cross-regional thing and they're trying to catch us
what
out?
Paldean Quackable?
Yeah, Crackerville. Crackerville dances, passionate dancing, great match with the temperament of the Paldean. Yeah, because it's passionate dancing.
Is there any other dancing Pokemon in Paldean?
So there's Flamigo, but I don't think
That's a garden ornament.
No, hey, don't be rude to my bird, okay? Or to David's bird.
I'm saying, no, I agree, but I almost got whited out by
No, but
Flamigo
it's
in
like
game,
the flamenco as well.
No, it's a garden ornament.
No, but the play on the name is both.
Okay, but I don't think it's Flamigo. Okay. But we can say Flamigo to...
There'll be 4 options.
To trick production to giving us that option.
Okay, cool,
I
yeah,
don't think it's Flamigo. It could be Oricorio, right? Because that is in the Paldean region. It's not a Paldean... It wasn't discovered in Paldea, but it's there.
Interesting. Okay, so we've got 3 options we're thinking of.
2, I don't believe in Flamigo. I
don't believe in Oricorio. You're right. Oricorio and Paldea.
You can catch it.
Yeah, you can catch it. Yeah, okay, all right. Well,
okay, well...
here
you know, Bellosum is a...
Okay.
Wait, Meloetta? There's not Meloetta. There's no way it's Meloetta, right? It cannot be.
Shouldn't be.
But it is in Kitakami. Oh, not Kitakami. In Blueberry Academy.
Yeah, and they did put the fire type Oricorio as well. Not the pump.
Well, see, I told you it definitely wasn't Flamigo.
I think your initial spot was right. I think it's Quaquaval.
Okay, shall we go with that?
Quaquaval. That's what I would personally go for. I don't agree with the Oricorio when there's a Quaquaval as an option.
Yeah, I just wonder if the popular with the Paldean people is like a trick.
Well, then we're just going to have to accept that production has been very cheeky.
Okay.
Very cheeky.
But I would like to, land my dynamic punch and get 50% accurate. Okay. Otherwise, it'll be more like a fissure.
I know what I'm locking in. What do you want to lock in? You want to lock in same or different? She's
I'm very tempted by the Meloetta.
Don't go down that path. Don't do that, Zoe.
Do you remember the little mini game you play where you have to spin around like 16 times to get the Meloetta to...
Paldean people!
Okay, wait, actually, no, that's not in Paldea. Okay, so, all right, you convinced me. Let's do Quackable. Quackable?
Quackable. I think. That could be. Okay. Don't quote me. But that should be it. Yes. All right, cool. That is our answer. What have you lovely folks been able to lock into? Let us find out as...
It's going to be, please let us be correct. Please. I would like to be correct.
I feel like that's an easier one versus the previous one. So this may be...
I mean, we did say Starbury.
But we said
we just didn't select it.
Yeah, we lost that 50-50. Hopefully we can win this 50-50. No!
I told you it was Oricorio.
No, I disagree.
Wouldn't believe.
I disagree.
Well, I agree.
I profoundly disagree.
I agreed with that. To be
Unbelievable.
fair, it was pretty 50.
I want to walk off now, but I can't. I'm full of stuff.
I can just gloat over the fact that I said Oricorio, and then you tricked me into not voting for Oricorio.
No, mate, that's incorrect.
So I take that victory.
No. I agree with the 51% of the people that went for Quaquaval as well. Good for you, lovely folks.
Thank you to the 43% who believed in me.
It's a lie,
and
I
did not believe in myself because Costa.
They forgot to put the IN in front of the text there. Incorrect. With a question mark.
No.
Maybe.
You are incorrect.
All right, fine. I'll have to take it. Okay, well, 43% of you
Congratulations on.
I can't say it.
Costa.
I can't say it. Good for you. Good for you.
Oh,
there you go. Us at our 51%, you know, we're chilling. But then there's the 4% of Meloetta and the 2% of Bellosum.
I mean,
good effort.
I was actually expecting more votes on Bellosum, but that was fun, and I hope to get better results next time.
Yeah. So
not have the accuracy of Fissure.
So unfortunately, I am the common denominator of the last two pairings I've been involved with, of only getting one answer and then getting everything else wrong.
Well, you've been convincing everyone of getting them wrong. Okay, to be fair, Gumi was not your fault. That was my fault.
I'll take that. All right, so enough of all the fun. We've got more fun, action-packed matches to be able to feature shortly. However, before then, we've got final Swiss standings. So we've got more optics on which trainers have been able to progress to the top cut. And I believe it is a total of 13 trainers that have been able to do that going into this final Regulation Set H major event.
Over 600 players participated in this event, and we are now just down to double digits of 13.
Oh, yeah.
That is a tremendous amount of competition that has been eliminated. So let us take a look at these 13 top trainers who have made it. Hey, it's going to be Giuseppe Musico, Luca Cherubelli, Michael Kelsch, Alex Gomez, Victor Jimenez, Yannick, my eyesight is failing me.
Yeah, me too.
Yannick Golding, Eduardo Cunha, Paul Hinter, Eric Rios, Vincent Allard, Francesco Magerno, Niels Dunlop, William Basilino, Tiote Masu, Sebastian Leo Lee, and Francesco Iozia.
Yeah, a great accolade of our trainers. Of course, the first 13 have been able to make their way through into Top Cut. Unfortunately, the final 3 were not, but Tiote Masu, I mean, happy with the top 16 wrap-up in terms of achievement. Coming off the back of a top 4 at Latin American International Championships, I don't think it's going to flinch him that much.
Yeah, he's already got a pretty good...
Got an invite!
Yeah.
He's here for the NAIC qualification period as well, yeah.
Maybe some booster packs.
Hey, which definitely will be getting. But no, Giuseppe leading the board with who has been able to get in there, followed suit by the world champ of 2024, Luca Cherubelli. And yeah, there's still the 2 last remaining trainers, which also, coincidentally, are Italian, to have 1 loss only and 11 wins. So absolutely on fire. But then our top local representative, Michael Kelsch, remaining in with that 3rd placement at the moment going into Top Cut. Not surprised, but absolutely excited.
Yeah, Michael took a little break from the game, but he came back as strong as ever and proving why he's one of the top trainers in the world. I was so impressed by his back-to-back World's Top Cut finishes. That is an incredible achievement. And here he is, time and again, every tournament he turns up to, he just manages to place so far. I still remember when he managed to defend, it was Gdansk.
It was Stockholm.
Stockholm. One of those.
Yeah,
and it's
last season.
Wow, that is an incredible achievement.
Yeah.
Very few players. I believe that's the only...
At least EU-wise, I believe there was. I think there was a Joe Ugarte that was able to do that as well. Over across the pond, but you're right. Back-to-back, 2-peat. I would say just accomplishments of being able to be crowned that Stockholm Regional Champ, which is an amazing feat, of course, looking to try to expand the accolades available to himself, but followed by Alex Gomez, our North America International Champion of 24. Striving with a very interesting team as well in being able to go all the way through. Not surprised to see him there either.
Yeah, we featured him on stream yesterday. He had such a dominant finish, just getting the perfect reads turn after turn, making those flawless plays and proving to us exactly why he's an NAIC champion. Yep. You can see, 2 Germans still in Top Cut, so 2 of them are going to be fighting for that home title and keeping the regional championship title in Germany. We can see, I think we were talking about earlier how our previous 3 EU regional champions have been Italians.
Yes.
And there are quite a few Italians in the top 13.
Who would have thought?
Is this regional going to another Italian?
Potentially. They do have quite a few representatives there. I think, if I'm not mistaken, like 4 to 5. Technically speaking, they've got some good odds in favor of them, but at the same time, the rest of the trainers may have something to say from all of the other regions. And Niels Dunlop, previous the EU IC champ from the 2024 season. We were able to feature him earlier on this morning. Is still in the run. So even though he wasn't able to best Luca Cherubelli, he was saying, right, I need to lock in. And that is exactly what I'm going to do, and that's exactly what he did. And he has been able to get himself into that top cut. Still, now entering the knockout stage of the tournament. There's no sort of Swiss elements that are in favor right now. It's a win and in every single stage until you are crowned the champion of the 2026 Stuttgart Regional Championships.
And of course, I believe the trainers with an X and 1 record should be getting a bye this round. Because they, of course, because of their excellent record, they don't need to play for the top 8, or they're already in the top 8, essentially.
Yeah, maybe just based off of how many numbers we've got in terms of the top cut, final number of trainers that have been able to come out. So as we said, there are 13 of those trainers. However, as we will be still trying to get everything sorted out for you lovely folks and allow the tournament staff to do their thing and get everybody pumped and ready in terms of being able to tackle the top cut, we are going to give you lovely folks a tiny bit of a refreshment opportunity.
Grab your cookies.
Have your cookies. Stock up, because we are also going to be doing the same. Maybe able to feature our own cookies. Who knows? I'll maybe try to go and search.
There's a cookie here.
Hey, oh my lord, I just missed that. But no, we will let you folks have a moment. We'll have a moment, and we'll be back with our first match of Top Cut.
It's a lot of practice and getting a lot of games in with your team, feeling comfortable with it, and it really helps to have people alongside you to help with the team building and also helping you get more games in so you know what to play when.
So I scrim with my teammates and then as well with my friends. I think it's really good to be comfortable with the team that you're using and the individual Pokemon as well, so your understanding of the matchups and how you can capitalize off of each of their, I guess, specialties and typings.
You just need to put a lot of effort in it and work and like do a lot of practicing to get better, and when you get better you just keep competing and then you get even better and you could win regionals or worlds. So yeah.
So I like to work with my team building group here in SoCal and really have a good time just iterating back and forth with them, and I like to use mons that I'm comfortable with, and so building 6 and running through them to make sure I know my matchups into everything that I could face at a tournament, or expect to anyway.
I think one of the biggest things to prep for upcoming tournaments is doing practice tournaments. So servers like Flash tournaments, Inadequance has a server called Candle Cults where he hosts practice tournaments, and getting into the rhythm of show 6 pick 3, which is really, really different from GBL where you only have 3 Pokemon to choose from. Having 6 potential choices, it means you have 180 different combinations of Pokemon that you can bring to the table. So getting that practice against other players playing that same format is so critical. And then I like to adjust my team based on which teams of 6 that I see. So that's how I like to prepare.
And giving Luca a huge lead in this game 3.
Luca was a little bit disappointed.
It's going to be enough to take down the Mariah.
I love the way Luca was able to pivot this in here. And the on. What's it gonna be?
Luca Cherubelli.
Cherubelli, become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
Luca Cherubelli is your 2024 Masters Division Pokemon Video Game World Champion. But just how did he get to that hallowed position? Charlie Merriman here, trainers, to take you through Luca's path to the peak. He attended his very first competitive Pokemon event in 2017, finishing with a respectable 4 wins and 3 losses. But what mattered far more to Luca was the firm friends he made within the passionate Italian VG community. Helping each other and building up experience at local events, just 9 months later, Luca claimed his first title as the 2017 Turin Special Events Champion. However, there followed a run of disappointing results, and Luca was frustrated not to be doing himself justice. In fact, he was even on the verge of quitting Pokemon VG altogether. But having qualified for the 2022 World Championships in London, he decided to give it one last shot. And out of the 300 best trainers in the world, he finished 36th. Luca Cherubelli was back. Worlds 2023 in Yokohama showed Luca how the standards he held himself to in had shifted. He was pleased to reach day 2 again, but was hungry for more. Similarly, at the Europe International Championships the following year, he went all the way to top cut, but still knew he could do better, proved to himself that he could indeed be the very best. At Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii, he took the tournament one game at a time, until all of a sudden he found himself in the grand finals against Yuta Ishigaki from Japan. The night before, Luca went out for dinner with his friends to take his mind off it all, paving the way for a good night's sleep and focused preparation on the big day. Identifying that his trusty Miraidon's Draco Meteor hit nearly all of his opponent's team for good damage, Luca won Game 1, but Game 2 went to Yuta. It all came down to one final battle. And with Miraidon supported by Luca's favourite Pokémon, Half-Flame Mask Ogerpon, Luca Cherubelli secured his spot in history. The first thing Luca did after winning? Rush into the arms of the friends who made attending events so special, that helped each other improve and grow, that was such a crucial factor in Luca becoming world champion. After all, in the phrase we all know so well, you teach me, and I'll teach you. As for what's next for Luca, well, in his own words, I'm not letting winning worlds be a hindrance to my growth as a player. I'm not just hiding behind, I won the world championships. Trainers, the best is yet to come. Want to walk your own victory road? Head to Pokemon.com/play. Who knows? It could be your first step towards becoming our new world champion.
Here we go. We are now going to be entering the top cut. Very shortly, I am Costa, this is Zoe, and we have been so proud of being able to feature all of these fantastic matches across the entire weekend here for the 2026 Pokémon Stuttgart Regional Championships.
The day always gets more and more exciting as it progresses because we get less and less players, the stakes become even higher and the level of play just rises. But then when we look back through early in the day, we already had so many top quality trainers and it can only get better from here. So I am so excited to be seeing our top cut matches coming up very shortly.
Yes, that is indeed the case. As we said, these are the final trainers that have been able to come out on top above all others. 13 were the trusty masters that we are looking to try to get so much more passion from going into these final stages of the tournament. They all are vying for the title. We do have a bracket in order to be able to break it down a bit more better, get more optics on the pathways of which each of our masters need to follow and successfully overcome in order to progress to the next stage. We've got top 8, we've got the top 4, and of course, the finals.
Oh, let's take a look now at the bracket, at our players and their journeys throughout this tournament. We can see now we do have, actually 3 players getting a bye. So Michael Kausch, Luca Cherubelli and Giuseppe Musical are automatically in the top 8. Meanwhile, our other players, Paul Hinter will be up against Eric Rios and Victor Jimenez versus Neil Dunlop, William Basilino versus Alex Gomez. Oh my goodness, all these names. Francesco Magona versus Yannick Oting and Eduardo Cunha versus Vincent Allard.
Yeah, we've got multi-regional champions
all of these are notable matches.
Yeah,
Like,
truly. We've got multiple international champions, finalists, as well as world champions. So what high caliber play we will be seeing in this top cut. It's sort of the point where sometimes you think, oh, there could be some events that may not have as big of an attendance or whatnot, but genuinely every single EU major event that I have seen throughout this season always has such top quality in terms of the level of experience of all the trainers, whether they're still newcomers that have risen to success very quickly or the old veterans sort of putting their hat back into the ring. We've just been absolutely treated, and I'm here all for it.
Yeah, every round of stream yesterday and today, we've been able to feature such top quality trainers, and it is such a pleasure to watch the stream and just know that at whatever point you choose to sit in on and tune in on, it's just going to be really high and really consistent quality of play throughout. And now there is Michael Kelsch, so German representation in the top 8, definitely trying to go for that regional championship and also keep the championship title in the home country of Germany here in Stuttgart. So
yes, exactly, because the last season we did see Eden Bachelor nab up the title, so it did belong to the UK, and there is no Eden Bachelor on this bracket, but huge congrats for last season. However, we are gonna confirm have a new champion of Stuttgart here. Just being decided in several hours from now, Zoe, which is absolutely exciting. And we've got such a vast array of trainers with interesting teams. And I do want to call out William Basilino and Alex Gomez as a matchup that we've seen them go up against each other at the highest of levels when it came to last season's regionals.
Oh, I absolutely agree. So these players have already played each other. They know each other's play styles. So the question is, when they come to face each other next, are they going to, try and get the read on the read? We've seen time and again a lot of these top players, because they know each other's play styles, they may make some strange plays that don't really make sense to us watching, but when you analyze and break down the fact that they've seen each other play before, they're actually reading the reading of the read, and at that point, how many levels of reading are you going into?
Yeah.
And I'm also looking down the bracket there. So Luca Cheribellis has got a bye. He'll be up against Eduardo Cunha or Vincent Allard, and potentially this could be 2 world champions duking it out.
Yeah.
That
in just the top 8
fire match.
In just the top 8 potentially, but which is already incredible in of itself. But yeah, we've already covered a bit of the notable matches there. We will be featuring only one of them at this current time in terms of the top 16 stage. So that will be Yannick Otting versus Francesco Maggiorno.
Snow versus Sun. Francesco rocking that Joseph Ugarte jump off Sun team. Oh no, wait, is that Marco Silva Sun team, not Joseph Ugarte?
Correct, yes.
I'm getting my Sun teams mixed up. That's the Marco Silva hyper offense Sun team. Got triple fire, but does so much damage in and outside of Trick Room and Tailwind. But not to mention, there's also Paul Hinter versus Eric Rios with that really amazing Smeargle set. And
yeah, opposed to last weekend where we saw the mouse hold in that Smeargle slot, and we did have a discussion with Eric yesterday, sort of highlighting the additional utility that Smeargle brings.
There's also another Smeargle on Eduardo Cunha's team up against Vincent Allard, and of course William Basilino versus Alex Gomez. These matches are so hype. Look at that little Gastrodon, the lone
Correct Gastrodon, from what I can see.
All I'm saying is, I don't mind which color they are. I like both the pink and the green. So I'll leave you and Lou to, debate over what's the...
There's no discussion. We are seeing the correct Gastrodon in top 16.
I feel like I have to help Lou here and step in her place.
I'm not holding back. Not today. Not anymore. But no, these trainers are just such well accomplished going into the major event. This is sort of the opportunity for you to be able to absolutely whip out all of those tech pieces like we were talking about there, jokingly, but seriously, the Gastrodon Storm Drain is such a great way to be able to essentially nullify and get boosts from all the rain compositions that have been going around while still having a ground typing, which is so crucial, as well as, access to utility tools such as Yawn, for example, and Protect.
Do you know what I'm very happy about?
What?
There is a common denominator between all 4 of our notable matches.
Give it to me. Come on.
Weather. The snow, the sand, the sun, hard trick room, and we're going to see a snow versus sun matchup.
Valid.
I am so happy. This entire weekend, I've been really rooting for weather wars, and I've been treated to it almost every round. So I'm so happy about the entire tournament.
Yeah, and for good reason as well. But there were other Pokemon there that I think deserve a bit of a call out as well. A spotlight, should I say. And I'm going to have to say it. King Gambit is now considered a niche Pokemon, I would say, versus the average meta from what we see. We don't see it pop up in the usage stats anymore. It's such a powerful Pokemon, having access to Defiant, and there is the additional abilities of Supreme Overlord and Pressure, but they're primarily not used. Maybe Supreme Overlord in certain scenarios, but Defiant is just so strong going into this meta where there's so many Incineroars as well as stat drop potential Pokemon on the other side of the field.
King Gambit's got a really great stat spread. It's got really high attack and defense, and it's a fairly slow Pokemon. So you might want to think about maybe using it on Trick Room, but because it gets access to one of the strongest priority moves in the game in Sucker Punch, it actually doesn't really need to worry about the speed as much. And because of that useful Defiant ability, you actually want your opponent to switch in their Intimidate Pokemon like the Incineroar, which is the most popular Pokemon in the format.
Yeah, exactly, and you're able to profit off of it if there's any sort of like speed control elements of like Icy Wind on the other side of the field, or even Struggle Block that we've seen Volcarona starting to rock. You can like do a force switch in there where your opponent's not anticipating it, and all of a sudden you got a +2 King Gambit, which is just absolutely wanting to wreak havoc with its Kowtow Cleaves, Sucker Punches. Black Glasses tend to be a very popular item when it comes to the set that they run with Swords Dance, but also there's the Assault Vest variant, so there's a lot of ways for you to be able to run a King Gambit, but you need to be able to find a good spot for it in the current meta to make it make sense. But I genuinely feel like King Gambit always has a place.
Yeah, I think the reason why it's not as popular in this current meta is because there's a lot of really popular Fire-type Pokemon. Now, the most popular Fire type I think of this weekend that we've seen so far is a Hisuian Typhlosion, but there is another starter Pokemon that's also really powerful and is incredibly powered up by the sun, and that is the Charizard, the lone Charizard we've got in Top Cut, and it deals so much damage with solar power and choice specs in the sun. Heatwave can just one-hit KO Pokemon through resistances.
Yeah, it sort of like removes the interaction of there being a resistance after you hit a certain threshold of different multipliers at hand. Choice specs, we've got the Sun, we've got the potential Terrafire. They mostly do run Terra Ghost in order to sort of be immune to the flinches, as we've seen Marco Silva be able to do, and that seems to be the team that Francesco in Top Cut is rocking as well. But like you said, solar power is so powerful and amplifies the amount of multipliers when you've got like a Torkoal on the side with Helping Hand too.
Yeah, I remember last year on stream, Marco Silva had this Charizard in the sun setup. He just went for the Heat Wave and just removed the Porygon 2 and Ursaluna from full health on the field. I was like, oh, okay. This is how this turn's going to play out.
Yeah, and I mean, it's sort of to the point where it feels unfair. It really does. I say this clearly having experienced it myself, and that's sort of why I leaned into the Dax Bun. I'm like, hey, you know, what's a great way to get around all of the suppressive fire damage, whether through a Typhlosion, Hisuian, or Charizard? Just an immunity, find an immunity. Flash fire, maybe, but another great thing about the Marco Silva sort of team composition is how you have a very crucial piece to that team, the enabler, the activator, the jump bluff. It has Tailwind, it has redirection. It's got great ways for you to be able to essentially disrupt your opponent if you opt to go for the Sleep Powder move, 75% accurate of the time. Great move.
Jumpluff already has really high base speed. Paired up with Chlorophyll in the sun, it will just outspeed almost everything. And because of its grass typing, it's also immune to Spore. It also has fantastic utility in Tailwind, Encore, Sunny Day. So you can set up your own weather and power up your own Chlorophyll. Because Jumpluff being so fast, it's actually most likely to go before the opponent anyway, outside of the Chlorophyll. And then you've got Rage Powder and Sleep Powder. Maybe not the most, accurate move, but sometimes when you're in that situation where you just need to land that sleep to win the game, that 75 25% chance is still fairly high. It's higher than 50%, you know.
I wish I could say the same myself. I've been using Historian Lilligant over the past couple of events when I participated, and yeah, let's just say luck wasn't on my side. But it's there as an out. You shouldn't have to feel like you need to press it all the time. You need to be able to position your board where you have to click it, as opposed to, you know, like having the choice, because there will always be more optimal plays for you to be able to do. You just need to be able to identify it and prep in advance to be able to flowchart the different scenarios. But yeah, it's an out if you need it.
Yeah, and Jump Off also, you don't need to click the Sleep Powder. You can also click the other support moves like Rage Powder and Encore. And Encore, as we all know, is a really disrupting move that forces your opponent to use the last move that they locked into. And it's most commonly seen in Regulation H on Whimsycots and Alolan Ninetales, but on a Jump Off, it can also be really useful because of how fast it is. And because it's not a prankster Pokemon, Dark types are not immune to it, so Incineroar has to really think about clicking a Fake Out in front of an Encore Jump Off.
Yeah, exactly, and then usually that team as well may have knockoff available via the Incineroar too, so you could be seeing scenarios where you need to get rid of safety goggle users on the other side of the field. But regardless, we will have our two trainers we're going to be featuring for the first match of Top Cut. It's going to be Yannick Otting on the left versus Francesco Maggiorno on the right.
Yeah, two very high-quality players, having made it so far into this tournament of already a really stacked weekend. We can see their accomplishments up on the screen very, very shortly, but right now they are just getting ready and settled into their match. And we can see, it's quite nice to see both players are quite relaxed. It just goes to show that they are no strangers to the stage. They've been featured over many, many times in the past, and they know, what it's like to perform on the world stage. A lot of maybe a first-timer might be a little bit more nervous about, having the camera on you and so many eyes, but these players are experienced. They know what they're doing. I am curious whether they've played each other before during the tournament and whether or not, they can use that information to go up against each other. But at this stage of the tournament, it's single elimination. They have to win if they wish to progress.
Yeah, exactly. Yannick on the left, one of the remaining representatives of the local German region, going up against Francesco of the Italian. And this is going to be a multi-layered battle. Not only personal, not only individual. It's also going to be region stakes right now. You want to be able to best represent your local side as much as you can. You've already, made them proud for reaching this section of the tournament in what has been such a stacked one at that, the final major event of Regulation Set H. So both of our trainers trying to get in the zone, trying to compose themselves. And this is going to be tough. There's a lot on the line for this right now. You can progress potentially into the top 8. Things change. The CP awards change. The monetary prize awards do as well.
Yeah, Yannick up on the left there. Stuttgart Regional Top 128. This was just last year, and he has already surpassed that just this weekend. And also, Lille Regionals Top 128, Stuttgart Regionals Top 32. So this is an event that he's been to multiple times, and I'm sure he would absolutely love to win the title for the home crowd. And also, Turin Special Championships Top 64. And his opponent, Francesco Maggiorno, on the other side, Frankfurt Regionals Top 32. That was just last month. So a very recent achievement and a very fantastic one at that. Also, the Bologna top, I think that was 128 before the screen slipped away from me there. But both of our trainers having such amazing teams. We've got Yannick on the left with that Incineroar, Basculegion, that King Gambit, which is now a little bit more niche, and the Sneasler, Ninetales, and Rillaboom. So quite a bulky team overall. Quite a nice Firewater Grass core. You haven't quite got the Dragon Steel Fairy core, but you do have a Steel type and a Fairy type.
Yeah, and that's, I'd say, crucial when it goes up to most of the matchups, but it's going to be quite interesting to see how it plays into the Marco Sun team composition. There could be a case of trying to capitalize off of a Sneasler, but at the same time, you need to be very respectful of Trick Room from the other side of the field. However, great ways to be able to tackle what we've seen has been a really good adaptation with the Basculegion, no pun intended, of having it as a solo sweeper. And we saw Simona Sanvita do really well in winning Gdansk Regional Championships.
Yeah, and Francesco on the other side, rocking that Marco Silva hyper offense Sun team. This is a team that I have tried in the past, and it's very, very difficult to utilize because the Charizard is so frail. But if you can get it into a position where it's able to start firing off those really powerful heat waves, you can literally just melt your opponents away. You're supported by that Torkoal, that Incineroar, that Jumpluff, and then you've got that Porygon 2 and the regular Ursaluna form, which is no longer quite as popular compared to the Blood Moon Ursaluna that we've seen all weekend.
Yeah, definitely not. However, when it comes to this team composition, it is an absolute beast of damage output. You just need to make sure that you position it quite nicely. But the beauty of it is that you've got the tail room dynamics. It's trained to be at a certain speed where you can capitalize off of both Tailwind as well as Trick Room. So there could even be a case of a speed interaction that you need to be wary of when it comes to the King Gambit if it doesn't have investment over on Yannick's side going into this matchup. And that's going to have to be a question that Francesco's going to have to ask to himself. Which mode do you go for?
This is such an explosive turn. I feel like Yannick is almost forced to bring the Ninetales to shut down the Sun, but do you really want to bring an Ice type up against the two Fire types?
Yeah, that's going to be a tough ask to make as both of our trainers are getting into the match. This will decide if they're going to progress to the top 8. We've got Francesco on the right-hand side with the Porygon 2 and the Torkoal, which is an eject pack variant, as well as Yannick now bringing the Sneasler, getting that Grassy Seed proc, already allowing it to outspeed everything over on Francesco's side of the field, whilst being able to have a +1 in its defense. And at the moment, Francesco's Porygon 2 did get that download boost. It went up to +1 special attack.
Did indeed. So that Porygon 2 is now going to be hitting quite hard. And Francesco leading with the Torkoal Porygon 2 kind of might want to indicate he might maybe want to set up a Trick Room. Now the Torkoal can just instantly go for the overheat and then eject pack itself out of there and get that Ursaluna in all for free, because Torkoal is so slow, it's guaranteed to go last. But of course, there is a Rillaboom with Fake Out on Yannick's side, which can be very, very disruptive and just shut down Francesco's Pokemon for one turn. Now this Sneasler this Sneasler does not have a setup, but it is, the defense boost isn't quite as useful just yet, but it looks like Acrobatics just going off immediately onto the Porygon 2.
Maybe anticipating the Terra fighting commit there, hoping to try to pick up a KO. Not enough, because Porygon 2, as we know, is so bulky, but this is a free eruption. KO onto the Rillaboom. Sneasler brought down to 6 hit points, but so much momentum already in Francesco's favor as Trick Room now set up. And we've got an interesting scenario. I think we're just talking about now, Zoe, that the eject pack overheat could allow the Ursaluna to come in, but do you really need that? The Torkoal is actually in prime position to start trying to sweep.
What a fantastic read on Francesco's side. That Torkoal got a completely free eruption off. And now Trick Room has been set up. It is the slowest Pokemon on the field, which means it will be moving first in Trick Room. But of course, Yannick did bring his King Gambit, which has priority Sucker Punch. And if the Torkoal chooses to go for the eruption and it gets hit by the Sucker Punch, the base power of the eruption will be reduced. But at this point, I would say Francesco is still free to go for another eruption. That will knock out the Sneasler in this range and still deal huge damage to the King Gambit. Now, King Gambit is Terra Fire, so you might want to think about doing that, but then you haven't seen Francesco's final Pokemon. What if there's an Ursaluna hiding in the back?
Yeah, that's very true, and we don't even know if there's a jump up for redirection potential, which could prove to be a bit disruptive for King Gambit Terra Fire if it does go for that Sword Stance setup.
Oh, very nice. It's going to swap out.
Yes, that's such a great interaction. They're forcing the switch out of the Torkoal, capitalizing off of that eject pack being available. So great way to be able to at least hopefully try to maybe get a cheeky, not KO, but deal enough damage to put it within range.
Yeah, but the Ursaluna now gets a great turn, stopping King Gambit, going for the Protect, just trying to keep itself safe from potentially a move coming off from this Porygon, which is Terra Fighting and could have gone for, say, a Terra Blast onto the King Gambit. But now, Ursaluna gets in for free. It is not intimidated. Guts Boost is now active and is facing up against a Steel type and a Fire type. Only one of these can Terrastallize out. In fact, King Gambit being Terra Fire can't actually Terrastallize out of it. And you can Sucker Punch the Ursaluna, but that's not going to be knocked out in one hit. So Francesco in a very comfortable position here.
Yeah, I would have liked if Yannick went a bit more on the offensive there, as Francesco had a lot more room to be able to sort of make an adaptation in anticipation of Yannick's defensive play, which we did see, but this is going to be tricky right now. Terra, Fire, King Gambit, sure, you're going to be able to resist any sort of Fire-type moves, but there's an Ursaluna on the other side of the field. It is terrestrializing into the Ghost Terra. It means it's going to be... Oh, no, it's not. It's actually the Porygon 2 going for the Terra fighting, maybe trying to anticipate the obvious fake out into the Ursaluna.
Yeah, Porygon 2 going for that Terra fighting means that it's going to go for an attack. But first, fake out goes off into the Ursaluna, buying it one turn for the King Gambit to set up a Swords Dance.
Oh, wow.
So King Gambit is now at +2 attack. Meanwhile, the Porygon 2 uses Terra Blast onto the King Gambit, which is no longer super effective. And King Gambit actually doesn't really take that very well.
No, it doesn't because of the download boost. But the most important thing here is Yannick was able to get away with the Swords Dance being set up and Terra Fire committing in front of an Ursaluna that could have easily have gone for a Terra Ghost, sort of meeting Francesco at eye level, saying, right, you're going to try to anticipate me going for the obvious read, but I'm going to catch you out in your adaptation.
Yeah, now the Ursaluna, it's still quite free. I would say, in Francesco's position, he could go for the Earthquake on the Ursaluna. That's going to do huge damage to King Gambit. Of course, he would be hitting his own partner, Porygon 2, but Porygon 2 might even stop. But the counter free comes up before the Ursaluna, and Ursaluna hangs on and allows the Porygon 2 to get a Terra Blast off.
Yeah, such a crucial survival there. Terra Blast isn't enough to pick up the game for the range. It is! And all of a sudden, the King Gambit you have invested so many resources into has been knocked out. We got confirmation it is the slowest thing in Trick Room conditions against the Ursaluna and the Porygon 2, which are on an onslaught. They pick up another KO. Yannick left with his final Pokemon Sneasler under Trick Room, which is definitely not where the pesky little thing wants to be.
Not to mention Sneasler. The Grassy Sea has already been activated. And Ursaluna now, thanks to the grassy terrain that was set up by Yannick's Rillaboom, is actually able to survive the turn by recovering a little bit of health. And yeah, the Sneasler at 16 HP, any attack, I think the Porygon 2 can just breathe at it and it's just gonna go down. So yeah, Yannick is unfortunately not going to be able to win the first game, but I'm sure, as you can see right now, he is taking his time to think about his moves for game 2.
Yeah, and I guess trying to examine a bit more of the pace of those turns there. We had the initial, I would say, passive play or defensive from Yannick, going for the Protect as he brings the Incineroar in order to force in a Jetpack onto the Ursaluna. You either could have gone for a Swords Dance there being set up or go on the offensive, but obviously, Yannick was respecting the Porygon 2 Terra Blast a lot, which is understandable. It's a +1 special attack, so it's capable of going for absolute big damage and even pick up a KO if you don't Terra commit. But Yannick, straight after that turn, went on the offensive, played a bit more aggressive, and said, right, I'm going to try to set up in front of your face, hope that I'm going to be able to pick up a KO with that Counter Cleave, but it wasn't enough because the Ursaluna has so much physical defensive bulk.
Ursaluna, just such a bulky Pokemon, and Yannick sees the writing on the wall, is going to forfeit the game 1, and we will be going straight into our game 2. Francesco really taking advantage of his opponent, making those safe plays and just going on the all-out offense. I would say one of the deciding turns was turn 1, the Eruption coming off, a completely free Eruption. Outside of Trick Room, the Torkoal was the last move and just did not get targeted.
It felt like Yannick committed, or half committed, should I say, to maybe reading the Terra fighting, going out from the Porygon 2 and maybe catching out and ensuring, okay, Acrobatics, non-Terra flying with the Woodhammer should be enough to pick up a KO, which I think would have been the case if there was a Terra commit, but not going for the close combat was quite crucial because there wasn't a Terra commit. You could have picked up the KO.
Yeah, it was such a risky play, but it paid off tremendously. And then once the Trick Room got set up, there was a Torkoal in the Trick Room and forced Yannick to bring in the Incineroar to try and neutralize the Torkoal, at least for one turn, by forcing a switch out. But then, unfortunately, that meant the Ursaluna was free to come right in and just get itself all boosted without the Intimidate attack drop. And then the Ursaluna was able to just sweep through everything there without the Torkoal ever coming back in.
Yeah, which every little sort of interaction under Trick Room has so much value to it and so much weight, and that's why you need to be able to capitalize off of it if you are the Trick Room user, but then at the same time you need to be able to expire the remaining turns of Trick Room as best as you can if you're on the other side of the field. But we've got the same lead, Porygon 2 and the Torkoal versus the same over on Yannick's side. So clearly Yannick identifying there could have been a better play he could have made in that game one, but now we're entering the phase of this set where there's going to be mind games on top of mind games. Do you go for the same play anticipating no Terra commit from the Porygon 2, or do you go for it?
Yeah, this is a really interesting position here. Although it's the same leads from both our trainers, both of our trainers know exactly how turn one went. So would Yannick maybe want to play it a little bit safe, say go for the fake out, buy a turn, and maybe try and reduce the damage on the Torkoal? Looks like we're going to get a turn one terrestrialization immediately.
Oh, it's going to be the Rillaboom. Okay, going for the Terrafire. So wanting to ensure that it's going to be able to definitely take an eruption. So much better than what we saw in game one. But the Porygon 2 does not commit to the Terra. Close combat, nearly picking up the KO. Outrageous amount of damage. But the follow-up from the Rillaboom will ensure it is gone from game two. There is no Trick Room, even though we did see the interaction. Kingambit actually benefiting of being slower than the Ursaluna and the Porygon 2. There's still the Torkoal to contend with. It goes for the eruption at -1. The Sneasler goes down because of the close combat drop, but the Rillaboom is able to survive quite handily, get a bit of recovery at the end of the turn because of the grassy terrain.
I think that was an excellent turn for Yannick there, because the Porygon 2 was one of the major thorns on his side. He was able to set up Trick Room, although later on the Kingambit was able to come in and take advantage of it. But we see in this game too, Yannick had an adjustment. He has no Kingambit. There is the Basculegion in the back, and he also brought Ninetales, which means he can now override the weather and make sure those fire-type moves are no longer doing as much damage as it was before.
Yeah, and the Basculegion, sure, there's sun on the field, but it will still be able to deal a lot of damage if the Alolan Ninetales does decide to switch in at this point, which could be a very real possibility. Even at -1 of its attack, it's still going to be able to get a guaranteed damage off of the Incineroar slot, which has no way to protect and may even have a switch.
Now, Rillaboom is going to retreat for the Alolan Ninetales. So Ninetales is going to come in and set the snow across the field, erasing all of that sun. This is a live orb Ninetales as well, so it is ready to do damage. But Flip Turn comes up, deals quite a bit to this Torkoal, and allows the Rillaboom now to get a cheeky rotation back in on the opposite slot.
Yeah, and that was a -1 attack Basculegion with Flip Turn. A substantially lower base power than the Wave Crash potential knockoff going into the Rillaboom. We'll finally get rid of that Assault Vest, and now with the combo of the Overheat, if it goes into that slot, maybe enough to pick up the KO, but no, it goes into the Ninetales, and it's able to do just that. Snow has been removed in terms of the user out of the count. Yannick now down to his final 2 Pokemon already, as Francesco has the option of not only bringing a potential Ursaluna in, but getting the Guts procs immediately, as now the turn will end and the Flame Orb will activate.
We see just how useful that eject pack is. Because Yannick is down to his final 2 Pokemon, he has no more options to change the weather. And the Torkoal, having just switched out for free after getting the eject pack, can just simply switch back in again. But of course, Francesco's got Incineroar and Ursaluna on the field, and these 2 Pokemon are ready to go. But I think Francesco, because the Incineroar has already been on the field, might want to bring that Torkoal back in, override the weather, the snow, and allow that Torkoal later on to have those really powerful sun-boosted fire-type attacks. And just this turn, because there's a threat of a fake-out from the Rillaboom, it's quite free for the Ursaluna to just protect, because, this Basculegion is Choice Scarf. You can scout out what it does, and there's no way for Yannick to actually punish a protect from this Ursaluna.
Yeah, it could even force Francesco to opt in for a terrestrialization option here, but Yannick running out of time there, 3 seconds remaining. There it is, as you called, Zoe. The Incineroar switches out in favor of the Torkoal. Brings the sun, this is what you want, and the terrestrialization from the Ursaluna may not come in respect of the last respects, definitely just for now, opting to go for the protect. You want to scout out which Pokemon, which move the Pokemon will be locking into. And the Wave Crash, even with the sun up, picks up the raw KO onto what was an already damaged Torkoal by the previous Flip Turn at -1. And this brings us into a precarious situation where Francesco does still have Terrestrialization available, but also has Incineroar coming back onto the field and applying an Intimidate drop onto both of Yannick's Pokemon.
Not to mention the sun is up. Basculation with adaptability hits very, very hard, and we did see that in action, knocking out the Torkoal. But Ursaluna is incredibly bulky, and it's at full health. And if the Ursaluna goes for the Terra Ghost, it will no longer be taking super effective damage from these adaptability boosted wave crashes from the Basculation. So Incineroar can just fake out the Rillaboom, and then the Ursaluna can just go for that Terra Ghost and start dishing out damage. And then the next turn, I think Incineroar, even though it's weak to Wave Crash, it's probably going to be able to pick up a knockout with, say, a knockoff, or the Ursaluna can go for a headlong rush into it in the second turn. So yeah, Francesco has all the options right now.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see what they lock into, because this is going to be so crucial. This could very well mean Francesco locking himself into the top 8. The Terrestrialization has finally been committed. It's on the Ursaluna. It's going to now convert it to the Ghost typing, foregoing its weakness to the Water type, as well as the Grass on the other side of the field from Yannick's end. Fake out. Goes into the Rillaboom. It's going to be able to flinch it for this turn. Wave Crash. It's going to hope to try to pick up a KO if it can get a crit, which it does not, into the Incineroar, allowing the Ursaluna to be able to move freely and target the Pokemon of its choice and most likely pick up a KO, which is going to be the Rillaboom. With that Facade, it is out of this game. Wave Crash locked. Basculegion in the sun at -1 of its attack is not looking too good for Yannick to try to bring this back to a game 3.
I think this Basculegion is a bit of a fish out of water in this situation, unfortunately. Yeah. It's only got single targeting moves, and both knockoff and headlong rush from the Ursaluna will be enough to get the knockout onto this Basculegion. But nonetheless, it is still going to try with a Wave Crash, and oh, that's a very sad Wave Crash.
It is indeed all dried up as the knockoff will pick up the KO, and Francesco Magurno is in top 8.
Well done to Francesco for cementing himself a place into the top 8 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. What a dominant set of games that was, getting the correct read each time. And in that game too, turn 1, it looked a little bit dicey there. It lost the Porygon 2 immediately. Yep. But actually, the Ursaluna and the Torkoal were able to function without speed control. And because they were so bulky, they tanked all of the hits and were able to dish it right back out. And wow, that was very incredible to watch.
It was. It was sort of like a trade cost at that point, seeing that how much investment of resource Yannick has to commit to getting rid of that Porygon 2 mode, as we saw in that game 1, wasn't able to do, and Porygon 2 was able to absolutely sweep up that game 1 to a high level. There were some mind games with the Kingambit Terrifier commit that could have gone either way and given some more pressure for Yannick as the Ursaluna was able to survive. However, this game 2, the fact that you're able to put so much into getting rid of the Porygon 2, you already committed your Terrifier from turn 1, your Sneasla's gone, already a main source of your damage output, leaves you in an awkward spot where Basculegion isn't in the environment it wants to be in. It's in Sun. It's got Intimidate drops dealt onto it, and you're not able to deal the damage and, fulfill that role to the best potential that it's capable of. And that naturally means Francesco just has so much more breathing room to be able to just handle the ball position and get those switches and just, suppress all of that offensive prowess that he had on the other side of the field.
Yeah, I really want to call out the turn 1 of both games where he led with the Torkoal and Porygon 2 and didn't terrestrialize the Porygon 2 and then went for the Torkoal eruption outside of Trick Room. And it's a play when someone might think, he knows that the close combat plus Woodhammer double up is going to knock out the Torkoal, or is going to knock out the Porygon 2. Why didn't he Terra? And I think we saw now that Francesco recognized, okay, if you want to target my Porygon 2, you have to double up into it. The only way you can knock it out is if you go for the close combat. But if you do, you lose your Sneasler because you drop your special defense and you leave my Torkoal wide open to go for the eruption. Or if you go for my tour call, then I get a free trick room setup. So there's it's a bit of a pin, and I think, you know, Yannick didn't really have a very great way to answer that. And I do think, you know, looking at the two teams, Snow versus Sand, typically, even though I do love Alolan Ninetales, Snow isn't really very fond of going up against a Sun team, so it was quite a rough matchup for Yannick as well. But he played so well, advancing all the way to the top cut of the Stuttgart Regionals. Already a better result than his last year's one, where he only, I think he got to top 128. So you know, a huge step up, and I think he should be very proud of himself.
Yeah, truly. And like you said, the matchup was quite rough because the Marco Silva Sun team is sort of one of those teams that keeps popping in and out of the meta every now and then. We saw that Federico Camporesi was able to actually get top 8 at Gdansk Regional Championships several weeks ago, which coincidentally Marco Silva was also running the same team for, and I think got maybe top 16 or 32. But regardless, it's still prominent. It's still viable. It's just got so many burst damage tools available to itself, whilst getting the speed control sandwich per se of the Tailwind, Trick Room, Tail Room interactions, where it forces so many mind games. And I personally would say that you still need to respect that team archetype and have some sort of answer to it when it comes to your team building in this format, because it can just really hound down on your team and just break it apart in an instant.
I agree, and it's also, in a way, when you look at the current meta, in quite a perfect position to take advantage of the fact that we have Alolan Ninetales in our top 12 usage. It's a really popular Pokemon, and not without good reason. It's got fantastic support moves and fantastic offense, and in fact, we saw Yannick's Ninetales was actually a Life Orb variant with Moonblast and Blizzard. So this Pokemon is ready to do a lot of damage. But of course, the Sun team, not quite as prominent in the current meta, is able to then come in and completely take advantage of all of these very defensive teams with these burst damage like the Charizard, which we didn't get to see, but we saw in that game. Speed control wasn't even needed in that game too.
It truly wasn't. All that was needed was the right pieces to be able to suppress, especially that Basculegion bring. Like intuitively, you're thinking, okay, Basculegion outside of the Sun, you know, bringing the Snow in to be able to counteract the reduced damage output of the Water-type moves, should be enough to pick up a surprise KO. But you've always got that Incineroar to rely on in the back to suppress, or should I say, mitigate the damage output of the Basculegion regardless. So you've got 2 modes to be able to suppress that Water-type, very powerful adaptability-boosted Basculegion from going up, and that's all that was needed. So like you said, it does definitely feel like a rough matchup for Yannick, but at the same time, I kind of like the King Gambit commit there. You just need to be able to capitalize off of playing very aggressive against what is such an aggressive team that creates openings on the other side, and that's the beauty of this Marco Sun team. You force your opponent to respect you, which may give you an opportunity to make an adaptation or some sort of like flexible move that your opponent wouldn't think you should do, because you're like, well, just click buttons. That's what this team does. You just play offensive, play aggressive. It's like, no, I can actually play smart and swap the board position completely in my favor at a drop of a dime.
Yeah, we saw just how well Francesco was able to pilot that team, you know, flawlessly putting his opponent in positions where they really had their backs up against the wall. I'm sure we'd all love to hear from Francesco himself as our interview is ready. So we are going to head on over and hear from Francesco.
Thank you, Zoe. Thank you, Costa. And congratulations once again to Francesco.
Thank you, thank you.
How are you feeling about that match? It went by quicker than you thought maybe? Or did you expect the match to play out like this?
No, it went quicker than I expected. It was a great match. I think I played quite well, so I'm happy. And it's the first time that I win on stream, so it's, I don't know, something very, very beautiful for me, and I'm very happy.
Yeah, very, very memorable moment, I'm sure, for you and your career. Maybe to some of our viewers who are not so familiar who you are as a player, can you give a little bit of a glimpse into your career or who you are as a player?
Yeah. I started to play last year, so I'm quite new, but I tried to work as much as I could. And I'm from Rome, so there is a big community in Italy and in Rome, and I had the opportunity to play against a lot of great players. So I had some other important results last year and also in Frankfurt, so this year in top 32, and I'm happy that I'm here right now because it's the first time in top 8, so I'll try to do as best as I can.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Just starting out a couple of years ago, and now you're here in top 8 of a regional championships, and you played this set in such a dominant fashion. Was this Torkoal and Porygon 2 lead, was this something that you had prepared going into the matchup, or is it something that you just came up with on the fly?
Yeah, it was prepared, of course. I thought that it was my best lead because even if I can't set up Trick Room, I can do something with Torkoal, and the other Pokemon behind could do everything I needed. It was prepared, and all of my friends helped me. And so, yeah, that's it.
And it worked out really nicely, right? Your opponent had to make a choice. Either they go after the Porygon, but then, well, a great Eruption will come out, or if they go after Torkoal, then maybe Porygon can set up a Trick Room, or maybe Torkoal will protect. So it was really, really hard for your opponent to kind of play around this. And I think in the first game, after the Eruption came out, Rillaboom goes down, like I was thinking, oh, maybe it's over quickly. But then your opponent found a nice way back with the King Gambit. Were you worried at all in game 1 that maybe a comeback is forming?
Yeah. Because when you have King Gambit in front of you is never a good position. But in that case, I thought that Porygon Shu would have been the key for me, and Terrafight could have been the best choice in that scenario. So I was worried, but I believe that with the Trick Room, I could have done everything I needed. So yeah.
Yeah, and that worked out pretty nicely, of course. And then also in the second game, your opponent tried to change things up, but once again, you came out on top.
Yeah.
So now, top 8.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know exactly how the bracket will play out. I think you're up against Michael Kelch next.
Okay. So,
what are you thinking about whoever you're playing against, but just about the top cut that is now ahead of you?
Yeah, I believe that there are a lot of good players. So there isn't an easy matchup in top 8, and I'll try to do my best. But I know that it will not be easy.
All right. Final question: is there anyone you want to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank my family for sure, and all of my friends from my team, and my girlfriend that is, I think, watching me. So yeah, I want to thank all of them because if I'm here, it's also because of them.
All right, that's great to hear. Great hearing from you, Francesco. Thank you so much for sharing. And now it's time to get ready. Top 8 is about to begin. So Francesco will go get ready. I hope you at home are also getting ready because you don't want to miss the action that is coming up.
My favorite Pokemon is Xerneas. I just really enjoyed clicking Geomancy back in 2019. I really like its design, and being a setup Pokemon with so much power and pressure, I just really enjoyed using it. My favorite generation of Pokemon, I think it's both Gen 4 and 5. I started playing Gen 4. I love the Sinnoh region, I love the Pokemon of Sinnoh, and Unova also have great games with Pokemon Black and White and Black and White 2. I learned VGC pretty much by watching better players than me on YouTube. Back in the day, we didn't have official tournaments in Brazil, so my role models were pretty much players playing Worlds. There are a lot of people that I look up to in the competitive scene of Pokemon. I think mostly it has to be Wolf and Edu. They are two of the best players, and I really like their approach of the game. And also, there's a lot of videos of them playing on the internet. So when I was younger, I was able to watch a lot of their play style and their team building. And yeah, they're just so good. My favorite city was definitely Yokohama. I had a great time in Japan. Food is great there, people are nice, and the country is just really beautiful. I think the favorite thing I did in Japan was going to Nara when I saw all the deers, and it was really, really cool. They are so cute. And yeah, of course, playing Worlds there was also amazing.
I'm Victor Medina. I'm a VGC player, and I'm here just to get better, to try to qualify for the World Championship and to play VGC. My favorite Pokemon is Lantern, but my favorite Pokemon competitively is Tornadus because he can set up the tailwind really easily and make a lot of damage. My favorite part is the people within the community. I feel like there's a lot of great players. I can call them friends now. I think it's great. All the community is very welcoming, so I really liked it. I think my favorite team I use competitively is probably the one I use in NASC 2023 that is called New Balance. It's Chiyu, Fluttermane, Amoonguss, Tinglu, Gyarados, and honestly that team has a very oppressive mode with Fluttermane and Chiyu, and also a very balanced mode with Amoonguss, Gyarados, Hans, and Tinglu. Well, there are a lot of players I look up to, but Sejun Park is the one I look up the most. It was the first finals I watched, and it was a really incredible team. He's a really incredible player, and I really look up for Sejun, yeah.
Easy KO. Grassy Glide, Basically just taking some shit damage. Cineroar, though, will not go down.
Welcome to Dazzling Duos, where we highlight a particularly potent Pokemon pairing. I'm David Partington, and this time we are turning to the pivot pals Incineroar and Rillaboom. So why does the metagame seem to always revolve around these two? Incineroar is a fire and dark type, giving it 6 resistances, 1 immunity, with only 4 weaknesses. This enables it to take a myriad of attacks thrown its way, but many can be weakened even further. There's its ability Intimidate, removes Parting Shot, Will-O-Wisp, and Knockoff. All these tools make removing Incineroar seem like an almost impossible task, even with super effective moves. But against Water and Ground type Pokemon, Incineroar would rather wait in the wings. Enter Rillaboom. As a pure Grass type Pokemon, it has more weaknesses than resistances, but that doesn't stop Rillaboom from being incredibly versatile. Its ability Grassy Surge sets grassy terrain as soon as it hits the field. This powers up its Grass-type moves, making them incredibly strong, and Grassy Glide becomes a priority attack. It will also override other terrains, and so puts a stop to strategies like those involving Psychic terrain, which can shut down priority moves. Put Incineroar and Rillaboom together, and you have a duo that excels at disrupting almost any strategy your opponent has. Both of them move Fake Out, which prevents one Pokemon from moving that might otherwise KO your teammate. But this move can only be used on the first turn the Pokemon is on the field. And coincidentally, both also have an ability that activates upon switching in. So top trainers will make the most of this combination by pivoting each one on and off the battlefield repeatedly. This can be done even more effectively with pivoting moves like U-Turn and Parting Shot, allowing another Pokemon to switch in after the opponent has moved, therefore entering much more safely. So how do you jam this revolving door of Pokemon? Incineroar loves to lower your stats. So using a Pokemon with the Defiant ability, such as Annihilate, turns those annoying stat drops into handy attack stat boosts. Alternatively, Farigiraf can lend a helping hoof with its ability Armor Tail. Like Psychic terrain, it blocks priority moves, but can't be overridden by Rillaboom's Grassy Surge, ensuring your attacks keep coming. And using Dragon or Fire-type Pokemon can resist the powerful Grass and Fire-type attacks this duo dishes out. So whether it's Incineroar switching into Fake Out, or Rillaboom U-turning back to your party, the pivot pals are always around the corner. By the way, make sure you're prepared for this dazzling duo at your next event.
And from the couch back behind the desk, welcome back, trainers, to the Stuttgart Regional Championships. I'm Marcus Hamann, joined by David Partington and I am so energetic because we are getting into top 8. How are you feeling about that?
Super good, thank you, Marcus. It is a pleasure to be here with you once again. And yes, top 8 is where we really start to see our stars shine even brighter, right? Top cut is suddenly where you're getting so many more championship points. And of course, those prizes that are on the line for this weekend too. And now they're in touching distance of that World Championships invite.
And they're in touching distance of winning a medal as well. Winning top 8 always means, well, you get a trophy, you get a medal, you get something to take home with you besides the glory, maybe the prize money, maybe the boxes of cards. And yeah, that is something that you can cherish and keep forever.
You've got a few medals, Marcus. Do you kind of walk around with them? Did you pick one? Oh, I'm going to wear this regional win today. Okay. I'm going to wear this cup today.
So actually, I only have one medal, believe it or not.
What?
Yeah, no, I got a lot of trophies from back in the day, but no,
the medals though.
Since medals were introduced, I don't have that many. But I know I wear it around all day around the house.
Oh yeah, sure. Of course you would. Yeah, okay, right. Well, while Marcus ponders that, we're going to have a look at the bracket to see if there are any of your trainers that you've been following who've made it into our top cut here. So here we go. That is pretty stacked. Looking at all of those names there.
Absolutely. We have a world champion. We have 2 world champions. Well, wait. We have 2 world champions down there. Do you see that?
I do see it.
Okay, wait. Okay, we have 2 world champions. We have a 3-time regional champion and world's runner-up. We have regional champion, 4-time regional champion. We have EYC champion, world's top 4. As there's a lot of medals in this top 8 bracket right now, and oh my gosh, so many great players making it. And then so many players that have been into this at this point so many times. And then there's Francesco, who we just saw the very first time in the top 8, already now playing against Michael Kelch. And maybe his Cinderella story can continue here.
Yeah, maybe so. So yeah, amongst all of that is the still new players who are able to kind of sneak through and kind of make their own mark as well. It's still never too late if you are joining Pokemon. As you can see, there's so many players who just decide to turn up and they just do really well and then they keep at it. And Michael Kelch was one of those players only 2 years ago.
Yeah,
and
he was.
Yeah, and now he's a household name.
Yeah, exactly. Same with maybe William Basolino as well, someone who has been around for a while, but after, of course, the regional win in Birmingham, players know his name now. So he's no stranger to being in this top 8 cut. And yeah, as always, it's going to be a tough choice to select which matches we should show. And so we will give that choice to you. These are all the teams left in the tournament. These are all the players left in the tournament. One of them will become a champion today.
So, for those of you on Twitch, please vote in the chat. Which of these matches would you like to see? And basically, the top 2 votes here we will be featuring this weekend.
Wait, not just one?
Not just one, Marcus.
Oh, wow.
2 top card matches. Oh, yes.
Okay, so then it matters. The second place matters.
It does.
Right?
Second place definitely matters here as well. So get your vote in. So we've seen most of these players, I think, already before as well, which is really interesting. But what a variety of teams that we also see here. We've got a bit of Sand from William, who we saw yesterday. We've got a bit of Sun from Francesca, who we just saw earlier. And
we got a little bit of Incineroar.
Yeah, I guess Incineroar is just so present. It's its own weather, isn't it?
It's Incineroaring out there.
Ah, nice. I like that.
Heck, you're a clear amulet. It's roaring out there. Anyway,
right. Let's move on.
Yeah. So I hope you are in chat over on Twitch and you are casting your votes. And a lot of great games. I mean, a lot of these players and their teams we have featured over the course of the weekend. I believe the only one we haven't seen might have been Giuseppe.
Yes, I think that's the case. Yeah, he's one of the players also who went X and won in this tournament as well, and so skipped the top 16 match. First seed, exactly. So an incredibly strong player, so it'd be great to see how he's getting on, and is just going to out-enforce at a lot of regionals. A very consistent player, often getting into those CP ranges at multiple regionals, often running a lot of the more standard competitions, as you can see here. But again, one of those players who's just so consistent with that sort of archetype. Knowing how to pilot it, yes, people are preparing against them, but if you feel confident enough in your play and your game plans, it doesn't matter who you're facing.
It certainly does not, but, well, it's going to be a big obstacle that our players are facing here in this top 8 as we are finalizing the vote. Only a couple of seconds left, and, well, I can see that there is one clear fan favorite, maybe in terms of which match we should broadcast. But yeah, let's maybe take a quick second just to have a look at the variety that we're seeing here in the top 8. I mean, just to call out a couple of those Pokemon that we're seeing here. We have a Choice Scarf Flamigo with a Calm Mind Sinistcha on Nils Dunlop's team. We have Eric Rios with that Kommo-o Primarina. We have William with Volcarona, Gastrodon, Dragapult. Of course, these are Pokemon that we have seen around, but in this particular format, not really at that high level, at least in the current metagame. And then also Eduardo, well, he is known, I guess, at this point with the trademark Smeargle and the trademark Smeargle hat that he was wearing for the second place at Lille, going up against Luca, who is bringing a little bit of a kind of throwback to LAIC last weekend with a very similar team composition.
Yeah, and I think, like you mentioned earlier, Marcus, actually, that Luca wasn't kind of copying what Yuma had done. He actually already used that composition at LAIC as well, so kind of coming up with similar ideas too, which was a really interesting kind of pivot there. And so having that Annihilate instead of that Flamigo there, I'm kind of sad to say, because I love Flamigo, but still makes a lot of sense when you've got a Pokemon that can hit with those really strong fighting type attacks and then take on those Intimidates quite handily.
Yeah, and it seems like the results are in. Let's have a look at which matches we will get to feature. As a reminder, it's going to be 2 of them.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to be awesome. We have Giuseppe Musico against Eric Rios. And then we have the clash of the world champions, Eduardo Cunha against Luca Ceribelli.
Oh my goodness, that's going to be so hype. Yeah, really psyched to see that first match on the top. We will be featuring first. So yeah, we've got a player we haven't actually seen this weekend yet, and Eric Rios back again. We saw him yesterday and do really well too, and that's the Clangorous Soul Kommo-o set that he's been running. Not a lot of other people doing anything similar at the moment, and it's also how Eric did very well at LAIC with it too, getting into phase 2, I believe, with a Primarina on top of that, which was just kind of soloing games sometimes.
Yeah, it's a quite unique choice at this point. I mean, we have seen teams with Primarina in the past quite a bit, but recently it's a Pokemon that has kind of fallen out of favor a little bit. In terms of water types, I mean, players really started to just terrestrialize to have a water type on their team. I think that's the story.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's a lot of the Rain core as well with Pelipper and the Basculegion, of course, which is absent from this top 8.
Wow. Yeah, you're right, actually. No Basculegion. And yet I think it was maybe 6th or 7th in our phase 2 usage.
Yep, it was very high in usage, but did not convert. In fact, also...
Archaludon?
Alolan Ninetales, also absent. So very, very... Yeah, some similar structures that are being repeated, but then all of them, I think, have a little bit of their own kind of twist and spin on them.
They definitely do, but I think what's also quite interesting is that I think, is there more Hisui and Ursaluna here than Blood Moon Ursaluna? No, it's 3 apiece.
Yeah.
It's 3 apiece. Okay, so equal usage, despite, again, Ursaluna not even being on our usage charts either. And interesting to see William Basilino back after seeing them yesterday with a really interesting Sand team there, and that Dragapult, a little bit more of a throwback to previous regulation set H, the kind of team that Michael Kelch kind of popularized a bit with Dragapult and the Sneasler and the Electabuzz / Magmar and the Rillaboom and the Primarina,
and
of course.
Primarina.
So we're seeing aspects of those that Michael actually isn't running.
Yeah, spread out over different teams, and even though I think it did not go so well for William yesterday, he was able to keep winning games and is now in the top 8. But Giuseppe Musico against Eric Rios, that's going to be the game that we will focus on for now.
Yes, and we are it's still obviously possible that we will get a 4th Italian regional champion, given a lot of those players there in our top cut, which would be an amazing thing to see if given the consistency and the incredibly strong player base over there.
Yeah, or it's possible that Eric is going for his 5th regional win at this point, or maybe Michael goes for his 4th. Lots of kind of stories and intricacies here in our top 8, and yeah, I think with a player of Eric's caliber and also the support from some of his fans who maybe showed up to vote because they really want to see, they want to see him play on stream, they want to see him do well, and maybe that is something that he can take to kind of, accelerate his motivation. But I think a player of his caliber, he doesn't need any sort of like extra motivation or extra pressure. He's been in this spot before, and well, he wants to take down this championship with Primarina and Kommo-o, and he's determined to do so.
Yep, he's very confident in that team, and we can see why it's so good too. I think it's interesting that Kommo-o's Pokemon itself, right? It's got really interesting abilities, really unique kind of setup move, and an interesting combination of attacks that just no other Pokemon can do.
Yep.
And I think in the face of all this Incineroar, Rillaboom, Sun teams, Kommo-o just fits in so perfectly there, right? It's got a nice spread type, damage in Clanging Scales, set up with Clangrasol, Flamethrower for coverage, perfect defensive typing in that Fire for Terra. It's a great Pokemon, no wonder it's here, and it may just win this weekend.
It could, but there is one player who is, has something to say about that, of course. Giuseppe, a player who has done exceptionally well at multiple events throughout the season. And the only reason I think we didn't get to see him on stream was the fact that he lost the very first round yesterday. And since we were kind of focusing on, where are the undefeated players? Who's still undefeated? Well, he kind of flew under the radar, but then with a kind of submarine tactic, losing the first one, but then not letting go, just kept winning and winning and winning, and finished the first phase with a 7-1 record.
Yeah, wow, he just thought, oh, whoops, I'm just warming up for round one. I'm going to better lock in. And did he just? A really good variety of teams as well that this team has kind of been tested against as well. We've got Sand there, we've got Sun, and then Rain, back-to-back kind of 2, 3, 4 there. And then following that, kind of more that balanced sort of composition. We've seen a Excalibur, Kingambit, Primarina team. There's a Dozo team that he's gone up against.
Yeah, beating Sebastian Ernst there in round 7. And the Malamar in round 8.
There's the Malamar as well, just in case there was any doubt. That is a really strong run. And here's more of it.
Yeah, and then he wasn't done there. I mean, he could have afforded one more loss, but he was saying, well, at this point, might as well just keep on winning, right? And this is where, just look at the schedule, right? Playing against regional champions Simonis and Vito, Michael Kelsch, Alex Gomez, Eduardo Cunha. These are some of the absolute champions of the game, and Giuseppe managed to go flawless against them, win after win after win after win. And this is really an exceptional run up until this point. Now in the top 8 though, there's another big caliber player waiting for him.
There certainly is, yes. Not having faced Eric Rios yet, and that Kommo-o team. Maybe the only competition he's not yet faced in this tournament. So that is maybe going to be the final test here as to whether he can take down Eric as well. Now, of course, maybe it's the Incineroar that was on his shoulder there. That was the key to his success. Obviously, there's a lot of other players running Incineroar too, and we've seen a lot of variety in that as well. We've seen Taunt, we've seen dropping of the Flare Bits, we've seen Assault Vest going around as well. What's your favorite set, Marcus, for Incineroar?
So I think at this point in the metagame, I was thinking about maybe dropping the safety goggles, just because Amoonguss isn't that high in usage, but you have to have a good reason to do that. And one item that I was thinking about, but I didn't get the chance to really try it out, was Clear Amulet. Because that way you would actually block any incoming Intimidate to just ensure that you can still hit as hard as possible. And at the same time, it's also a nice way to block opposing Incineroars from going for Parting Shot. And you can maybe stop the repositioning from that. So I don't think we have any Clear Amulet Incineroar here in our top 8 left, but that was an idea that when I saw it, I thought like, oh, that maybe has a lot of potential.
Often seen on those more kind of Trick Room Sun-based teams, right? Where they're a little bit more offensive with close combat, I believe. We've seen a few of those. Well, let's have a look at Eric's team a little bit more closely and his whole run generally and see what sort of matchups that he's been facing here. And yeah, it's obviously starting out with a round 1 win versus Clefable Sinister and of course Flamigo. No, Flamigo! Anyway, it's fine. There's still a lot of interesting teams following there too.
Yeah, then also had to play the Primarina Smeargle mirror match there in round 4. Probably not something that Eric was expecting to be playing against. And then in round number 6, facing off against a tough challenge, Eduardo Cunha. Falling short there, but then, and then this is where like really you see in the later stages of these tournaments, if you've done really, really well, then you get to play against world champion, regional champion, world champion back to back to back. against the world champions, it didn't go so well for Eric, but I think there is no issue in losing against the world champion, right? And beating William Basolino, of course, also a regional champion, who is also still in top 8, and so are Eduardo and Luca. So, yeah, pretty tough run as well, because this was just the first phase, and then moving into the second phase, Eric also beating Sebastian Ernst there with this Dondozo team. And then, as well, a flawless run. I mean, you can only afford 2 losses. Eric already took the 2 losses in phase 1 against 2 world champions. But he didn't play any world champion in phase 2, so, well, naturally, he won all of the games.
Yeah, of course. I guess that's Eric's Achilles heel here. So hopefully no more world champions in his schedule.
Well, but they might be coming up later on as, again, Luca and Edu are still in the tournament. But now Eric will have to face against one of Italy's absolute top players in Giuseppe. And yeah, that is going to be an awesome set. I like the synergy there. It's not quite Primarina, but Azumarill also shares the same typing.
Yeah, that's really true, actually. Water Fairy, a very strong typing, right? I mean, as a Fairy type, you're weak to Poison and Steel, but Water kind of helps cancel out a little bit of that. And there's really a lack of strong Fairy types offensively in the metagame at the moment, really. And Primarina is certainly one of those that provides a lot of that offense. And into so many teams that have a lot of Fairy weaknesses like Annihilate and Dragonite, it makes perfect sense why Eric has picked Primarina, and maybe that's going to be his trump card coming in.
Yeah, Eric also is the only player in our top 8 that does not have Incineroar on their team, instead going with Smeargle and Rillaboom as the supporting cast for this team that we will see a little bit more of in just a second. But yeah, once again, great run by Eric so far. But of course, if you know Eric, you know that he's not satisfied yet. He wants more.
Absolutely not, no. Yeah, and I think it's interesting that we've seen Eric with this kind of composition of team where maybe the last time we saw it kind of this high up in some leaderboards was maybe last year at LAIC, where we had Ashton Cox, who was going to try and get the 3rd LAIC win over Marco Silva, but just about lost short in that semi-finals. But running a very similar team. Having that Clangrous Soul, along with that Komodo, and really kind of setting up the board so it could just really sweep teams. So it's definitely seen success before, but obviously has been forgotten a little bit about. And now it is back with a vengeance and under Eric's banner as well.
Yeah, it's not really an archetype that has this like one set team where everyone is like, oh yeah, we're talking about Komodo. Oh, naturally, it's always coming with Primarina, with Smeargle and so on. Like we have it for some of the other teams where, yeah, just like, it feels like some of the teams, once you're really familiar with the format, they kind of like built themselves where like, oh yeah, you have Incineroar and Golden Go. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, you will probably also have like a Rillaboom and maybe a Sneasler, maybe a Dragonite or Saluna Blood Moon. And then we have Giuseppe's team, but that didn't really happen with Komodo, but not because it didn't get any results, but just because, yeah, maybe players were a little bit worried about it, since it does require you to play very, very precisely, and it doesn't offer the same kind of switching and repositioning abilities that some of the Rillaboom and Incineroar-based teams sometimes have.
It's kind of taking the slot of that Golden Go, right? Where you've got a Golden Go that wants to set up and then sweep with some spread moves, and maybe has a coverage move as well, and then a nice defensive terror. Komodo is kind of the same as that, and it also has an ability that helps it be immune to certain moves. But then when you're choosing Komodo, you ideally don't want to be overlapping too much on types on your team. So if you've got a Dragon type already, you kind of don't really want Dragonite, really, and you've already got a fighting type now, so maybe you don't really want Sneasler, and those are all obviously very good Pokemon, so you're sacrificing potentially quite a lot by putting in Komodo, but Eric knows it is worth it, having already gotten to the top 8 here. And we have our players on your screen, getting ready, getting in the zone as well. And there's lots of lovely plushies there, actually, as well.
Yes, there are.
Glaceon.
Wow.
Shiny Celebi.
Shiny Celebi, that's a neat one.
That is a neat one.
But I think our players, they are determined to forget anything except their opponent across from them.
Oh, yes.
And the screen, that they will see what is going on the battlefield. And
just like
there they are. Oh, it's Eevee.
Oh, they are so cute.
Oh, that's very cute.
So we've kind of got like double whammy of like Evolutions and Eevee at the same time.
Yep.
Those are so cute. Do you think also human-sized versions of those?
I don't think so. I also like the fact that they're just all like hanging out and are friends.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah, and they're excited. Like, that's the crowd, right?
Yeah.
And there's another crowd as well, watching the game, of course. But then this is the crowd, and they have the best seats. Though I'm not quite sure if they can actually see the screens from where they are sitting.
Yeah, that's true, actually. So maybe they're just kind of looking there for the reactions and maybe just there for the vibes.
Yeah, just want to be part of it, right?
Exactly. Everyone wants to be part of it as well. So luckily, all you viewers at home can indeed see the screen, hopefully. And that means you'll be able to see this very exciting match between Eric Rios and Giuseppe Musico. We are in top 8 of the day 2 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships, the final regulation set 8 tournament of the season, and the 2 of these players could get a Worlds invite.
Yeah, and you can, at this stage of the tournament, of course, no more losses are allowed. Lose the set and you're out, win and you move on into top 4, where Giuseppe has been before, just a couple of weeks ago in Lille with a very, very similar team. And then also in Lille, fittingly, the season prior, but is still waiting to repeat what he was able to do all the way back in 2018, winning a regional championships. Back then, he managed to do it here in Stuttgart and is looking to repeat it. So many years later, it just goes to show this great consistency. And then, of course, Eric, well, he won 4 regionals at this stage.
It's too many to count, honestly.
Yeah, it's too many to count. And also, of course, winning so many other tournaments like EUIC in 2022.
Yeah, huge achievements there. Now, let's have a look at Giuseppe's team. So, we can see it is very much similar to a lot of the competitions that we've seen at previous tournaments. Sneezer with that sword stance and the grassy seed, so supported by the double fake out of Incineroar and Rillaboom, so it can get into the position where it wants to set up those attack boosts. And flying and fighting has really nice coverage, and then boosted by that Terra flying, it does devastating damage here. And then you've got a bit of support actually from the Ursaluna here. Rather than that Life Orb, it's got that Yawn, which really pressures opposing Pokemon that like to set up, like Volcarona, for instance, because it forces them to either switch out or start taking a nap, therefore giving you a few more turns to try and set up even more.
Yeah, and while this team looks kind of standard and kind of evergreen, the first time I saw it in Lille, I thought it was actually some nice innovation, because usually Ursaluna Bloodman on those teams ran Assault Vest a lot, but using it with a Yawn Protect set just makes so much sense. And maybe that is also something that Giuseppe can use against Eric. Here we have Eric's team. The Mystic Water Primarina, Liquid Voice, Hyper Voice, of course. Very powerful water type attack that we don't have that many, unless you want to run Rain or Basculegion, of course.
No thanks, since the whole of Top Cut.
Yeah, and just quite a few unique special attackers there. The Como, of course. We talked about it with Throat Spray. Just some cool items as well. Mystic Water, Throat Spray. We don't get to see those too often, but they make a lot of sense here on Eric's team. And yeah, I think what is always scary is to go up against a player that really knows kind of what they're doing. And oh, I completely missed this. We have the clear amulet.
Oh yeah,
Incineroar. Yeah. This is kind of the place that I was thinking about. Yeah,
there we go. And it's Giuseppe's doing it for you, Marcus, taking it all the way.
But there's no Amoonguss, but there is Smeargle. So that is actually quite interesting. As Giuseppe does not have the usual safety goggles there, which would provide him with an immunity against Spore. So this is something that maybe could be interesting to pay attention to that interaction.
Well, let's get into this top 8 trainers. We've got the leads here. Giuseppe with the Rillaboom and the Golden Go, and Eric with the Golden Go and the cheeky little Smeargle.
Yeah, there is Smeargle. We've seen it countless times in many different formats, but of course, Smeargle does can do what it does best, which is going for a fake out, going for some spores, some follow me's. But I like the lead of Giuseppe because those are his 2 spore immunities. Godo's Gold on Golden Go and Rillaboom's grass typing will prevent any sleep infective from Spore, and you can use that to just maybe go on the offensive. But whenever there's a Golden Go against Golden Go, it's always the question, is it just going to be a Shadow Ball? Is it going to be a Terrestrialization? And if you want to play it safe, you should go for the Terrestrialization right away.
And that is what we see from Giuseppe with that Terra Water. On Eric's end, though, it is the Terra Dragon, but he's not going for it yet. It's going to be the fake out first from the Smeargle, and it is the Shadow Ball. Eric's Golden Go outspeeding Giuseppe's Golden Go. Really key information there. And luckily, Giuseppe goes for the Terra because it's suddenly able to take it. Oh, but here's a Life Orb Shadow Ball straight out Giuseppe into the Golden Go on Eric's side. No Terra whatsoever. No follow me either. Giuseppe just absolutely knowing what to do this turn and takes it down. 4-3 already in the lead.
Yeah, and of course, there were a lot of mind games going on. That Smeargle could have gone for a Terra Ghost Follow Me, for example, to avoid any sort of fake-out hit and then also draw away any attention from Golden Go. But instead, Giuseppe gets the call kind of right, just going for the Shadow Ball, but has to commit Terra for it. And maybe this is a trade that Eric is fine doing, since now Sneasler comes on the field. And usually, of course, Sneasler has a terrible matchup against Golden Go, but now, after the Terrestrialization, Sneasler could just go ahead and get the knockout there.
It certainly could, and it's, yeah, especially as it's not carrying Throat Chop, it can't really touch this Golden Go at all. But yeah, now a Dire Claw can go into that slot, which would be really scary. And if anything we know from Eric in the last couple of weeks or so, Dire Claw has been very nice for him when it counts. First of all, though, Incineroar coming in, dropping the Intimidate onto this Sneasler. Really crucial here. It should enable both of Giuseppe's Pokemon to be able to survive the turn, even if any sort of super effective hit comes out here. But first of all, it's going to be the Terra flying on the Sneasler to boost up the acrobatics damage even further. I mean, well, even at -1 attack, maybe this is going to be enough on this Rillaboom. I suppose it depends on the training. I think we're going to see it here. Going max balloons, but it's not. Into the Golden Go, into the Incineroar instead. And there's the Decorate, though, as well on Eric's side. The really unique move that Eric's chosen for his Smeargle. Boosting this Sneasler now up to +1 attack, but not before a Wood Hammer coming out into the Smeargle, dropping it down to its Focus Sash.
Yeah, the Terra flying there serving two purposes. First of all, of course, you boost the damage of acrobatics, but you also ensure that Sneasler is immune to high horsepower from Rillaboom. And that way, Decorate is a quite... Yeah, it makes a lot of sense because, well, you kind of locking down the Golden Go slot. Worst case, well, maybe it protects, maybe it switches, but with the Focus Sash on Smeargle and the Terra flying on Sneasler, there was no threat to Eric whatsoever. And setting up Decorate on Sneasler, that can be quite powerful. And yeah, I think Giuseppe has to conserve Incineroar for more Intimidates later on, because Eric doesn't need to set up the sword stances. He has Decorate to boost Sneasler's attack stat.
He certainly does. And now, interestingly, Giuseppe switches out that Incineroar, even though there was a fake-out potential turn there, maybe predicting Eric's more defensive play here, especially given the Smeargle cannot protect. So we see the switch into the Rillaboom here, possibly get a protect again then from the Sneasler to just kind of reposition, but no, left open instead. Grassy Glide was there to try and get rid of that Smeargle, but now it's just a free acrobatics from Eric's end into the switched in Sneasler too, and that just gets taken down in one hit. What a play from Eric.
Yeah, very, very powerful line of play there by Eric. Giving up Golden Go turn 1, it looked like it was a good trade for Giuseppe, but now Sneasler is positioned in a way where, yeah, it seems really tough for Giuseppe to deal with it because, well, Terrestrialization is already committed, and between acrobatics for Rillaboom, close combat for Incineroar and Golden Go, yeah, I think all of these Pokemon are potentially in KO range from Sneasler right away. And this is not considering yet that fact that Eric still has Smeargle and Rillaboom for fake-out support as well.
Well, the good thing about switching out Incineroar earlier means you can switch Incineroar again. And now in the position it really wants to be in here, threatening two physical attackers with that Intimidate and being able to pressure fake out into the following turn. However, Eric's Rillaboom has also come in here as well, so depending on the speed of these interactions between Rillaboom and the Incineroar, we could see one advantage going into one side versus the other.
Yeah, it's always a tough call to make here, but I think that, yeah, even if Fake Out was being traded here, let's say, like, in the end, Eric is happy with any sort of outcome as long as Sneasler is healthy, and it looks like Sneasler will be healthy because, yeah, there's not too much that can be done against it, but double out. Acrobatics and high horsepower connects. Incineroar going down. That could have been a way back here for Giuseppe had high horsepower not connected on Incineroar.
That's true. Or if Giuseppe had gone for a fake out that turn as well, that would have also helped. So yeah, 2 times in a row, Giuseppe kind of predicting Eric to play a little bit more passive in front of the threat of fake out. And both times, Eric just going on the offense, just calling Giuseppe's bluff. And it looks like Giuseppe's, locking in the forfeit here after what looked like a very detrimental turn for Eric in that first turn. Actually really turned it around and maybe even looked intentional there.
Yeah, at first I was thinking, well, Goldengo going down, where's the damage coming from? But I think Decorate was such a kind of unique way of accelerating Sneasler's damage because Sneasler was threatening a KO and therefore it was kind of guarding itself. Like there was no KO pressure on the Terra Flying Sneasler that turn where the Decorate went off. And because it threatened the KO on Golden Go, Giuseppe had to do something about it, switches out Golden Go, but that gave Eric this one turn where Acrobatics does a good chunk of chip damage to Incineroar, but then Decorate goes off and it goes from -1 attack all the way to +1. And that could have been a Sword Stance, sure, but had Sneasler had the Sword Stance, then it would not have had the chance to go for Acrobatics that turn. And this little chip damage that it did while it was like 40% on Incineroar definitely helped Eric to navigate towards the sport state where everything was in KO range from Sneasler later on.
Yeah, it was really incredible play, wasn't it? Like just being able to set up that state with that Sneasler to be able to just be the MVP of this team. But Marcus, do you think, even though Eric's won this game, do you think he goes for the same strategy or maybe considers the Komodo?
I think Sneasler is the way to go, honestly, because between Acrobatics and Close Combat, it has perfect coverage against Giuseppe's teams, against everything except for the Golden Go. And if you can somehow force out Terrestrialization from Golden Go, then Sneasler is definitely the way to go. So I think Eric's game plan will still be quite flexible, but Sneasler seemed so strong in this game 1.
Let's see if it happens again. We're getting straight into game 2 here of our first top cut match at Stuttgart. And we're seeing the Golden Go and Rillaboom again for Giuseppe. And there's the switch up from Eric. It's the other really threatening support. It's the Smeagol versus that Komodo on the other side for Eric this time.
Wow, okay, fair play. Eric wanting to show off some more tricks on his team and is right away in a position where he can go for a fake out and Clangorous Soul, for example.
Yep, that's exactly what happens. Yeah, just very simply there, going for that Omni boost. And interestingly, still outspeeding Giuseppe's Golden Go there too. Despite the fact that Golden Go is slightly naturally faster than Komodo as well. And now, because of that, it's got that extra defensive capability to be able to take on the moves now that Eric's is going to be taking on. Like this Make It Rain, for instance, knocking that Smeagol down to Focus Dash, getting Komodo very low, honestly, but probably crucially not in range of a Grassy Glide, given that quad resistance it's got.
Yeah, it was crucial that Komodo moved first there because this extra boost from Clangorous Soul allowed it to take Make It Rain just a little bit better here. And despite the fact that Komodo had the chance to potentially go for a Terra Fire Terrestrialization, which we might see in this turn, because then together with it doesn't have bulletproof, it has soundproof. I was gonna say, well, if it was bulletproof, then there's no way this Golden Go gets any sort of damage in. But now Komodo is already quite low, and even though it looks like a great turn for Eric, I'm a little bit you have to be a little bit careful now with Komodo being so low.
You do, because yeah, any sort of kind of chip damage might be able to get that KO there. But we're seeing Incineroar switch in, and again, this time it's not a physical attacker, so Komodo is still at the same amount of offense that it was in the previous turn. And Rillaboom switching in for Eric as well is really nice, given that more fake out support going into the following turn here. So let's see what the Rillaboom ends up doing on Giuseppe's end. Either way, probably not a whole lot.
Yeah, once again trying to get the knockout on Smeagol, but once again Eric is switching out that Pokemon, bringing in Rillaboom for some support, and it makes sense, protecting Komodo just to regenerate a little bit more with leftovers. And yeah, it's a really interesting kind of situation, because Komodo, of course, if it can get a couple of moves in, will deal devastating damage with all the boosts that it was able to acquire. But how can you make sure that it's not being KO'd when it tries to go for an attack?
Yeah, that's so true, especially when you're going for Clanging Scales. It lowers that defense stat as well, so you're suddenly taking on damage a little bit more. But because of Komodo's natural, amazing typing, it resists grass, it resists fire, it resists dark, and all of those moves are on Giuseppe's side right now, and like, all of those attacks aren't maybe going to even do enough damage into this Komodo that still has a nice, really defensive defense stat, and it's already boosted as well. So it looks like Giuseppe's switching things around, bringing the Sneasler, getting that Grassy Seed boost as well, but it could still be taking a Clanging Scales for its troubles going into this turn.
Yeah, bringing in Sneasler is actually quite risky, because that is the one Pokemon you have that can outspeed and KO Komodo. But now, going for the Terrestrialization tells me that Giuseppe plans to hopefully knock out Komodo this turn, maybe?
Let's see. So there's a fake out into what was that Rillaboom, and yet getting around the potential of the Rillaboom to fake out the Incineroar is able to slow things down a little bit. And yeah, as you mentioned, Marcus, now that grassy terrain reveals Sneasler is indeed faster.
All right, and this way it was not risky because with the Terra Ghost, Giuseppe ensures that fake out will go off onto Kommo-o, and despite all the boosts, Kommo-o, isn't able to move. So Sneasler joins the field uncontested, just takes a little bit of chip damage from fake out of Rillaboom, and now is threatening a KO on Kommo-o for sure with Acrobatics. But of course, Eric is aware of this as well, and the problem is that right now, if Eric protects Kommo-o again and either brings in maybe Smeargle for redirection or manages to find another way to get any support for Kommo-o, it's not that simple for Giuseppe right here, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it definitely isn't, because, Eric has still a lot of his Pokemon available, especially in the back as well, giving all that support. So Kommo going in the Protect does make a lot of sense here, given what you said, Marcus. Sneasler's really pressuring it down here, and Giuseppe does go for it indeed, so a good Protect from Eric, but what have the two supportive pieces here done? Rillaboom going first with the highest horsepower into the Sneasler, but thanks to that Grassy Steed boost, it's able to take that fairly comfortably. Knockoff, though, into the Rillaboom, getting rid of that Assault Vest, making it a little bit more squishy going into the following turns, but Sneasler, Marcus, is still there.
Yeah, Sneasler is still there and will be able to knock out Kommo-o, presumably, but with this play, Eric is saying that, okay, Kommo-o, I don't even try to kind of save it by bringing in maybe the Smeargle and then the Rillaboom again for the fake out support, because it's a losing trade in the long run. Instead, he uses the attention that is focused on Kommo-o to get in this high horsepower and to kind of trade Kommo-o for Sneasler this upcoming turn.
Eric attempts the double protect, but does not get it. And so Acrobatics is enough to pick up the KO, even through that defense boost. Sneasler is such a powerful Pokemon here. But Eric needs to rely on what he has in the back. High horsepower, though, is going to be enough to secure the KO on that Sneasler. But with 3 Pokemon in a piece, Giuseppe still has that really, really powerful Golden Go in the back. So we're going for the knockoff. Not doing it as much this time, given there's less of an item on Rillaboom's end. But the grass now disappearing makes this Rillaboom a lot less threatening.
Yeah, Rillaboom a lot less threatening indeed, but it comes down to what is the final Pokemon for Eric, because he definitely needs a powerhouse next to Smeargle and Rillaboom. So, I mean, based on how the first game went, we could assume that it might be the Sneasler, but for now, Smeargle will come in for this very, very awkward board state now. Smeargle and Rillaboom outside of grassy terrain, both severely damaged. I think this is looking quite good there for Giuseppe.
Yeah, really nice, actually, isn't it? I mean, like, when you go into this turn, you're threatening a Rillaboom that's not doing a whole lot back at the moment. And interestingly, we've seen Giuseppe kind of going for knockoff very consistently, maybe trying to catch Golden Go on the switch-in, so you really punish it if Eric wants to go for it.
Yeah, Follow Me coming out from Smeargle. No fake out against 2 Ghost-type Pokemon, but Golden Go just going for the Make It Rain and is enough to get the knockout on Smeargle.
But not quite enough on the Rillaboom, though, which can hang around for one more attack, it looks like. Can it be a high horsepower into the Golden Go? That would be a decent chunk of damage that Eric might need here. And yes, there it is. Into that Golden Go. Oh, that's a KO there. That's a critical hit as well. And a big one, too. Depending on what Eric has in the back, he could really capitalize here.
Now let's see what does Incineroar do. Another knock off, 3 times the charm. Rillaboom goes down, and now Giuseppe is left with only Rillaboom and Incineroar against the unknown final Pokemon of Eric.
So it's still looking good for Giuseppe. That's 2 very healthy Pokemon and 2 that you really like to have. Sneasler, though, is the switch-in. Maybe the one you really want if you're Eric.
Yeah, because now Giuseppe sets up grassy terrain, activating the grassy seed for Eric, who wasn't able to quite reposition Rillaboom or his own Rillaboom in a way to reset the terrain. However, I think the problem now is that, well, Fake Out is available, and Incineroar has committed the Terra to Ghost, which makes it very difficult for Eric Sneasler to hit it.
Yeah, it's really true. But, Marcus, Eric has Dire Claw on that Sneasler. When there is a Dire Claw, there's a way. That's what everybody says. I don't know who specifically, but they say it.
Everyone says it.
Everyone says it. Yeah, I thought so. So, yeah, there's going to be the general turn of burning that Fake Out turn with the Protect, but now we go into the next turn here. Incineroar and Rillaboom both cannot protect going into this next turn, so Eric has the choice of what to target here. Rillaboom surely is a little more of a threat with a high horsepower, right?
Absolutely, yes. So then it could be a Dire Claw into the Rillaboom. It could be a damage roll as to whether that move knocks out or not. But then, of course, as you said, if there is a Dire Claw, there is a way, because the status conditions can be so detrimental.
That's just a raw KO there, again with a critical hit. Rillaboom normally survives that, but Eric pulls it out the bag again. When there is a Dark Claw, there's a way, and it was that. Flare Blitz, though, it's a... forgets the critical hit! Another KO back to Giuseppe, getting justice there. Giuseppe taking this game to a game 3.
Wow, things are going absolutely crazy here in our top 8 game. Giuseppe tying up the series 1-1. So many critical hits. And yeah, you can see the players are like, okay, what's going on over here? Wow. And just like that, Incineroar able to take the game. I mean, what would have happened without that critical hit? Well, we don't know. We don't know the very final and last one.
Yeah, all right, fine.
Well, we don't know how much damage exactly the Flare Blitz would have done, because let's not forget, Sneasel was still boosted from the Grassy Seed, so maybe Flare Blitz is not actually a 2-hit KO, and then Sneasel would have had 2 opportunities to go for Dire Claw, maybe get that dreaded sleep. But, well, with how things played out, Giuseppe ties up the series.
Yeah, it certainly does. Going into game 3 now, I do wonder as well, yeah, given, I think, did Eric even have Terra still available in that game? No,
it was committed on the Rillaboom.
That was it. Okay, yeah. So still not there either. So couldn't boost up the acrobatics too far either. But still, a consistent amount of damage that could still come out. That's a little bit more powerful than that Dire Claw, assuming you get that move in range. But going into game 3 now, Marcus. Eric obviously pivoting to Kumo there, not quite paying off or getting off any sort of damaging attacks with it either. Do you think he pivots back to that Sneasel Golden Go mode he had in game 1?
Yeah, that's a good call, and I think we talked about this after the first turn, because you just invest so much health to get the Komodo set up, and Golden Go could go for this Make It Rain in turn 1, just dealing so much damage to Komodo even after the boost. And while it's good information that Komodo is faster, maybe Eric wanted to save Terrestrialization for Sneasel later on. In hindsight, it might have been better to Terrestrialize Komodo right away, become a fire type, resist Make It Rain, and then play from there with a healthier Komodo. So I think if Eric wants to go for the same game plan again, then maybe that's something to consider. But yeah, the crowd is absolutely excited about what's going on here, especially after all those critical hits.
Roval's just like trying to get out of there, like, come on, let me get out of there, let me see. And Celebi's like, no, kind of rein it in, come on.
Hold it back.
It's like these trainers here also keeping their calm, keeping their cool, going into game 3 here, because there's so much on the line for these trainers. They're so close to getting to that win. Our top 8 here at Stuttgart. Eric Rios versus Giuseppe Musico, 2 very talented trainers, and with some really interesting teams, particularly on Eric's end, obviously. I mean, we've not even seen the Primarina yet, Marcus. Do you think even that could come out here?
Yeah, I think Primarina maybe not really designed to be used in this type of matchup. Yeah, it seems maybe to be more against, for example, like a Dondozo matchup, right, with a Haze that we have seen previously. But I would be surprised to see Primarina come out. I think the Sneasel just makes so much sense, and then you, I think, want either Golden Go or Komodo as your special attacker. One thing that didn't really come up yet is the Smeargle going for any spores. It was really only there so far for maybe a little bit of fake out, maybe some follow me, and that decorate in game 1, which was arguably game changing. But yeah, it didn't really do that much. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I agree, actually. Smeargle kind of got so low as well that it was often in grassy glide range, so it could just be picked off, and without a protect as well, and all that bulk either, it was just kind of used as a bit of a, like, kind of sort of a dead weight, really. So let's just see how these players play it. Game 3, final match of our top 8 here. It's going to be Rillaboom and Golden Go yet again for Giuseppe, but what a lead we've got here from Eric. It's just the 2 setup monsters on the other side, Komodo and Golden Go.
Yeah, and finally, kind of the fake out pressure is in Giuseppe's side, because he's the only one with a fake out Pokemon on the field and now has to make a choice. Do you predict a Terrestrialization here? Do you just go for the Shadow Ball? Do you Terrestrialize your Golden Go? the same questions as both of these players have been asked throughout the tournaments many times, but also in the first game. And this could be crucial because one mistake means you're out. This is game 3, a must-win situation for both of them.
First, it's going to be the Protect from that Kamo, which we know is faster than Giuseppe's Golden Go, and followed by a Protect on Eric's end as well. Makes a lot of sense to kind of scout for that Protect, but has Giuseppe made the most of this? Is there any nasty plot on the other side for Giuseppe? Because that could be a very big game changer in this game 1. But no, it is that Shadow Ball instead, so Eric just about getting away with it there.
Yeah, the double Protect makes a lot of sense. Because you know that there is no fake out that you have to be worried about now going into the second time. But Giuseppe didn't flinch. He didn't terrestrialize Golden Go. And so now the situation is still ambiguous between both of those Golden Goes. And it's Eric who has enough of the standoff.
Okay, so Eric wanting to get in the supporter for the setup Pokemon he's decided to go for this time. And it is going to be that Komodo instead. Not going for the Terra though, as you maybe kind of recommended last time, Marcus. So let's see if maybe a Make It Rain instead comes out from this Golden Go instead here. And given that special defense boost, it should still be able to take it as it did in game 2. It's still with the cost of that third of its health as is the effect of that move. Here it comes. Make It Rain. Bringing that Komodo is still very low. Maybe even in high horsepower range as well. Given what this Rillaboom is not going for Grassy Glide yet, but it's in to that Rillaboom. So not yet capitalizing into that Komodo set, which now might be healing out of range.
Yeah, and now Eric, even though once again lost a lot of health, now Komodo is set up and Rillaboom is next to it for fake out support. So if Eric wanted to, Eric could go for a fake out into Rillaboom and then a big flamethrower into Golden Go. Of course, Golden Go still has terrestrialization available, so it's not that easy, but I think Eric now has the offensive pressure with Como, and we will see an offensive move of it finally.
Yes, hopefully finally here, from Eric's perspective, this Komodo has its chance. First of all, fake out, but it's a flamethrower, unfortunately, and not that clanging scales. Still some more damage than it did in game 2. Bringing Incineroar a little bit lower and perhaps even in range of a clanging scales, given how much damage it's done there. Also, a few more revealing of some speed interactions there. Eric's Rillaboom a little bit faster than Giuseppe's Rillaboom, which is then faster than its own Incineroar.
Yeah, always good to check the speed here, of course, with grassy terrain recovery. But now Komodo, yeah, once again, maybe doesn't want to protect, since there's, of course, a fake out being threatened. But does Giuseppe in this spot really commit to a double target into Komodo that might just protect?
It's a really good point there, because that's obviously very risky here. And you do have that fake out turn. And Giuseppe, you may remember that game 1 was going for a lot of like bluffing fake outs and not going for them. And then Eric was calling it. So do you do it this time? Let's see. Rillaboom on the switch out here. Not wanting to go for any moves quite yet. Makes a lot of sense. 2 resists on the field. Bringing the Sneasler here, so no Smeargle brought to this matchup. Makes a lot of sense if it's not being done too much. So bringing in another threat. And there's the clanging scale straight out of the gate, but Incineroar is just able to survive.
If Rillaboom connects, which it does, and gets the knockout, this is big for Giuseppe. Como with all those boosts out of the game, and Incineroar has a golden opportunity to go for parting shot.
A really good one too. Lowering the attack stat of that Sneasler means, as well as Incineroar going out, it means it can come back in again, maybe even on the next turn and bring it down to -2. And now there's no more Smeargle on the field either to be able to bring that attack stack back up without Eric trying to switch out Sneasler and foregoing all of that setup of the Grassy Seed and the Unburden boost.
And because Giuseppe has not committed terrestrialization on Goldengo yet, it just comes into a great position against the Sneasler. Sneasler without any boosts now, no Smeargle around to support it. I think this is looking quite good for Giuseppe.
It really is, isn't it? Like, bringing that Golden Go right now is looking really strong at the moment here too. And I think we saw back in that game 1, I think that Eric's Golden Go was a little bit faster too.
Yes, that is what you have to really, really worry about now. If you're Giuseppe, do you commit now, or do you want to maybe bring in Incineroar again, protect? Like, there are a couple of plays that Giuseppe could make that will prolong the game for sure, and that might get him into a better position later on. Or is Giuseppe down to kind of go for it right now? That is the question in this turn.
That is a big question. So Giuseppe is going to be withdrawing that Rillaboom. He's got so many options still. All of his Pokemon still on the field. Incineroar coming in for another Intimidate drop. Makes a lot of sense here. Even if Incineroar goes down here, it's still doing what it does best. I think we need to see a Terra here. Yes, if you're Giuseppe, you need to keep that Golden Go safe and start getting up that defensive capability against Eric's offense here, which is really hard to punish with the moves that Eric has.
And with Golden Go over on Eric's side going for the Terrestrialization, Giuseppe is ready to match it. Both Golden Go going for the Terrestrialization. They want to go for damage this turn, and this could be so crucial. If Eric double targets Golden Go here and knocks it out, this would be huge for him.
Let's see. Dire Claw, here it comes. Into that Golden Go, which is just terrible.
Oh!
There's the sleep! Eric is so good at getting it when it counts. And it just takes that Golden Go completely out of this turn. And there's the Shadow Ball covering for if it does not go for that Terra, doing a really good chunk of damage, lowering that special defense further. And of course, there's that Life Orb chip. But what a turn for Eric there.
This was so big. Eric getting the call there, going for Dire Claw into a Steel-type Pokemon, predicting the Terra, which then comes out. But it's not over yet, because it seems like both Golden Go might be at the same speed level. So if Giuseppe can go for Fake Out on Sneasler and then move first with Golden Go, wake up, that might be his way back into the game.
So Fake Out has got to come out first, though, for Giuseppe into that Sneasler. It does flinch here. Which Golden Go goes first? It is Eric's Golden Go there into Giuseppe's Golden Go, completely dropping it out of this game. No chance for it to wake up either. Dropping so far down, Giuseppe needing to rely on whatever he has as his last Pokemon in this 3-game set.
Yeah, but let's not forget the fact that Giuseppe was quite far ahead in the game before the sleep happened, so it's definitely not over. Sneasler over on Eric's side, still at reduced attack levels, and Giuseppe still has Sneasler of his own, but that one is powerful. And with Terrestrialization being committed on Golden Go, can go for a lot of damage into Golden Go if it wanted to.
Wow, Marcus, I'm on the edge of my seat if I was sitting down right now, because this game is on a knife edge. Dire Claw again into the Incineroar. Giuseppe's Incineroar going down, of course, but this does free up Giuseppe's own Sneasler to go for an attack here. Close combat into the Golden Go. Not quite enough for a KO either, and this is not focused on Sneasler, and it's just lowered its special defense. Golden Go going for that Shadow Ball. Could pick up a KO here. Not quite. Just about missing it here. But we've seen Eric Sneasler can outspeed Giuseppe Sneasler.
Yeah, not quite getting it. But now Rillaboom comes in. Fake Out is active. And the Grassy Seed will activate on Sneasler's side over on Giuseppe. And also allow it to get this Unburdened boost. So I don't think we got confirmation as to which of them will be faster if both of them have that double speed stat. So once again, same position as before. Giuseppe has Fake Out active and Sneasler ready to move.
Certainly is, but Eric does have Golden Go in the back. So if you did want to reset Fake Out, for instance, it is, or rather, it's got Rillaboom's in the back, rather. You can still get it in at some point and be able to nullify Giuseppe's advantage, at least in this turn, as he's only down to his last 2.
Which of the Sneaslers will move first? I don't think we'll find out in this turn. Well, Eric's flinches, but of course, this is, what the players expected. Golden Go goes down. This is great for Giuseppe, but now with Rillaboom coming in for Eric as well, and we have the full kind of mirrored situation, it still will come down to which of the Sneaslers will move first, and it seems like Eric's is the faster one.
Yeah, another speed interaction here with the Grassy Terrain recovery. It does seem likely that it is Eric Sneasler being the fastest. Again, we've seen the speed tie of the Golden Go. We still don't know if it's the same for the Sneasler. But going to this next turn, Eric has Fake Out advantage.
Yeah, so I guess Eric has to go for the Fake Out somewhere and an attack somewhere else. But where do you go? Do you call the Protect here and go after Rillaboom?
Yes, no, there is a Fake Out into Rillaboom instead, but do you target the Sneasler? Yes, you do. Okay, so we still come out of this turn unscathed relatively from Giuseppe's point of view.
Yeah, it could still come down to a Rillaboom against Rillaboom endgame if High Horsepower is enough to get the knockout on Sneasler. And then, of course, there's also critical hits. Still, anything can happen, but it looks pretty good for Eric. Now, though, do you go for the double protect?
Yeah, you might want to, honestly, here if you're Giuseppe. It could be the play to kind of get around it. And Eric's with the defense boost on with that Grassy Seed is really going to be able to make it take on this high horsepower. But there's the acrobatics into that Sneasler. There's that KO. No attempt on the double protect. Where is this Rillaboom going to target on Giuseppe's end? It needs to target down this Sneasler this turn if there's any chance of this game coming back. But Eric has the faster Rillaboom as well, bringing this Rillaboom down so low as well. Giuseppe back against the wall. It's not even the high horsepower. Rillaboom into Rillaboom. Sneasler still around, healthy as it can be. There is no shot now for Giuseppe. Eric is in touching distance of this top 4.
And Giuseppe knows this is it. Locks in the forfeit, and Eric Rios moves on to top 4.
Huge congratulations to Eric Rios there. What a nail-biter of a set. Coming down right to the margins, and the speed interactions between some of the mirrored Pokemon here as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was really coming down to the wire there. The second game, we had the critical hits back and forth. I think also our players are having a little bit of fun there with that. Of course, you don't want to be on the receiving end in such an important game, but that's sometimes how it is. And then in game 3, Eric locks in Direct Claw into Golden Go. Golden Go goes for the Terra and falls right asleep.
Yeah, like a really, really well played. Like, that was Eric's out at that point, and he absolutely went for it. It could have well been, you know, a paralysis into a full power as well. It could have been a critical hit and put it in range of Shadow Ball, as we saw in the previous game as well. Yeah, and a lot of big KOs going left, right, and center. Yeah, there's that first crit, followed up by the Justice crit going up from that Incineroar, and later on with that Flare Blitz. An explosive game, Marcus. My goodness, I'm really tired now. Oh my
yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, this series had to go to a game 3. And there it seemed good for Giuseppe after knocking out Kommo-o so early on. But then this dreadful sleep meant Golden Go would be knocked out. And from there, Eric with the faster Sneasler, with the faster Rillaboom, yeah, he's not letting that slip away between his hands. He knew where to target, goes for the acrobatics there into Sneasler in the end game, and takes the set and moves on to top 4. Another medal for the trophy cabinet.
Absolutely. And Eric's must be so full right now. I wonder how many cabinets he's got. That's going to be my question if I see him again. But yeah, like really well played, honestly, from Eric. And like showing off the Kommo-o as well, which we'd love to see too. And like, and still giving it justice in that game 2 and 3. He was able to do a little bit more there. Flamethrower and some clanging scales chip going down. It did its job. Did its job.
It certainly did its job, and also Eric there with this adaptation in the final game, going for the Golden Go and Kommo-o lead. Not something we see too often there, identifying that Smeargle wasn't really pulling its weight in this matchup that far. Yeah, very, very smart play there by Eric. But I also want to give a quick shout out again to Giuseppe, because he's really one of the most consistent players in this regulation. Has had many, many top 4s and top cuts in this regulation set H, with a fantastic run, beating so many amazing players over the course of the tournament. And now, even though, once again, he's out just before reaching the finals, yeah, he has played so well. He's shown so much skill, and yeah, definitely a player to watch out for in the future.
Indeed, yeah, congrats, Giuseppe. Absolutely an amazing run to get this far. But of course, we know, focusing our attention to our winner of that round, Eric Rios. Let's hear more about his incredible win.
Thanks very much, David. I am here with Eric Rios, the winner of our first top 8 match and cementing himself a position in the semi-finals. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's time to be back. I tried to win a tournament from 2023. It was the last time. I know it's difficult. A lot of people now plays really good. There is a lot of level. So I will try my best. I'm in top 4. I didn't expect to do that well today because I had really bad matchups today, but I played better and I had some luck in favor with that Dire Claws like now. So yeah, it is what it is, but I'm happy to be here, to be in top 4 again. So let's see how it goes.
It's such a thrill to watch you play each time because you just make such great plays. So I want to kind of go a bit more into your matchup. What were your thoughts when you're going up against Giuseppe, who's also another top player?
I played Giuseppe like several times. I know he's a really good player. He always plays good. I didn't see him playing bad. So it's always difficult to play him. It's like conserve play, he do standard plays, but sometimes he took risk. Like in game 3, he didn't tear a Goldengo. I was playing around that. I was expecting he tear a defensive Goldengo, and he didn't. So I like his play style. He's really good, and he played really well. So I know that it was a tough opponent for me.
Yeah, we were treated to 3 amazing games in that set. I wanted to talk a little bit more about possibly one of the most hyped moments this weekend when we saw endgame of Game 2. Your Sneasler got the crit, but then in turn got crit by the Incineroar. What were your thoughts going through your head around that time?
That game was lost for me and tried to win it, but didn't expect to be the last turn of Incin versus Sneasler. I did 2 hits. I think it was 2 critical hits in a row. It was funny because it's Pokemon. Like it's like Pokemon as always. I crit twice and he took the crit to me in the last turn. He deserved to win. Like he played better game 2, but I tried my best. Like I have my odds to win this, and I tried, but it was funny, yeah.
Yeah, well, everyone was so hyped. The audience just went wild when that happened. And then kind of going back into Game 3 then, which was the deciding game. How was your approach to that game?
I was thinking he played like safely Game 1, Game 2, and I played around. He will do defensive plays like Game 1, Game 2, and I play around that. I did Como, Goldengo. It's a more aggressive lead than Smeargle or Rillaboom that like you lead with support, and Como, it's obvious that you're going to Soul with Como and setup, and Goldengo is the same. So I try to lead with aggressive leads with Como, Goldengo, and I was expecting defensive Terra from Goldengo. So that's why I switch out Goldengo, put Rillaboom, and sold the Como, but he didn't. Like he made, I think, make it rain. He didn't do Shadow Ball. So yeah, it was really risky play, but it was good. Like he did a lot of damage in Como, and then Como didn't do too much in the game, and I tried to win with Goldengo and Sneasler.
Yeah, well, that was a great comeback in Game 3. Thank you so much for treating us to such a fantastic set. So, lastly, do you have any shout-outs you might want to give to anyone watching at home?
Yeah, I want to shout out all my friends, all the people that have been supporting me from home. Gerard, Sergio, David for helping me, all the Twitch community, Koi community, Colunga, everyone from Top 8. Thank you so much for all the support, and obviously to my family, friends, and yeah, all the Coisitos.
Thank you very much, Eric. Well, we're going to let you get some rest and get ready for the semi-finals. So for those of you watching at home, we're going to cut to a very short break, but we'll be back with the second top 8 match of the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
My name is Rajan Ball, and I'm from Washington, D.C. The World Championships were in Washington, D.C. in 2014. So I wasn't competing then, but I participated. And after that, I was hooked. I saw some of the friends that I'd known online. It was right in my backyard. I took the metro there. I did go to the 2015 World Championships in Boston. That was my first actual tournament. And my friend Nick Navarre and we both top cut that tournament. And then I just remember thinking, man, this game is really, really easy. It's not that easy. I've come to find out.
He's come so close to winning regionals in so many different years. This might be his chance to secure his first championship title.
The times in the tournaments I've done the most poorly have been when I felt tepid, when I was playing scared. I have never again watched the stream set of my previous finals experience. I started tunnel visioning on the win. I was thinking, I'm so close. But unfortunately, that compromised the quality of my play. I started to really think about stream being like a man, like I lost my mojo then. It's just been downhill from here. And this time, each stream set, each round today was just win. I was competing pretty actively as a full-time lawyer, and I just wasn't sure I could justify continuing. Folks are prepping more, they're playing better, they're just smarter, they're better players now. But if I quit, you know, I wouldn't have as many lifelong friendships as I do. This weekend especially, I didn't mind falling on my feet. I didn't mind like messing up something because I was playing to win. I was not playing to not lose. Identifying the things that are costing you games. Lean in on what you're good at and then bring everything up to the extent that you can. It's been my goal for a very long time to win a regional championship. I mean, I'm over the moon.
Rajan Ball, he's made it to the finals, and now he's claimed his first regional championship victory.
I had high expectations going into this tournament. The prep was coming together very well. I mean, the weekend could not have gone any better. I went 9-0 day one, won the tournament day two. I've been wanting this for a long, long time. So this just feels really good.
Champion. He's going to win this dream. Oh, sweet from the grand finals.
Bubble damage coming through, still tapping, some clapping. Let's give it up.
10 seconds left on the clock, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming's gonna stop them.
What you got? Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to our second top 8 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. My name is Zoe. I'm joined by Costa. And Costa, are you excited for what we have next?
I truly am. I mean, we saw a phenomenal match with our first semi-finalist being decided there, Eric Rios, of course, in what was a tantalizing match against Giuseppe there, but of course was able to come out on top. But like we said, we've got an epic match coming up to round off the final top 8 we're going to be featuring before we progress on to the top 4. And I'm going to try to quote Marcus on this. I may fail, but I'll give it my best. Okay. It's going to be the Cherry Bailey Cunha Champions Clash. The CCCC.
Okay. I see. Okay.
Hey,
I see.
See what I mean? Yeah.
2 world champions.
Yes.
I almost feel like we're at Worlds already, just watching these 2 world champions duke it out on the stage. This is going to be an absolutely blistering match and so explosive as well. Both of our players have really explosive, high damage teams that we've seen over the weekend.
Yeah, exactly. And Eduardo, in of himself, bringing the same team that he was able to reach the finals at Lille several weeks ago up against Marco Silva. Now up against a compatriot of Marco himself, being in the form of previous world champ Luca Cheribelli. And Eduardo's team, generally speaking, is fascinating in terms of the utility of the Smeagol. Having Tailwind enables a multi-mode sort of affair when it comes to team composition.
Well, I'm going to quote David a bit here and look at Eduardo's run. It's going to be a win-win-win-win-win, win-win-win-win-win.
Win-win-win.
Yeah, win. Exactly. So just a phenomenal run. You're going up against some really powerful trainers, Tamar Gravui and Eric Rios, Davide Carrera and Robert Vine. And these are all players that made it into Phase 2. So not an easy run by any means, a very stacked run. And he was able to win all of them.
Yeah, and do need to call out Eric Rios' win then, Swiss round number 6. Could be crucial if Eduardo does progress past this stage into the semifinals. However, phase 2 of Eduardo's run shows us having a loss against Niels Dunlop and Pierre Costa win versus Aldridge, David win, and then a loss to Giuseppe Musco, which Eduardo may be happy in terms of potential matchup affairs, has now been knocked out of the top cut contention.
Yeah, his only 2 losses were to Niels Dunlop and Giuseppe Musco, who are 2 incredibly powerful trainers. So this just goes to show the level of play he's able to put out, and it goes to show exactly why he is a world champion. Just such an amazing run going up against all of these players, and he may be quite glad to know that the 2 players that he did lose to he will not be facing up against for the remainder of this tournament.
Yeah, because it's not only about team matchups, it's also about player matchups, because at this level, we have hit the upper echelon scale of world's caliber trainers all around. And once again, talking about worlds, we've got Luca Cheribelli, our second world champion we're going to be featuring in the same set.
I predict the world champion will win.
Do you now? So in sight.
I know, right? I can read the future.
I'm very impressed, sorry. But yeah, I mean, the fact that we've seen Luca take on strides in terms of improvement over the past couple of years, being able to have a really strong showing at Turin, as well as Bologna, just before going on to winning his world championship title in 2024 is astounding. And clearly being able to directly convert into this tournament with the current regulation.
We can see Luca also had a really stacked run up against Thomas Schultz, Robert Vine, whom he did lose to, but winning against Eric Rios. So he could potentially be facing Eric Rios again, and who knows what the outcome of that match will be. I would have, as much as I would have liked to say win-win-win, it's more of a win-win, just 1 loss to Robert Vine.
Yeah, exactly. And in a matchup that he actually squared up against a previous cast as well, Sebastian Ernst from the German region, both 2 veterans of the German community, with the same team. So clearly, even though Luca did really well in that round 7, wasn't able to get past Robert in round 8.
Yeah, and look at that. He went undefeated for today, so only dropped 1 game for this entire tournament. That is an absolutely phenomenal accomplishment. I can't think of many players off the top of my head who's able to have that kind of achievement. And up against Alex Gomez and Niels Dunlop and Yannick Otim, who are all incredibly powerful trainers. So it just goes to show also exactly why he is a world champion. And I know you called out earlier that as we progress into the tournament, we're, reaching the upper echelons of level of play. But I feel like we reached that in the first stream round already of today. All the games were so good, and all of them just had me on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point to make, because at this point, it's just such a stacked tournament where we've already hit that high level, the 6th gear, in essence, of form when it comes to the level that the players bring to the field. And yeah, we're seeing 2 of those very trainers, not in a top 4, not in a finals. This, reminder folks, is a top 8. This is the quarterfinals. Eduardo on the left versus Luca on the right. These 2 trainers are of a very few handful, you would say, that have been able to claim a title at the highest level of the World Championships.
Yeah, zooming now, look at how focused our players are. Both of our world champions know that this match is going to be incredibly difficult, and it could easily swing one way or the other. The 2 team archetypes are quite different as well. Luca, we saw running that very offensive Farigiraf team with the Hisuian Typhlosion, but then Eduardo also running this Smeargle support team, which has so many different options in supporting its team. And I'm just looking at it, and I have no idea how this game is going to go, and I'm so excited.
Yeah, and we will be able, of course, to be featuring it so soon. See both of the trainers there, getting in the zone, feeling relaxed, but also concentrated. Eduardo, not only previous world champ, also the Lille regional finalist, as we mentioned several weeks ago, but 2019 OCIC champion, a two-time special champion.
Yeah, Eduardo, one of those very few players who can claim a win at every level of tournament there is. Worlds, ICs, and special events. And Luca, of course, on the other side, LAIC top 32. That was just last weekend. And 2024 World Champion, EUIC top 8, and Turin special champion. So a lot of really strong accomplishments. It's impossible to tell just based off of accolades which of these is the stronger player.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to see what the matchup looks like, as like we said, Smedrel being a crucial piece to Eduardo's team composition, but not the only one. Incineroar, Golden Go, and the Rillaboom serve as such a good defensive setup sort of structure or core, especially when you've got an interchangeable piece of that Ursaluna also taking the Golden Go's spot in certain situations, but the Sneasler, an additional form of a setup sweeper. So you've essentially got 3 setup sweepers, you've got 3 fake out users, you've got redirection Smedrel, Tailwind via the speed control. There's so much going on here and so many options for Eduardo to try to navigate path towards victory for.
This is such a flexible team. You have multiple options to go for the fake out. If one fake out user may not be the best situation or best Pokemon to use that situation, swap it out for another, and you've got 3 setup Pokemon, so you can take advantage of your opponent maybe trying to bypass the fake out with a protect, and all of a sudden your opponent has to be very careful what to do. And here comes Luca's team that we've seen on stream this past weekend: Incineroar, Typhlosion, Annihilate, Farigiraf, Whimsicott, and Ursaluna.
And immediately off the bat, we're talking and praising about the 3 fake out users from Eduardo's side. There's the Farigiraf that you've got to contend with. It has Armor Tail as an ability. It will be able to block all of the priority moves coming up from the opposing side of the field. So clearly, as we've seen before, and Yuma Kinugawa piloting a very similar 3-piece composition out of their 6 to winning the LAIC championship, the Farigiraf proves to be such a vital piece to this puzzle in terms of suppressing the oppressive fake-out spam from the other side of the field, and maybe even going on the offensive with that throat spray.
Not only that, there's also 2 ghost types and a Terra Ghost, so there's actually a very limited options for going for the fake-out, and I'm sure Lucas will be using that absolutely to his advantage.
Yep.
Both of these players are so incredibly experienced. We might be seeing some very unusual plays coming out, but that's only because they know each other so well and can see so many lines of the game.
Yeah, and I do really love the utility Annihilate in this scenario as well. You've got the safety goggles, which can allow you to be immune to the Smedrel, but also not susceptible to fake out. You've got the Taunt as a good way to be able to shut down the Smedrel from the get-go, so clearly may be a favorite in consideration for this matchup for Luca.
Oh yeah, Smeargle has so many different options. It's also got Tailwind, not quite a common move on Smeargle because it prefers other moves, but we are going to get started immediately into our top 8 of the Stuttgart Regional Champions. Eduardo Cunha up against Luca Cherubelli.
Yeah, Golden Go Smedrel versus Whimsicott and Typhlosion. Clearly both trainers having a set of a win condition mind in order to be able to dish out. From Luca's side, hyper-offensive damage, whilst over on Eduardo's side, you've got that setup potential on such a disruptive Smedrel.
Yeah, Whimsicott is a really nice option paired with that Typhlosion. You can go for Sunny Day, you can go for Tailwind, but Smeargle with the Focus Sash will be able to survive one hit from anything that this Typhlosion can throw at her. There is a Golden Go that is quite heavily threatened by the Typhlosion, but it is Terra Water, and we're going to see now immediately a Terrestrialization turn 1.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the Whimsicott. Okay, I was wondering if it has to commit in order to forego the fake out from the Smedrel, but there's going to be different layers of mind games going on here depending on how Eduardo expects Luca to be able to act, committing his own terrestrialization and wants to make sure that Golden Go is such a crucial piece to this puzzle for the win on his side. Is not going to go down from the get-go. It's going to be able to resist such powerful fire-type moves coming out from the Typhlosion. But fake out, there we go. Luca able to read into that. Will allow the Whimsicott to go immediately for the Sunny Day. Worthwhile trade to be able to still get an eruption off. Deal so much damage onto the Golden Go. 55 hit point survival. Smedrel brought down to the Focus Sash, but this allows an opening for the Golden Go to go for the Make It Rain. Not a Shadow Ball focus onto the Typhlosion. Maybe scared of a Terra Fire commit.
That is a fantastic terrestrialization from the Whimsicott. Not only did it block the fake out, it is also taking neutral damage from that Make It Rain. And now this Whimsicott gets to stay on the field for another turn. 1, which means another turn of disruption. And Whimsicott does have Encore, so it can try and Encore the Smeargle into a useless fake out. So Eduardo might want to think about swapping out his Smeargle, or he could maybe just leave the Smeargle in and let it get knocked out as a free switch for his next Pokemon.
Yeah, and the fact that Golden Go is so low on HP is such a hazard for Eduardo that's going to have to try to navigate around and really respect that Typhlosion that hasn't taken as much damage, and surely, even with the bit that it has received, it will be able to still dish out some really scary damage.
Oh, look at that. Another eruption coming up, and it's going to be a double knockout into the Golden Go and the Smeargle. Luca Cherubelli takes an early lead with a double knockout, and Eduardo is already knocked down to his final 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, and with the Farigiraf now on the field, this means that Eduardo may even bring a fake-out Pokemon from the back, but gonna have to really respect the fact that Armatail allows a nullification of the suppression that the Rillaboom, as we did get a bit of a preview of, normally can dispatch. There is no Tailwind that's been set up. This will mean now with the Grassy Seed activating on the Sneasler, it will be the fastest thing on the field, but you should be feeling a bit cautious if you're Eduardo, because that Farigiraf is looking mighty scary with the potential Trick Room setup.
Oh yeah, and Farigiraf also just has really strong offensive options. It doesn't even need to go for the Trick Room. He can just go for the Hyper Voice, get that Throat Spray boost, and suddenly it's going to be hitting very, very hard with any of its attacks. And Sneasel got a defense boost. Not a special defense boost, but it's going to be Acrobatics immediately, but Typhlosion survives.
Yeah, and it doesn't switch out as well, willing to go down there and deal a bit more damage due to the Blaze activation of its ability, which normally wouldn't have dealt that much damage. Woodhammer, not quite enough to pick up the KO onto the Farigiraf, but if the Sneasler did try to focus down on it, it would have been able to prevent this Trick Room from being set up.
Yeah, Luca might actually wanted that Typhlosion to get knocked out here because it's locked into Eruption, which is now quite useless since its health is so low, and it's quite a speedy Pokemon. It will, of course, still outspeed the Smeargle under the Trick Room, but Farigiraf itself is now a really strong offensive option against both the Sneasler and the Rillaboom. And let's not forget, Luca still has one unrevealed Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, and there is the safe Protect to go for. Allow the Typhlosion to go down, or at least get some sort of damage dealt, and a tiny bit of HP recovery due to the grassy terrain, as that is seemingly going to be the situation. Sneasler goes for the Protect. Woodhammer tries to focus down on that Farigiraf, not going to be able to do much, but because I believe the Blaze range is in activation with the Sun, it's going to be enough to pick up the KO onto the Rillaboom, leaving the Sneasler on its own. It's a 1 versus 4 uphill battle.
Oh, the Sneasler is just in such a difficult position. Eruption will be able to get a little bit of chip damage. More importantly, this Farigiraf on the Trick Room, he just dishes out so much damage, and we see Eduardo recognizing that there's absolutely nothing this Sneasler can do. He's going to forfeit this game, and we're going to go into a game 2 with Luca Cherubelli winning game 1.
Yeah, with his trusty Whimsicott plushie on the side, Terra Ghosting commitment there allowed it to enable its partner Pokemon Typhlosion to go for such high octane damage via that Eruption, not needing that Terrafire at all. Situational Terror that really proved to be quite decisive there. So Eduardo really needs to change up his board position, his game plan. What do you think are the couple of the elements that he can bring to the fore in order to counter such an aggressive lead from Luca's side?
Luca had a really oppressive lead with that Whimsicott Typhlosion. There's not many Pokemon on Eduardo's side that can actually comfortably take an Eruption. The only Pokemon being Incineroar, he's got Terra Water on the Golden Go, but that means he's forced into his Terra like we saw in that turn 1. So I would like to see maybe Incineroar being brought in and, you know, trying to sponge that hit, but I can see why Eduardo didn't bring Incineroar at first, because there is an Annihilate on the other side with a close combat, and if you give it that Defiant boost, then suddenly the Annihilate will just come in, and that might be an adjustment that Luca might make, you know, leading the Annihilate, trying to catch the Incineroar.
Oh, as that's a confirmation. What a good call, Zoe. Incineroar alongside that Annihilate, and the Smeargle is available on the field alongside that Golden Go, but bit of a changed scenario right now. Fake Out is available to go into the Incineroar, but it does have a Terra Ghost option.
It does indeed, and what's more, the Annihilate also has Taunt, so it can actually quite easily shut down this Smeargle. Also, with the safety goggles, it can bypass all of those it cannot bypass follow me, but it can bypass a Spore. The Golden Go is also not in the greatest position, but it looks like Smeargle's just going to get recalled immediately.
Yeah, it's such an awkward spot for the Smeargle to be able to capitalize, and maybe Eduardo was just hoping to be able to catch out Luca's lead. Brings that Sneasler in right now alongside a Protect from the Golden Go. You want to ensure that there's no potential damage if Luca chooses to go on the offensive and not for that Taunt, as that seems to be the case there, because the Taunt was far too obvious, but actually a bit beneficial right now for Eduardo at the cost of about 33 HP's worth.
Yeah, now this Annihilate cannot protect, so Eduardo is quite free to go for an attack onto this Annihilate. And Annihilate, without having taken any damage, the Rage Fist is going to have very low base power, so the Golden Go will be able to survive a Rage Fist if it does choose to stay in. Now, Eduardo's Sneasler is the Swords Dance Acrobatics variant, and it's going to do quite a bit of damage, and we're going to see now a Terrestrialization coming off onto Luca's Incineroar, and that is going to be Terra Grass.
So I'm curious to see if there's going to be a read, or at least where Eduardo's going to try to distribute the damage. Close combat into the Incineroar. This is safety goggles, but remember the follow-up from the Golden Go could be quite crucial if the Life Orb allows it enough room. If there's going to be a commit of the Make It Rain, anticipating the Golden Go going for the Terrestrialization. We saw the scenario of the Annihilate trying to pick it off. However, the Incineroar survives just with a slither of health. It allows it to go for the knockoff, ensuring the double up from both means you can at least get rid of that slot regardless if there's a Terrestrialization or a switch out.
A huge offensive option has been removed from Eduardo's side, but he's still got a fairly healthy Pokemon in the back and a very healthy Sneasler. And now this Annihilate is in range of getting knocked out by an Acrobatics, and we see now a defense boost propped by the Grassy Seed. The Sneasler is going to get the Unburden boost. It was already the fastest Pokemon on the field, but now this Incineroar cannot protect. So Rillaboom can just go for an attack onto Incineroar, and then Sneasler can finish off the Annihilate with an Acrobatics.
This may well be the position that Eduardo has been trying to find himself into and navigate. It's so much better and complementary versus that game one, which is going to force Luca to have to go for defensive play here. We see the Farigiraf hoping to catch Eduardo out if possible, but it's a double switch. Incineroar out now, not going to be weak to any sort of acrobatics focus. However, the Blood Moon Ursaluna is ready. The acrobatics does go into the Farigiraf, deals about 35% damage. Woodhammer, is it enough to be able to KO? It is! It's a raw KO, one-hit KO, should I say. And all of a sudden, Luca has already lost one of those crucial Pokemon, but that may at least allow him to be able to bring the Annihilate back in. But at what cost? You may have wanted to get the Trick Room set up whilst the Blood Moon's on your side.
And now there really isn't a great reason to go for the Trick Room. Of course, Farigiraf itself can still take advantage of Trick Room if it does set it up. But then it's partnered with an Annihilate, which is a fairly speedy Pokemon, and Incineroar typically not that offensive, although on Luca's team it does have Flare Blitz and Knockoff and is an Assault Vest variant, so it's very likely that this Incineroar, which is a Wolf's Incineroar, so two world champion Pokemon, Luca's Farigiraf and Wolf's Incineroar, Incineroar can be dealing a lot of damage. Of course, Luca's Incineroar is in very low range. If it does go for that Flare Blitz, it's going to knock itself out from recoil. So at this stage, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Incineroar maybe going for either Fake Out or a Knockoff.
And I think Eduardo may be trying to anticipate a Farigiraf switch out to the Annihilate here. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it, but it doesn't seem to be the case. At least the wrong slot, if there was going to be a commit of the Grassy Glide, Annihilate switches in favor of the Incineroar. And we finally have Eduardo going for the Terrestrialization. It's going to be the Terraflying to further enhance the damage output of the Acrobatics, as well as forego weakness to the Psychic typing. Acrobatics connecting, of course, going straight into the Annihilate. There was no doubt about it. It was always going to get KO'd in that scenario. Now, the Woodhammer surely is going to be enough to get rid of the Farigiraf and force a game 3 from this scenario, and it's not actually, it just survives.
Well, it was intimidated a bit earlier from the Incineroar, so the Psychic and a fantastic terrestrialization off of a Sneasler going to Terra Flying, meaning that it is no longer weak to Psychic moves. And because Trick Room did not get set up, and Luca is down to his final 2 Pokemon, Incineroar and Sneasler, both of these Pokemon are in range of just getting knocked out from any attack. Now, Eduardo's remain Pokemon is Sneasel, so that's not Sneasel, so it's not a big offensive option, but you can just swap out Sneasel and swap it back in and reset.
Yeah, exactly. I think Luca's resource have been diminished at such a extreme range. I don't think there's a way back from this. I'm trying to contemplate whether it would have been worth for going for Trick Room there, but then again, you're still in the awkward spot of you're not having enough HP remaining in order to fully take advantage of Flare Blitz, which does force self-recoil as well.
Yeah, the fact that the Incineroar is really restricted on a bat, and there we go. Looks like Luca recognizes that this game is lost. He's going to forfeit, and we are going into a game 3, folks. This is so exciting. The stakes are ever so high.
It's tense. It is tense. We're feeling tense. Imagine how our trainers are feeling on the main stage. They are one individual game away from locking themselves into semi-finals. They want this win. They want to be able to not only add more titles to their cabinet, they want to be able to get as much points they can going into the next qualification period as well.
Fantastic adjustment from Eduardo there, taking that game 2. And I think Luca may be trying to catch another Pokemon, another lead scenario from Eduardo, and maybe not quite getting that. The Annihilate, but I don't think it did quite as much, and I wouldn't be surprised maybe in this game 3, Luca might just try and go back to his original lead of Typhlosion and Whimsicott. But if he does that and Eduardo reads that, what if he leads the Incineroar? So there is so much mind games at play here. I think both of our trainers have just so much flexible options. It's really hard to tell what's the best lead, and it's just going to be who gets the better read on their opponent.
What I've noticed as well sometimes is that both trainers try to incorporate the adaptations, or at least the leads and the game plans of either side going into game 3, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a Typhlosion being brought in, but maybe there's a change up in the bat from Luca's side, but we're about to find out. Everybody, game 3 is online, and there's the mid-game adaptation, let's say, from Luca's side, printing 1 lead from game 2, as well as 1 lead piece from game 1 in the form of Typhlosion and Annihilate versus the Incineroar and the Golden Go, and we've got the Pocket of the Defiant.
Make some noise for our trainers as this Annihilate successfully catches the Incineroar and gets that Defiant. And now, with a +1 boost to its attack, those close combats are going to hit very, very hard. Both the Typhlosion threatens the Golden Go, Annihilate threatens the Incineroar, and both of these Pokemon on Eduardo's side are in a bit of an awkward position. Only one of them can terrestrialize if Eduardo chooses to go for it, or he's going to have to switch out to try and preserve one of them. And Eduardo's in a very difficult position here in terms of how he's going to protect his Pokemon.
Yeah, a bit precarious, and 5 seconds remaining in order to lock in. Right now, there's a terrestrialization being committed from, I believe, it is going to be Luca's side, opting for the Terrifier. You want to go for maximum amount of damage. Question here is if he must have been fearing Eduardo, reading into it, going for a fake out, but it's such a hard read to make when there's a Farigiraf that can easily switch in from the back, hence why we see the defensive play of the Golden Go opting for the protect here, but this leaves the Incineroar wide open for an instant KO if the Annihilate commits to a close combat, because Eruption's not quite enough with various multipliers as well as a critical hit, but the Annihilate finishes up the job. The cat is down of this game as well as out of this set.
Incineroar is down immediately without having gotten off anything in this game. In fact, it may have even helped Luca with that +1. But now at least Eduardo knows that the Typhlosion is locked into Eruption, which not really the greatest move you want your opponent to lock into. Although, with the Sneasler that Eduardo has now sent out, it's an indication that he may have Rillaboom in the back. And if he swaps in the Rillaboom immediately, Sneasler will be fast. Will get the Unburden boost. Of course, Sneasler is naturally faster than Typhlosion anyway, so it could potentially now go for a neutral Dire Claw and reduce the damage output of those eruptions.
And this is the point where you either go, if you're Sneasler, for the acrobatics commit or the close combat. We've seen close combat not quite pick up the KO on Hisuian Typhlosions in the past that have already terrestrialized, which allows them very little HP left, but at the cost of not dealing any sort of damage. So it's really a mind game between whether Luca's going to read which Pokemon slot is going to be targeted by this Sneasler, as the Incineroar's on the field. It's going to be lowering the attack of the Sneasler, which is dealing half the damage of Typhlosion's remaining speed, but because of the speed interactions, Typhlosion's going to be moving first. There's no terrestrialization commit from the Golden Goat. This is going to deal some good amount of damage, enough to pick up the KO. Golden Goat's gone. Eduardo down to final 2 Pokemon versus Lucas 4.
One hit knockout on that Golden Goat. Now Eduardo is down to his final 2 Pokemon with a Rillaboom, which also does not enjoy taking this is not Blaze Move, but Choice Specs boosted Fire-type attacks from this Hisuian Typhlosion. Now, at least the Sneasler has gotten a defense boost, but it is at such low HP that any attack is just going to be able to knock it out. Now, Rillaboom, of course, is able to now get the Fake Out on either the Incineroar or the Typhlosion. But at this point, Eduardo's options are really, really limited. He doesn't really have a great way to hit this Incineroar now that the Sneasler is at -1 and it can only hit one Pokemon at a time.
Yeah, and Luca hasn't even revealed the final 4th Pokemon, which very well could be the Farigiraf or even the Whimsicott, dependent on mind games and conditioning from the Game 1, Game 2 brings of that Pokemon, given that we've got the Incineroar in the back. So it's going to really have to come down to this. What's the commit going to be? Is there going to be a Farigiraf in the back or not? Incineroar does switch out. Is this Farigiraf to block it? No, it's going to be the Annihilate. Maybe a bit of an indication on Farigiraf not even being there.
Yeah, but now we're going to get a terrestrialization coming off from Eduardo's side, and it's going to be onto that Rillaboom, so trying to survive those super effective Fire-type moves. What did this Rillaboom go for? It is now very tanky, and the Typhlosion can't really touch it. Sneasler, of course, does keep itself nice and safe for this turn with a Protect.
Yeah, I think going for the Terrifier makes so much sense in order to be able to scout out whether the Farigiraf is going to be coming in or not, and allowing yourself to survive this eruption. You got Assault Vest, you got Terrifier, you are going to be able to take 40 damage worth there in favor of now going onto the Annihilate, dealing good damage there, just trying to ensure maybe even a KO onto the Incineroar that previously switched out. But this is going to be able to proc an additional 50 base power off of that Rage Fist, now hitting for 100.
Yeah, Annihilate now really enjoying that boost. Not to mention, Luca's still got his Incineroar preserved in the back, or should I say Wolf's Incineroar preserved in the back. And once he swaps in the Incineroar, because the Sneasler did not go for the Terra Flying, I don't think at this range the Sneasler has already been put to -1 from Intimidate. At -2, it's not really going to be doing very much unless there's a critical hit. But the Sneasler, I think, at this point, is going to be Eduardo's main damage output, and he's going to have to hope for a crit now that the Incineroar, I can just really see it coming in from Luca's side.
Yeah, I think it's a very safe switch in. Like you said, you want to be able to minimize the amount of damage output coming up from Eduardo's side, but no switch outs. Just going to be the Protect, the double Protect actually, from the Sneasler. It's able to connect there, and the Rillaboom is going to hope to be able to pick off maybe even this Typhlosion. Surely going to be able to survive at this range, take a bit more damage due to the grassy terrain recovery from the previous turn, but the final Gambit commits, wanting to ensure it's KO. The Annihilate had just enough HP left to get rid of that slot. This is looking like Luca Cherry Belly's day in order to try to lock himself into the semi-finals. 3 versus 1 advantage for himself, and he hasn't even revealed the final 4th Pokemon.
What a stylish way he has used to get rid of that Rillaboom on Eduardo's side with that final Gambit, ensuring that he has the numbers advantage. He still has not revealed his final Pokemon, and now Incineroar comes in, drops another Intimidate onto this Sneasler, and it looks like Eduardo recognizes the writing on the wall, and Luca Cherry will be advancing to the semi-finals.
What an accomplishment. Not one that he's not used to. Already you see the glee in his smile there, being able to conquer over another world champion, another friend, another competitor. And now has locked himself in with Eric Rios into the Final Four.
That was so thrilling. I think my heart rate
Mine's gone.
is still racing.
I'm still trying to recover.
Seeing that final gambit, it's not a move you see that commonly. Most of the time, Annihilate prefers to stay on the field, but it's a very stylish and very guaranteed way to get rid of that Rillaboom. And we just saw how oppressive that Hisuian Typhlosion was, spreading out those really powerful eruptions. We saw in Game 3 with the Choice Specs and the Terrifier, it did nearly 80% to an Incineroar. That's an Incineroar, I remind you. One of the bulkiest Pokemon in the format, and that resists fire as well.
Yeah, some really crucial one-hit KOs that we saw from both of our trainers' side, but the fact that Eduardo was able to bring that back quite nicely in that game too was very, very impressive. However, it just felt like Luca, when he brought that offensive lead and directly threatened, if not direct KOs, huge amounts of damage, that was enough for Eduardo's team to start breaking down. And especially when we got Annihilate, where you're thinking, okay, sure, like it's Annihilate, it's not going to do much, but it's the utility set. It's not only got close combat, if you want to be able to profit off of an Intimidate on the other side of the field, to be able to proc a Defiant Boost from your side, get a +1 in attack, ensure a KO via close combat onto the Incineroar. You've got Taunt, you've got Rage Fist if you take a couple of hits, and you've got Final Gambit. If you have enough HP, you utilize that. And that's exactly what Luca did. And I loved seeing that, because that wasn't a full HP Annihilate.
No,
right?
it wasn't.
It wasn't. So he was relying on the Typhlosion being able to do enough damage to a resisted Terrifier Rillaboom with an Assault Vest. And he was able to get that combo off to the point where it just wrapped up that game.
And I think it's important to mention that that turn could have gone quite differently had, say, the Sneasler gone for the acrobatics onto the Annihilate. It was the fastest Pokemon on the field. Annihilate probably would have survived, but it would have had its health knocked down. And then the Rillaboom, of course, Eduardo would have lost his Sneasler, but then the Rillaboom would have survived and then gotten a high horsepower off onto the Typhlosion. Annihilate would have knocked itself out from Final Gambit, and he'd be left with a Rillaboom. I mean, to be fair, it was Rillaboom against Incineroar on Lucas' team and something else that we don't know in the back. Possibly a Farigiraf, but I can see it was a very, very difficult spot to get out of. But congratulations to Luca. And looking at Luca's team, I really like how much spread move damage he's got. He's got Eruption and Heat Wave on the Typhlosion. He's got Hyper Voice on Farigiraf and Hyper Voice on Ursaluna.
Yeah, and I do, we had a chat with Luca earlier on today as well, and he was saying that this is a team he's been working on for quite a few months now. Sure, there are going to be the overlapping parts which are similar to Yuma Kinugawa's winning LAIC team, but the core itself of like the Hisuian Typhlosion, Manual Sun, and then you've got that Farigiraf and the Blood Moon Ursaluna is so potent. You just need to be able to find the right assortment of it. And Luca clearly identifying the Annihilate and the Assault Vest Incineroar, the way that he's trained it, to be quite crucial, and it paid off. Like, the Annihilate was just so good. It was so good in that matchup alongside the Hisuian Typhlosion. That is the hardest lead I think Eduardo had to face, and that's what Luca identified for a Game 3 adaptation.
It was a great lead as well, because double Ghost, you can't fake out.
That's what I mean.
Eduardo tried to go for that, but it looks like our interview is ready. So why don't we head on over and hear from Luca Cherrybelly, our world champion himself.
Hey, Luca, thanks for joining us again on the couch. How are you feeling after the championship match of the world champions?
Well, I feel like someone who just locked his place into top 4, so very good. Thanks you.
Taking one game at a time. Fair enough then, Luca. So take us through that match that you were thinking about. I think you were telling me earlier you kind of had a bit of a game plan going in.
Yeah, so far, actually, since obviously like I was already in top 8 before other players, I had a lot more time to just think about the matchup in itself. I think the matchup was very in my favor, so what I decided to do was I planned a bit on what I expected my opponent to do, and like Smeargle Goldingo was the lead that I anticipated the most, because Annihilate is is actually a deterrent to instant lead, actually to instant being brought at all. So I thought that Smeargle Golden Go was the most likely lead, and I planned everything trying to counter that, and I had basically everything planned out. Like the game one went a little bit off the rail because I didn't expect like the fake out plus make a train play onto Whimsic, but like I covered it with the Terra, and it was okay for me. So yeah, the game one went as smooth as it could have, and then like what I thought after was I'm leading Anyalipe because Incineroar is expected to come. So game 2 Incineroar didn't come, so things were as bad as they could have been, because like also like the turn 1 and then but in game 3, so I was thinking, well, do I go back to my game 1 plan? But I trusted my guts and said, no, I'm bringing an Anyalipe because this time for sure Incineroar is gonna come, and yeah, it went. So after that, like Typhlosion did its thing. I was actually kind of surprised that it killed Golden Go from like half health, but it was doing so much damage either way that it was kind of okay by me in that position. So yeah, I'm pretty glad that things went as they went in game 3.
Yeah, it seems like everything just kind of went your way there as you'd planned. So really well done for executing that. Now, obviously, how does it feel generally just using a team with a Typhlosion where you can just get into a position and click Eruption? Like, how does it feel playing that sort of team compared to maybe a more sort of balanced, pivoty sort of team?
Yeah, I don't really understand people that go fake out, Calm Mind, then protect and send the other fake out, and then Calm Mind again, and then that by like 7th turn, like they get an ounce of damage off when you could just Eruption, Hyper Voice, or Blood Moon. It's far. The games are a lot more entertaining this way, but also, in my opinion, since you're playing a very fast-paced game, there's very little room for error in your planning. So like I like it a lot because it's much more stimulating, because otherwise like it kind of feels I'm just letting my Pokemon do the job for me. Here I think it's really like thinking through and having to formulate the correct game plan, because otherwise like you just eruption into the Incineroar knocks you off, and then you just lose. So
yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you for taking us through that, Luca. And finally, you're going to either face Michael Kelch or Francesco Magruno. So either with kind of Marco Silva Sun team, or what Michel's been using with Porygon 2, Ursula, Incineroar, Amoonguss. Who would you rather face?
I don't like either Porygon 2. They both have Porygon 2, so I don't like it. Either obviously like Michael, like he's one of the best players in the world. So like you're kind of scared to go against them, but also like if Francesco managed to sneak through the top 8, then this is not obviously by chance. So you have to respect that as well. So
of course.
No matter what, like I have to play the semifinals, and hopefully I will be able to come up on top.
And we hope you come out on top as well, Luca. Thank you so much for chatting with us again. Best of luck in your top 4 match, and we're going to be getting into the first one of those real soon. You do not want to miss this.
I would call my partner Rosemary. Well, she'd also be there, so she would know. So I guess the first person I'd call would be my dad and my sister, probably. I have 3 answers for this. So Corviknight's my OG favorite Pokemon from when I started playing. I used him a lot. He was always really good for me in Sword and Shield. Not so good anymore. I've kind of grown to really love Golden Go over the last couple of years. And Kyogre, of course, is my favorite restricted Pokemon. It's given me a lot of success. Probably the World Championships in Yokohama. Or Hawaii. Those are both pretty far located. Or OCIC in Melbourne. I've gone to a lot of places. I look up to people who are just consistently really good players. Obviously, Wolf Glick would be one of those people. Marco Silva, Joe Ugarte. I really have a lot of admiration for the players who can consistently do super well. And, in a game with this much volatility, those kinds of players prove that even though Pokemon has a lot of elements of things that sometimes feel like they're out of your control. The fact that these players can consistently do so well means that, you know, there's always a higher level of skill to be chasing. I've usually been a night owl, but I'm also getting older now, and I find myself waking up in the morning, and it's weird. So I guess like I'm like in the middle of shifting from being a night owl to a morning person. My favorite event food is no food, actually. I think I eat like protein bars, and nuts, things that are high in protein, but I don't usually like to have a full meal during a tournament day because I don't want to risk a crash. So usually we end the day pretty early these days, so it's nice. I get through the day, and then I'm real hungry, work up a good appetite to go and just eat some great local food wherever we are. It's a cheap answer to say a legendary Pokemon, so I'm just gonna go with Golden Go. I like my Golden Go. Gimmighoul is such a cute little first form, so I guess we'll go with Gimmighoul. My favorite city to travel to for a Pokemon event has probably been Yokohama. The way that everything around Yokohama was so sort of Pokemon up for the World Championships was just such an amazing experience. Being able to just kind of look around Yokohama and kind of go on this little treasure hunt of finding all the little various Pokemon things, the big murals. There was just so much cool stuff around there. I thought it was an amazing destination. At events, I really like listening to power metal. It kind of like gets me focused up. I went to school for musical theater, so I like musical theater. I like everything, but right now, at an event, it's usually going to be power metal, maybe K-pop, but we'll go with power metal for today. Flying Gyarados, because that thing needs more flying moves. Like, we just need Gyarados to have a little bit more love in the flying department. He's so reliant on the generational mechanics to have same type attack bonus flying moves, so just give him something.
This is it. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Top 4 commences now. And we're about to preview the first set of the 2 in just a couple of few moments. I am Costa, this is Zoe, and as always, we are here at the 2026 Pokémon Stuttgart Regional Championships, ready to be featuring yet another banger of a set. This time, gonna be Eric Rios versus William Basolino. Battle of regional champions, but also one of them being an international champion.
This is
Eric.
such a hype match, and I've been saying this every round because every round has been a hyped match, starting from the first streamed match that we had today. And really interesting that William and Eric have both actually faced each other yesterday on stream. So this is going to be a rematch, and Eric won that game. So I'm sure William is out for revenge on this match.
Yeah, 100%. And Eric did notably win that 2-0. Sometimes 2-0s don't fully exemplify how the actual game went itself. But if you wanted to go check it out, make sure to go back to yesterday's stream match. But for now, we've got an overview of the brackets, how our trainers have been able to carve their path through to the semi-finals. Eric going up against Giuseppe Musico in previous round or stage of this tournament. We saw the match, and William going over the top beating a previous EUIC champion, looking to get another now versus Eric.
Look at the journey that all of our players have had into this top 4. Every single match went to 3 games, and that just goes to show the caliber of play from our players. All these matches were so evenly paced that neither player really had that distinct advantage. And now Eric and Williams will be facing each other again in this top 4 in a rematch. And on the other side of the bracket, it's Michael Kelsch versus Luca Cherubelli. Another incredible match. Michael also defending the home title, trying to keep the regional championship title in Germany.
Yes, and break the Italian winning streak, which so far...
There's 2 Italians.
2 Italians, 50% of the time. Potentially, we shall see one of them in the finals, but that will be left to be seen. First, we are going to be featuring Eric versus William. And yeah, like we were just talking about, William already has the one-up against Eric. There's going to be additional layers of mind games between both of these trainers, but William being able to at least beat Niels Dunlop before puts him in good stead, but unfortunately, Eric having won yesterday is something that William, I'm sure, would have had some more time to be able to consider when it comes to the matchup.
Although yesterday, during the match, William did get a little bit unlucky with Eric's Sneasler getting some Dire Claw sleeps. So it's entirely possible that the matchup could be flipped around because both these Sneaslers have Dire Claw, and we can see William up on the screen there, and also his opponent, Eric. Both of these regional champions, and Eric also an IC champion, just veterans of the game, having played in this circuit for so long and being so experienced. They are truly titans of the game.
Yeah, I remember Eric in his 2022 season going on an absolute riot. He had broken the 2,000 championship point threshold for the first time in what was one of his most dominating seasons, of course, leading to his EUIC championship. But that's not the only time he's been able to reach success. He's a 4-time regional and special champion, as well as world's top 8. And more recently, a finalist, the Grand Challenge number 3 online.
I've always said these grand challenges are sometimes more difficult than regionals themselves, but across the table there, William Basilino, of course, a very recent Birmingham regional champion just last year, EUIC top 32, Paris regional top 4, and Treviso regional top 8. So also a very big list of huge accomplishments. This is going to be an amazing match, and I am sure William is absolutely hungry for this rematch. But let's take a look at Eric's team.
Yeah. Featuring the Golden Go Primarina Smeagol, Sneasler, Como-O, and the Rillaboom. We've seen it multiple times last week at LAIC. We're seeing it again this time. Great composition in order to be able to have so much setup potential, whilst also have the disruptive Smeagol, Fake Out, Redirection as well, and that Decorate. It could instantly set up a Pokemon that may not be capable of doing so, such as the Sneasler, depending on the board position.
I really like how Eric actually made this quick swap between the Maushold to Smeagol, between LAIC to Stuttgart, because in a 1-week time frame, most trainers will opt to stick to the same team, but Eric clearly identified that Maushold had some gaps that he wanted to fill and went with the Smeagol instead.
Yeah, he just felt, as I was speaking to him earlier, that the Maushold wasn't able to exude as much pressure as the Smeagol can.
Ah, that's right, yeah. And the Smeagol, with that Fake Out, Follow Me, Sport, and Decorate, your opponent really has a hard time trying to figure out what exactly it's going to be doing. But William is also another very powerful trainer in his own right. And let's take a look at William's team now. Up on the screen, it's going to be Incineroar, Volcarona, Gastrodon, Sneasler, Tyranitar, and Dragapult. Such a unique team. The Dragapult choice band is something that we saw in the early format, but it dropped off a little bit in usage because there's so many Incineroars running around. Of course, Incineroar's Intimidate doesn't actually affect it because of its clear body, but Dragapult can't really do meaningful damage to the Incineroar and gets hit super effectively by the knockoff. And you see some other unconventional Pokemon like the Gastrodon, the lone Gastrodon in our top 8, and Tyranitar, some weather representation there, and also Volcarona, a bug type. Bug types typically don't do so well in the format, but Volcarona is just one of the best Pokemon here. It's got access to great support moves like Rage Powder, but here, this one's more of a setup one with Heat Wave, Terror Blast, and Quiver Dance.
Yeah, such great ways to be able to have immediate burst damage potential, whilst also having the additional disruption alongside that setup of the Volcarona. So, Zoe, what do we feel is the main strat then? Which sort of main pieces do you think we'll be seeing?
I think Eric is definitely going to lead with a fake out user and a setup, and we see now a Volcarona and a Sneasler lead up against the Rillaboom and Sneasler. So Sneasler's facing off against each other in the semi-finals of the Stuttgart Regionals.
Yeah, and most notably, Eric's, of course, is the grassy seed, as we've said. It's going to be instantly proccing its Unburden, whilst over on William's side, it's got the White Herb. It's there in order to sort of off-end any sort of Intimidate drops onto itself and then benefit off of an Unburden proc.
It's really interesting because Eric is the only player without an Incineroar on his team. It's facing up against an Incineroar on William's side, a Sneasler, which would love to see an Incineroar come in and proc that Unburden boost. But Sneasler on William's side still has the option of going for the close combat, drop its defenses, use that White Herb to boost itself back up, and then all of a sudden it's going to be possibly just as fast as Eric's Sneasler. We don't quite know the speed and fractions and who's faster, but it looks like William is actually going to recall the Sneasler immediately.
Yeah, and bringing the Incineroar in just acts as a good way to be able to lower the damage output of both the Sneasler as well as the Rillaboom on Eric's side, have the fake out available in the subsequent turn. But Eric, with an immediate adaptation from his own side, brings the Primarina in. Oh, this is a contentious piece to try to bring in, given the Gastrodon could be an option for William in the back. Acrobatics dealing negligible damage onto the Incineroar. Heat Wave, though.
Oh, but
not
the right one.
Not on the Sneasler. Yeah, because that would have been quite detrimental.
Oh, that would have indeed, because the Volcarona, supported by the Incineroar with the fake out and also with that Intimidate is, quite a nice position, but now it's still going to be heavily threatened by an Acrobatics from the Sneasler. Now, of course, Eric is probably considering if he goes for the Acrobatics on Volcarona and he goes for the Terra Fairy, the Sneasler could potentially get burned from the Flame Body. So that's something that he really needs to consider, and maybe he will want to try and bait out a Terra before he starts unleashing moves with that Sneasler.
Yeah, and at this point, the Volcarona says no. I don't want to play any sort of mind games. I don't want to have to commit to a Terra just yet from William's side. There it is. West C is the best C. Gastrodon making an appearance on the field just in case the Primarina wants to start getting Hyper Voices going, but acts as a really good way to sponge up the damage from this Sneasler, especially because of it now being at -1 of its attack.
Yeah, this Gastrodon is a fantastic bring into this game, and now Primarina, of course, Hyper Voice is a spread move, so Gastrodon will not be able to protect Incineroar from the Hyper Voice, but what it can do is get that boost from the Hyper Voice and also go for the Yawn and trap that. Well, it's got Whirlpool, so it can trap a Pokemon, and once the Pokemon's trapped, it can go for the Yawn, and then the next turn go for, say, a Protect, and then the opposing Pokemon on Eric's side will just be put to sleep. So this Gastrodon's just a fantastic Pokemon in this position.
Yeah, and like you said, it's sort of put to the point where it forces Eric to either have to find a position where he could go all out, offensively speaking, and not just sort of get deterred by the Williams' capability of being able to slow down the game.
Yeah, and now we can see William actually really taking his time on what to do, because the board state is quite even, so one mistake and one slip-up could be very, very detrimental. Looks like a close Pokemon comes off immediately on the Incineroar. Is not enough to get the knockout thanks to this Intimidate.
Yeah, and obviously dropping its defense and special defense, but the Primarina going for Moonblast, moving first ahead of the Gastrodon, which don't tend to be the fastest and actually act as good ways to be able to go up against Trick Room teams on the other side of the field. Commits with a Whirlpool, and most importantly, connects, because it has such lower accuracy in comparison to other regular moves. And now, Primarina is locked into the field as long as Gastrodon remains there, and with the leftovers as well as a grassy terrain recovery, looks like it may be for a while.
Yeah, Primarina burned and trapped in the Whirlpool. There's one other thing now with all of this residual damage is that Primarina could actually get punished by going for a Protect if it's trying to dodge a Yawn from this Gastrodon. But Gastrodon is just in such a comfortable position. It resists the Dire Claw from the Sneasler, of course takes neutral from close combat and acrobatics, but it can also just go on the offense with Earth Power onto the Sneasler. Now, Williams brought his own Sneasler on the field, and this is a perfect time to maybe go for a close... Oh, actually, both of these Pokemon resist the close combat, so maybe William might not be wanting to go for that Sneasler immediately in terms of the close combat, but he has that option there to restore its stat drops.
Yeah, and this could very well be a commit on whether Eric remains on the field with the Sneasler or tries to forego the weakness to the Earth power that may be incoming from the Gastrodon. But Gastrodon has such good presence on this board state right now. Eric not wanting to risk bringing a Pokemon that may fall susceptible to any sort of the shenanigans that may be ongoing, especially given the fake out, trying to focus down on that slot. However, the Primarina on the offensive has to target down that Gastrodon, doesn't get a special attack drop, which would have been beneficial, and we got the confirmation. William clearly identifying that additional second slot, the Sneasler slot in particular, being so crucial in order to either slow down or force a KO onto.
That was a perfect protect from Eric there. And I think, maybe William may have doubled into the Sneasler because he remembered what happened yesterday when the Sneasler was allowed to get a Dire Claw off. Now, of course, this Primarina, with the burn damage and the Whirlpool chip damage, is slowly losing health because the grassy terrain is just not enough to offset so much of that residual damage. But we saw how much damage it was able to do to the Gastrodon, so he isn't in the worst of positions, and because it did not get Yawn, it's free to click the Moonblast button once again in this turn.
Yeah, and there's so many mind games whether there's going to be a Terra Flying commit in order to forego the weakness to the Earth power, but then you have to consider the Yawn focus into that slot, and then that introduces a deeper layer of mind games. Does Eric, because we saw the reveal of the Golden Go, want to bring that in, anticipating another Yawn going into it, given the good as Gold ability will be able to forego any sort of status moves going into that slot?
Oh, there we go. The Sneasler does swap out, and in its place is going to be the Golden Go. So Golden Go, a very nice Pokemon against the Gastrodon. If it goes for the Orb, the Dire Claw goes off into the Golden Go. It does not affect it at all, and Primarina gets a Moonblast off onto this Gastrodon and drops its special attack.
Yeah, and the Whirlpool, though, does connect, so William trying to go for the middle ground play there, doesn't want to commit to either side. This does allow, I would say, a regular Pokemon to be able to be trapped, but Golden Go is a Ghost-type. Ghost-type Pokemon, just for everybody to know at home, can escape from trapping moves that are on the field and prevalent onto itself.
This Golden Go is in a really great position here. The Sneasler on William's side actually cannot hit it at all because its only two damaging moves are Close Combat and Dire Claw, both of which Golden Go is immune to. Now, Golden Go is threatened by an Earth Power from the Gastrodon, and if it stays in, it will be taking residual damage from Whirlpool. But let's not forget, Gastrodon now, thanks to the Moonblast, is at -1 special attack, and I would be willing to guess this is a bulky Gastrodon, not an offensive one. So Gastrodon, it's quite annoying, but not really putting out quite as much damage as maybe William would like.
Yeah, and I think the fact that the Sneasler cannot touch this Golden Go is so crucial. It's got Close Combat and Dire Claw, which both of Golden Go's typings are completely immune to. Whoa! The self-Close Combat! In order to be able to make a free switch in here and not have to try to commit, perhaps, to a Primarina.
And also get the defense and special defense drop to try and activate the Unburden. Maybe predicting a bit of a protector, but now Golden Go goes for the Mega Raid. It's enough to get the one here. Knockout onto this Sneasler. So William has just lost 2 Pokemon and is down to the Volcarona up against all 4 of Eric's Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I'm a bit confounded from that because maybe William was anticipating a double protect or some sort of defensive play from Eric's side and just wanting to not lose momentum, bring that Volcarona in on the side, maybe even try to go directly on the offensive, but this is going to be rough, I'm not going to lie. Eric is probably most definitely going to be able to win this game 4 versus 1. Even though Volcarona is the setup type, it's immune to fake outs, let's say, from a future Rillaboom coming into the field. You're not going to have enough time to outpace a Sneasler in the back, surely, or maybe you can.
This is such a commanding position from Eric. I'm trying to think of a world where William can win there. First, well, if the Volcarona... See, Eric can just go for the Maker Rain and Hyper Voice. Whatever this Volcarona does, it could maybe try and get the Heat Wave. So Heat Wave doesn't get the knockout. It is not enough to get the knockout. And so, looks like maybe the Golden Go... Oh, actually Shadow Ball. So that's not going to get the KO. But Primarina is going to follow up with a super effective Hyper Voice.
Yeah, and there's not going to be any sort of special defense drops due to the Covert Cloak being the item of choice and nullifying all secondary effects. But Primarina, in anticipation of the Quiver Dance setup and not the Volcarona going on the offensive, wants to ensure that at least there's no setup potential, which is quite crucial. But even more crucially, it was able to survive with a very little health, and I'm not sure who it benefits more, the Eric side or Williams.
Well, William now can just go for a protect on the Volcarona and let the Primarina go down to the burn damage. But first, it looks like the Volcarona is actually going to be attacking this turn with a Terra Fairy, or it could be going for the Quiver Dance. But this also just means it makes itself weak to Dire Claw in the following turn. So looks like actually Sneasler going for the protect, maybe trying to bait out what William's going to do.
Yeah, and it's going to be crucial whether we're going to see a Haze commit yet again or not. But the fact that Heatwave was able to connect with the Primarina just removes that possibility as a whole. With just for
6
style
HP
points.
crit.
Yeah, so super mad at no, it didn't. But, this does bring Eric to a point where you've got Fake Out available, but surely you anticipate the obvious protect from the Volcarona, I would say, if it didn't have Covert Cloak. The fact that Williams already committed the Terra Fairy, though, is what puts him at such a disadvantage.
Yeah, the Volcarona, of course, with the Covert Cloak, can't get flinched, but it looks like he recognizes the writing on the wall, and Eric Rios will be winning our first game.
What a way to go about it. He is one more game away from getting yet another finals preview. William has to bring this back somehow. He's got to be able to force it through. He's been in this situation before, back against the wall. He can do it again, but he needs to be able to find the right path to navigate these tumultuous waters that Eric has been able to just absolutely set up.
Yeah, I think William made a very aggressive read in those final turns of game one there, self-targeting the Gastrodon. I think he was maybe going for a read of a double protect, and then he thought in this way, he can get the Gastrodon off the field, get a free switch in, and then Sneasler would have activated the Unburden boost from the White Herb. But Eric, maybe reading a little bit into that, was not tricked by all those, and just went immediately on the offensive with the Golden Go and just did so much damage. And I think Eric's Golden Go put in quite a lot of work there, just completely walling that Sneasler. And looking at the two team matchups, I wonder if Eric might want to think about, what the Sneasler I think was a perfect Pokemon.
Yeah.
Are we going to maybe see a Como, do you think?
I mean, potentially. I did feel like William was in a really good spot with that Gastrodon sort of vortex mix in there, and most likely not being felled by a KO there. So from William's side, I wouldn't be surprised to see the exact same come out, which seems to be at least the Volcarona and the Sneasler being brought, and the Primarina instead, from Eric's side, being brought from the get-go.
Once again, we've got two Sneaslers facing off against each other, and William actually leading the exact same Pokemon as his Game 1 leads. Now, we all know in the Game 1, I believe he swapped out his Volcarona fairly early on. This Volcarona is threatened super effectively by the Primarina, but if it goes for Terra Fairy, it will be hit super effectively by the Diclaw. The nice thing is that Volcarona can't get any status from the Diclaw because it's holding a Covert Cloak. So there is that, but Volcarona not really the bulkiest Pokemon. I'm not sure if it really wants to stay in this position.
And we've seen Eric time and time again being such a board-centric, focused trainer. May even try to read a inclusion from the Gastrodon in anticipation of the Primarina, bring that Rillaboom in favor of the Little Mermaid, and that's exactly what we're going to be able to see.
Now Rillaboom comes in, sets up the Grassy Surge, which also means Eric's Sneasler is going to proc its Grassy Seed, get that boost to its defense, and most importantly, activate Unburden, so it will be the fastest Sneasler on the field. It looks like we're going to get a turn 1 Terrestrialization onto this Sneasler. Is that going to be William's Sneasler or Eric's Sneasler?
It seems like it's Eric, since it's going to go for the Terra Flying commit as opposed to William's Stellar Form. No Terrestrialization from William's side. This may be a raw KO. Doubt onto the Sneasler. Already a one-hit KO. Eric has a lot of momentum going for himself. He's got Unburden. That is proc. Heatwave, sure, is going to be able to deal damage, but can it pick up a burn in favor of William? Doesn't seem to be the case.
Oh, the Sneasler on Eric's side is off to a flying start, picking off this Sneasler on William's side, which also had Diclaw, and now you've just removed all the chances of status. William, of course, now brings in his Incineroar, which is in a fantastic position against both of these two physical attackers. Sneasler having committed to the Terra means that the Rillaboom or any of the Pokemon in the back cannot, and having dropped that -1 stage of attack onto the Sneasler, I wouldn't be very surprised to see William maybe wanting to swap out and bring the Incineroar back in.
He needs to find a way to be able to have all of the overwhelming pressure that Eric's been able to exude strung back onto him. Primarina just coming in order to be able to make sure that it can directly threaten the Volcarona into potentially Terastallizing, which then in turn will force a Diaclaw if there's no KO on the Sneasler, which seems to be the case, and no burn too. So this is definitely not what William was hoping for.
Yeah, the Sneasler just hanging on with that 8 health. Just, I wonder if that +1 defense boost also helped with, you know, surviving that fake out with more health. And now the Sneasler being able to hang on with this sliver of health means that it still threatens the Volcarona. And at this stage, I think Eric is probably very happy about the work that Sneasler has done. He's probably feeling quite safe to maybe even go for the acrobatics on the Volcarona, because even if Sneasler gets burned, it's done its job anyway. It got rid of the opposing Sneasler. And the Primarina also in a fantastic position against 2 fire types on the field.
Yeah, you want to be able to force the Terastallization early from William's side, and Eric clearly identifying that by committing with the additional damage output that the Terra Flying allows the Sneasler to be capable of, even when there are Intimidate flying around. And we're going to switch up from William's side. No Gastrodon. It is the Tyranitar bringing in the sand and going to act as a great resist to acrobatics. And I would say, sure, it's super effectively weak to Hyper Voice Water type via the Liquid Voice ability, but it's just so bulky on the special defensive side. But it's a Diaclaw, which does resist, but is there a status?
Oh no! Another sleep! Eric Sneasler is on fire! Every time it clicks Diaclaw, something falls asleep, and now Sneasler is finally fell to the sand damage, but it's just wrecked so much havoc onto William's side.
Tyranitar, somebody get a medic for it. It is asleep right now. The Sneasler from Eric's side, yes, it's down, but yet again, accomplishing its goal, being the best Sneasler there is for its trainer.
I think the Sneasler award for the best Diaclaw user this weekend goes to Eric's Sneasler.
Yeah.
And now Tyranitar switched in and, you know, did manage to finally knock out the Sneasler, but at this point, there's so many holes being put through Williams' team. He's at a huge disadvantage, and it's going to be very difficult for him to come back.
Yeah, and it's such a detrimental situation to be in from Williams' side. You brought in the Tyranitar at such a great way to not only confirm the KO onto the Sneasler because of the sand being brought, but also as a resist to any sort of acrobatics or Diaclaws. But yeah, you just need to avoid that status.
Sneasler is gone.
It's
so
gone.
At least there's no more sleep from Diaclaws. But at this stage, yeah, the poor Tyranitar, it just swapped in, so it's actually guaranteed to not move this turn anyway, because he has to take that first turn of sleep. It looks like William's going to recall the Tyranitar for that Incineroar.
The moment it came onto the field, it was put to sleep, and then it was chucked back out in hopes to find any sort of healing properties, which won't be the case. It's still going to have to take this mandatory turn later on. Incineroar in its position. We get a reaction from William there, committed with the Terra Fairy, hoping to be able to navigate around this predicament. The Volcarona needs to be able to set up to the point where it can try to outpace Eric's side, but not going for that just yet. The heat wave is so crucial. Golden Go taking so much damage. The Make the Rain comes out. The Volcarona's down.
Volcarona is down, and William is down to his final 2 Pokemon in the Incineroar and the sleeping Tyranitar. Volcarona gets knocked out without really accomplishing too much. Yes, it did chip down the Golden Go, but Golden Go really did its job, and I think Eric put William in such a difficult pin there. See the Hyper Voice coming up? Not enough to get the knockout in Incineroar, but it's going to get knocked out by the sand damage at the end of this turn. Oh no,
Would be the case if it weren't for the goggles. Yeah, exactly. I think the most crucial thing there, if you agree with me, Zoe, is the fact that maybe William was anticipating a defensive play from the Golden Go in hopes of getting ahead and just going for the offense.
Yeah, but I think, you know, Eric really had William in such a difficult position because there's no real reason to... Oh, what happened there? I just...
believe it was a self-fake out in order to hope to slap the Tyranitar away, but that's not the case. There's no mechanic such as that. I think this is just going to be a loss for William Basilino and a progression into the semi-finals for Eric. Yet again, being able to do it. The Hyper Voice single target isn't enough, but the Tyranitar being asleep will seal its destiny.
Yes, now the Tyranitar unable to wake up this turn, which means another turn for both the Golden Go and the Prima Primarina to get a super effective Make a Rain or Hyper Voice off. This Tyranitar at this point has no gas left in the tank, and it looks like Eric will be advancing to our finals.
Yeah, what a way to go about it. Give it up for Mr. Eric Rios.
Fantastic play from Eric there, getting the read correct on every turn, and his Sneasler absolutely loved him, just popping off there, dealing out so much damage, putting so much pressure on William's team that William was really forced on the defensive end, on the back foot, trying to respond to all this enormous offensive pressure coming off from Eric's side.
Yeah, he definitely didn't even need the Como in that scenario, that matchup really. The Golden Go is always such a great bring if you're able to catch out a Terra Fairy from the Volcarona, which is so hard because naturally speaking, when it comes to sort of that matchup, you would assume that the Volcarona always have the advantage. You've got the fire typing, you've got the quiver dance, you're able to resist the Make It Rains and get the setup going, but the Primarina acts as a form of check when it comes to the Mystic Water-powered hyper voices from it, and the capability of going for haze, so it shuts it down.
Yeah, the Primarina also just... the combination of Primarina and Golden Go really put the Volcarona in a difficult position.
Yep.
If Volcarona stays in its regular form, yes, it resists the Make a Rain, but it's taking super effective damage from that Hyper Voice. Now, it is possible that the Volcarona, because it outspeeds the Primarina, it could get the Quiver Dance off, resist the Make a Rain, and then it will likely survive the Hyper Voice. But at that point, one, you're very heavily chipped, and if Eric went for the read and went for the haze, then you just wasted a turn doing nothing. Not to mention, if the Primarina went for the haze, it would have gone after the Golden Go.
Yep.
So the Golden Go actually was just very free to click Make a Rain again. So you can see Eric really just pinned William in that very difficult situation.
Yeah, it didn't feel like there was any room for William to try to get a Quiver Dance up like we're sort of like analyzing now, given you just have to sort of commit with getting the attacks going, whittling down the Sneasler, the Rillaboom, and the Golden Go with the Heat Waves. But I don't know. I feel like the Gastrodon was a really good bring in Game 1. I'm not going to lie. I would have liked seeing it in Game 2. But it's sort of when can you bring it in when there's a Rillaboom on the other side of the field. And maybe that's relying on the Incineroar interaction and synergy there, dropping attack via the Intimidate onto both the Sneasler as well as the Rillaboom. But yeah, and trying to get either Whirlpool or Yawn Vortexes going, quite literally in this case, which I think would have been able to put himself in a better spot. But yeah, that's what happened. William, unfortunately, huge commiserations, but congratulations for reaching this top 8. But Eric, doing Eric stuff, making it into yet another finals.
Yeah, what a treat of fantastic games we have had all weekend, and it just makes me itch to go and play the game myself. Now, I believe in the EU region, we have no more major tournaments for the rest of this calendar year.
Yes.
We will restart with Birmingham Regionals next year, but in the meantime, there may be some locals you could go to and test out your skills. Play that new shiny Regulation F that's going to be active from tomorrow.
2.0, everybody. But yeah, like you said, it's going to be a great sort of change up to the Regulation Set H 2.0 that we've been experiencing this season. And we do have a great intro video for any one of you new to the game and wanting to experience it. So please, take a look.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Oh, locals. I remember turning up to my first ever locals, and I was so nervous because I didn't know anyone at all.
Yep.
But there we go. And then I made all my friends there. So if you want to make more friends in the circuit, find out where you can go to your next locals. Scan that QR code that you see up on the screen there. It is so easy and so convenient and takes you to a list of all your nearest locals.
Yeah, exactly. I remember my first local was in Manchester, and that was back in, 2015 calendar year, but I think it was the 2016 season. And yeah, there's loads of restrictors going around, but loads of fascinating trainers that I was able to meet at the point and be able to grow with and from, because it's such a great experience. You're able to not only grow yourself in terms of your VGC experience and knowledge, but also sort of interact with the community, like-minded people, and maybe, who knows, figure out or get together with team-building groups where you can go ahead and show off your fancy, meta-breaking team strategies going into major events.
And the game is just far more fun when you have friends around you that you can play test your crazy ideas. Whenever I go to locals, I always see the wildest things being played. I'm like, that doesn't work. And then I get swept. It's like, oh, okay. I take it back. That might work.
Yeah, hey, but that's the sort of testing grounds for you to be able to take advantage of. And obviously, there are always going to be the online ranked battles within game that you can experiment with as well at some points when, you know, the format is available. But yeah, regardless, please, if you have any sort of slight inkling of, hey, you know what, I wonder how it would be like, let me give it a shot. Take the chance. Trust us. It's definitely worth it. And that's how we are here right now, speaking to you lovely folks at home or wherever you are.
Yeah, so many amazing matches we've had this weekend. We're going to have another absolute amazing and incredible match coming up in our second top 4. So, whilst we get ready and let our players onto the stage and get all set up, we're going to cut to a short break. But this is the time to grab your popcorn and your cookies and rejoin us right after this break.
Hi, I'm William Bassolino, WJ Box for as your username. It feels unbelievable. I worked so hard in the last 10 years. Like this January marks 10 years of career, and I really wanted to celebrate some way, and I think I found the best way to celebrate.
So many years of competing. William Bassolino is your Birmingham regional champion.
The games against Alex in top 4 were the best games I ever played. Like against an opponent so strong, make it look that I deserved it. Like I read him, and I think that moment was the moment that I realized I have to win it all. I lost the third round against a team that I just don't like to face. And going to one, I said, no, I'm too angry. But then I spoke with some friends, and I decided that all that emotion, I have to transform it into focus. And like from there, I just win it all. I think Ogreplon, Hearthflame, I didn't use her at all in Reg F and first in Reg G. But then trying her in this team, I just fell in love because of her versatility. Okay, I have a new favorite Pokemon. I always said I had 3 dreams. One was to get streamed on this stage. The second one was to win a major, so like a regional or an international challenge. And the third one is to win Worlds. I started playing in the 3rd of January 2015 with the idea I want to be the very best. And now I just set another brick towards that goal.
Out of Japan, a team that I think the whole world has been rooting for, dominating this game.
僕たちのチームが一番、このゲームに時間を使ってきたからです。他のチームの誰よりも、プレイしただけではなくて、考える時間だったりとか、ユナイトについて、コミュニケーションを深めていったりだったりとか、そういった、話し合う時間をたくさん取りました。
They just won't let up.
数えきれません。私たちの、作戦は数えきれません。
That's a panda! It won't stop!
僕たちが最終戦で、使った作戦は、ミュウの、コーチングをうまく使って戦う作戦を使いました。
Metal can do whatever they want. And they're doing the Rayquaza! It's gonna be taken by Metal! Mashio gets it done!
僕たちは、最初から優勝できると思ってました。
The last 5 seconds here before we can crown our champions!
Here we are. We're getting into our second semi-final here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. I couldn't be more excited. Marcus, I am very, very excited because it's going to be a really hype match. We've got a multi-time regional champion versus a world champion coming up, and it's not even the final yet.
One finalist already decided is going to be Eric Rios, but who will he be up against? Is it going to be Michael Kelsch, our 3-time regional champion, world's runner-up, world's semi-finalist? Or is it going to be Luca Ceribelli, the 2024 Pokemon World Champion? I'm so excited as well. We are about to find out. Let's have a look at the bracket, how things have played out so far.
There it is, our approach that the players have all made. And interestingly, lots of 3-game sets, actually, apart from Eric Rios versus William Basilino, which is our only rematch that we've also actually featured on stream as well. And unfortunately, William also taking the 2-0 loss yesterday as well, unfortunately. And yeah, Eric seems to just be on an absolute tear here, especially with that Sneasler, right? And unfortunately, Sand makes it no further. But on the other side of the bracket, we could see Manuel Sun at least, and that Typhlosion from Luca make it further.
We absolutely could. We could set up a rematch of Eric Rios against Michael Kelsch. They already played in Stockholm for a regional title before, but well, there is still Luca Ceribelli in the way of Michael Kelsch to set up that kind of rematch in the finals. It's not something we see that often, but yeah, it's really goes to show that at the end of this Regulation Set H rule set, the best players have really come up with kind of the best teams. Their play is sharp, and we're seeing so many great games. I'm absolutely sure that this upcoming set is going to be no exception.
100%. I was chatting with Luca earlier on the couch after his top 8 match, and I said, who would he rather prefer out of the potential opponents he could have, Michael or his opponent that he's just defeated? And yeah, I think Luca was excited to play Michael, given how many regional championships he's won, but was also very afraid of Michael at the same time, and his like quite annoying team that he's kind of got as well. So unfortunately, Luca, you have Michael, but unfortunately for us, it's always going to be a hype match.
Absolutely. Yeah, I talked to Luca as well, coincidentally, and he was saying that, yeah, he doesn't feel so confident going up against Michael with this particular team matchup. And he also said that he wanted to set up an all-Italian final. Well, we already know that that is not going to be the case with Eric Rios waiting there. So Luca, being the last remaining Italian player yet, can he continue the streak of Italian champions that we have going so far in this season? Or is Michael Kelsch, yeah, setting up that rematch in the finals against Eric Rios? We are about to find out.
We certainly are, yeah. It could very much well happen. And we're going to check out the achievements of both our trainers, just in case you are unfamiliar, because you really should be. Michael Kelsch on the left. Look at all of the times the word Worlds is posted there. That just shows you what a caliber of a player he is in the 2 years that he's actually been playing.
Yeah, making it into World's Top 8 is considered to be, yeah, one of the greatest achievements in this game. And doing it not only once, but 3 times in just 3 years is absolutely unheard of. This is, yeah, close to, you gotta go way back in the day. Wolf, Sejon, and Ray Rizzo, they have similar streaks. But apart from that, there's, yeah, it's a very, very huge gap to the rest of the field. But Michael is in that illustrious circle of players. And then, of course, Luca Ceribelli needs no introduction. At the very beginning of his career, he was able to win in Turin in 2018. And I believe this is the only regional level event that he was able to win. Of course, now he's a world champion, but he wants to repeat what he was able to do so many years ago and become a regional champion here in Stuttgart.
100% there, Marcus. Obviously, they've already earned so many championship points and prize money in booster boxes getting this far. But when you're just that 1 game away from that next level of amount, then you really want it, because it's just another game of Pokemon, right? What could be so hard? But looking at your opponents, that is definitely what the difficulty is. And also, Luca is also at the point where he's about kind of in the top 32-ish in terms of championship points in Europe at the moment. And so definitely wanting to get a little bit more championship points so that he can kind of cement himself into the more upper echelons of the leaderboard.
Or you can just win the entire tournament and get that direct invite to Worlds.
You certainly can.
Yeah, Luca wearing his jersey there as well. We know that, yeah, the Italian players are supporting each other quite a bit, and I'm sure that he got some input from some of them that maybe have played Michael over the course of this tournament. But likewise, Michael has the support of the German crowd. The local hero, the last remaining German player in the tournament there, with his good luck charm, Victini, will be coming out with this Ursaluna Porygon 2 Kilowattra team.
Yeah, so no stranger to using really well-established teams as Michael, but also just really creative ones at the same time and building them himself. But yeah, here we have a classic combination. Porygon 2 and that Kilowattrel. One can set Trick Room, one can set Tailwind, and that can kind of dictate what sort of a game plan you want to make. And then you've got Ursaluna and Golden Go, these powerhouse Pokemon that can really do a lot of damage. Obviously, one can set up. And then you've got Incineroar and Amoonguss to help support all of those jobs together. And it's a really strong core generally, and you've kind of got your opponent in a bind where they need to really predict what lead that you're going to go with, and if they get it wrong, they can really be on the back foot.
Yeah, on first glance, there aren't that many surprises here in this team. One thing I wanted to mention is the Shadow Ball on Porygon 2. No Ice Beam. This could be interesting. But then also we've seen that Michael has some very, very delicate ways of training his Pokemon. As we saw yesterday, a Golden Go just taking a Life Orb Shadow Ball. So definitely something that Luca has to watch out for. This Golden Go is not as it seems, even though it is holding the Life Orb, trained to be very, very bulky.
And Terra Dragon as well, so a really good Terra target when faced with that Typhlosion. Speaking of the Typhlosion, there it is, alongside Luca, its trainer. Along with this rest of this composition, very reminiscent of Yuma Kinugawa's LAIC winning team last week, but of course that Annihilate over what would be the Flamigo there, and over the Dragonite that Luca Cherubelli had been using back at LAIC as well, with a very similar composition. So very familiar with this team, as on top of the fact that it's already proven to be very strong.
Yeah, but then we also talked about some key differences comparing this team to the one that Kinugawa used to win LAIC. We have the Farigiraf with Throat Spray and Whimsicott with Focus Sash, so both of them are really much more offensive than on Kinugawa's version. And we saw this also on stream before, how crucial it can be to have those support Pokemon deal a lot of damage.
And when you've got a Farigiraf and Psychic, it's great into Amoonguss.
Oh, absolutely. Great into Amoonguss, but you have to watch out as to when is Trick Room going to be up, because then of course Amoonguss can put Farigiraf right to sleep. So I think maneuvering around Trick Room is going to be very, very important, but it seems like neither player has any interest going into Trick Room whatsoever. We see 2 special attackers and 2 Tailwind support Pokemon on the field.
Yeah, really interesting when you've got down the threat of Trick Room then, and that could completely flip Tailwind on its head. But yeah, there's that Golden Go and that Terra Dragon Hopper there, going for the potential to reduce the damage coming in from that Typhlosion, even when Sunny Day is set up.
Yeah, now the question is there going to be just a Tailwind and Eruption coming out from Luca? Of course, Michael has to respect this, therefore selecting the Terastallization, and probably will set up a Tailwind of his own.
But first, there's that Golden Go going into its roaring dragon form instead, as if it wasn't good enough. So, now going into the next turn, it's going to be that Prankster user, Whimsicott with that Tailwind going up first. And now Typhlosion can go for an attack instantly here. Of course, it's going to be that Eruption, doing massive damage across the board. Kilowattrel with its Focus Sash can hang on, and Golden Go with its nice Terra can also hold on here. It's going to be Kilowattrel following up, matching that Tailwind now. Golden Go can start to go for an attack this time, but has it been that Shadow Ball? Has it been that Make It Rain? Yes, it is. Typhlosion gets away with it, and Whimsicott down to its Focus Sash as well.
There was also the option to go for Shadow Ball to knock out Typhlosion, but Michael deciding that this might be even better, because you are kind of locking Typhlosion in. It is locked into Eruption and now reducing the base power already. And because Kilowattrel was able to match Tailwind, now Kilowattrel probably faster than both Whimsicott and Typhlosion, though has to watch out for Encore that could come out of Luca's side. So, yeah, another Eruption wouldn't do that much damage, but you don't want to lose Golden Go to a Moonblast if Luca predicts kind of a defensive play coming out of Michael.
Yeah, there's the downside of Terra Dragon, and there's the Encore that you spotted there, Marcus. Into this Kilowattrel now going to have to go through another Tailwind and basically being useless on this turn.
But because Typhlosion is forced to follow up with an Eruption, this is actually not that bad for Michael. So he knew, well, even in the worst case, if Encore is coming out, Kilowattrel will be knocked out and I get the free switch in.
Yeah, really nice call out there. So it doesn't look that great, but yeah, you definitely don't want to take an Eruption for your troubles in the back. Also could have just been a Sully Day Eruption as well if you'd switched into, would have taken even more damage. But the question is, Marcus, what do you go into here? Because Ursaluna just does the damage, but Incineroar resists the fire.
Yeah, I think you gotta go for Incineroar right here. Then with 2 Pokemon resisting fire-type attacks, and with the fact that Typhlosion is already a little bit weakened, I think this could be a crucial turn for Michael to maybe expect or to predict what Luca is going for. And this has the option for a potential double knockout if Michael can call the turn correctly.
It's going to get out of there, turning up the heat a little bit more with Incineroar. Lowering the attack stat of Michael's own Incineroar and getting into position where it can start to fake out this Golden Go. But not before it switches out, actually. Now revealing the 4th Pokemon in the back. That's Ursaluna. But is it going to catch the fire move?
Oh, it absolutely will. Eruption coming out from Typhlosion. How much damage is it going to do? Wow! Over half HP. And now the question is, does Michael even want to knock out Typhlosion? It doesn't seem like it. Incineroar instead going for a U-turn, some repositioning, and it's quite delicate decision by Michael. They're keeping this Typhlosion around. I mean, it has already taken quite a bit of damage, but Eruption is just still so powerful.
Yeah, it really is. And now there's no speed control you can get around it because Tailwind has been matched on either side. On top of that, Luca still has preserved the Tailwind user in the back as well. So even when it goes down, Luca can still bring it in and get it right back up again. So just the Typhlosion's natural speed here being really key in this matchup.
Yeah, Typhlosion looks like it's in a prime position here to just keep going for more and more Eruptions, and maybe now the decision to let Typhlosion stay on the field will come back to bite Michael a bit.
But first, Incineroar doing what it does best, getting back in there to take some fire moves and switch in. Bit of a repositioning for Michael here, going for the Protect on the Golden Go. Hopefully Incineroar gets out of this turn unscathed, or relatively, I suppose, facing down this Eruption that's coming out for the 3rd time. Yes, with that Assault Vest, it's going to be able to struggle that off really nicely. And a great Protect there, knockoff going to that slot. Now, how can Michael get himself into a better position here?
Now, maybe he can capitalize on the fact that Fake Out is active, so you can shut down this Incineroar if you want to, and maybe finally go for a KO on Typhlosion. However, we know the final Pokemon for Michael is Ursaluna that is already damaged, and Luca still has 1 more Pokemon waiting in the back, so you really gotta make something work here.
Okay, Luca's not giving any room for Michael to try and set up, going straight away for that Eruption, saying, if you're going to try and set up, I'm going to make sure you're paying for it with all this damage. But Michael going for that Shadow Ball, now gets the KO on that troublesome Typhlosion.
Finally, it goes down, but the damage has already been done. Michael, going down so low in HP on this Golden Go. And as long as Luca can navigate those next couple of turns nicely, even with his own Ursaluna now coming out, it seems very, very difficult for Michael to deal with Ursaluna and also with Incineroar.
Yeah, that's a tough ask for sure, particularly as you've already spent the Terror on your Golden Go, so you can't Terror your Incineroar out of your Ground-type weakness either. So healthy of other Pokemon on Luca's end in that Ursaluna. It seems like it could just rip through Michael's team, especially when Whimsicott could come in later.
I think the one thing that Michael maybe is trying to set up here is bringing his own Ursaluna in a way where it can naturally outspeed both Incineroar and Ursaluna Blood Moon.
But first, the Make It Rain instead here. Not wanting to resist or risk even that switch. Incineroar is going to take that very comfortably here. But let's see which Incineroar moves first on this turn as well. Because it could be that Michael gets a fairly safe switch in here. But no, Flare Blitz into the Ursaluna. Great Protect from Luca there. Expert defensive play, preserving your win condition. And it's going to be the pivot on Luca instead. Going after Michael's Incineroar as well is so good too. You can get in that Whimsicott really nice and safe now to start threatening those moves.
Yeah, and now you ensure that Whimsicott can set up Tailwind, Ursaluna will outspeed Golden Go and Incineroar, and you can go for a powerful Hyper Voice to finish off both Pokemon over on Michael's side. So I feel like, yeah, Tailwind and Hyper Voice is just right there. You can see Michael even considering the forfeit. Yeah, knowing that, yeah, okay, this game is probably over, but, I mean, there's always the chance that maybe your opponent makes a mistake.
So Luca's going to go for the Terra here. Most likely that Terra normal on the Ursaluna, just in case Misael has some ridiculous amount of bulk on their Pokemon, getting that maximum amount of damage with that Life Orb as well. And as you said, we've got Hyper Voice on this Ursaluna, and that should be able to clean up the board.
Yeah, it must feel so good to click this Tailwind, Terra, normal, Hyper Voice. Life Orb boosted, Golden Go goes down, Incineroar goes down, Luca Cherrybelly on the verge of winning this game 1.
For sure, yeah, this Ursaluna does not want to face what's right ahead of them at the moment in what Luca has. You've still got Incineroar on the back as well for Intimidate and Fake Out. Yeah, we are looking definitely at a game 2, and Michael needing to kind of think things through for that second game. Question is, Marcus, what is it that Michael can do here? Because that on-call lot from Whimsicott was so strong.
Oh yeah, Ursaluna, I think, on Michael's side, just wasn't able to do anything. It switched into a Eruption, took 50%, then it switched out again, and then it was never to be seen. So Michael has to find a way to set up an environment where Ursaluna can deal damage. Now, we can expect Ursaluna on Michael's team composition to be pretty fast. It might even be faster than Incineroar or Ursaluna Blood Moon over on Luca's side. And we didn't get to see that as Michael, yeah, found himself always at a speed disadvantage there in that endgame. Once Kilovatro went down, but Whimsicott was still around for Luca. So maybe the Trick Room could be the way for Michael to approach this matchup. Seeing the approach from Luca off game 1, that would have been better, but at the same time, Luca can also flip the script, can bring their own Trick Room Pokemon with Farigiraf, for example, to counter that. So yeah, it's not that easy. And I think just with Michael's team composition, he's kind of forced to terrestrialize Goldengo into Dragon to gain an additional resistance to Fire-type moves. But Luca was able to capitalize on that so nicely with the Typhlosion in that first game.
For sure, just firing fire moves into it. It still worked, didn't it? Now, here we go. We are in our second semi-final, game 2 now. Luca, 1 win away for taking it and getting to the final. Farigiraf and Ursaluna for Luca, and Kilowattrel, Porygon 2 for Michael.
Wow, I've been playing with this team for quite a bit, and I don't think I've ever gone for Kilowattrel and Porygon 2 as the lead Pokemon, so yeah, maybe a little bit of a risk there by Michael identifying that he has to make something happen. Now, importantly, Porygon 2 getting the special attack boost from download, that can be very, very crucial.
It certainly can, because when you are hitting that Ursaluna on the more squishy special defensive side, that damage really adds up, particularly given the fact that Porygon 2 could go for that Terra Fighting Terra Blast, which would be really strong, but it would be completely null and void into a Typhlosion. But Michael does not fall for the bait. Switching in that Incineroar instead, just as the other fire type comes in. Really great switch there, especially also into this Farigiraf, offering super effective damage into either slot. Oh, it's going to be the Air Slash though to the Farigiraf. Do we see a flinch? Not quite. Hyper Voice first though, looking like an easy 2-hit KO, especially after that Throat Spray on the Farigiraf here. So no Trick Room set, nor any Tailwind set.
Yeah, but with Incineroar joining the field, now there could be an opening for Michael to make a read here. Maybe either set up Tailwind and go for a big knockoff into Typhlosion, or for a potential double up into Farigiraf if he's expecting some sort of Trick Room play coming out from Luca. However, there is Protect as an option on Farigiraf as well, and it is very, very crucial now that Michael does not set up Tailwind as Luca sets up Trick Room, but with the moves that we just saw Michael lock in, that would be an option.
Ooh, no Terra either to resist any sort of attacks on that Farigiraf's end. Just Tailwind, just knockoff. Is it enough? Oh, it was so close! Michael relying on that damage, and it's just an Eruption as well, not even a safer fire move. Luca calling that turn so well. But what has Farigiraf gone for? Is it that Trick Room? No, it's a Hyper Voice instead. So dealing a lot of damage to that Incineroar, but crucially not setting the board up in Michael's favor.
Okay, this could have been really bad for Michael had Luca set up the Trick Room, but instead going for the more consistent damage option there. And now, as Kilovatral is locked out, Ursaluna could come in, and then Michael would threaten 2 KOs. Headlong Rush into Typhlosion, Knockoff or U-Turn into Farigiraf would be KOs. And we already just saw that Incineroar over on Michael's side outspeeds the Typhlosion under Tailwind. So the speed advantage is now in Michael's favor, and but he has to make something work now. Because there could be Whimsicott waiting in the back for Luca to kind of match this Tailwind very, very soon.
It's a really good point, actually. You've got to be so careful as to how you use your resources here. Because, yeah, with the Whimsicott, that Ursaluna can outspeed everything, right? And now Kilowattrel, one of the speed control options down for Michael. So where is this Ursaluna going to target? At least it's fresh on the field with some health.
Is it Whimsicott waiting in the back for Luca? It is.
There it is. Okay, so this is going to be able to take on those attacks so well, especially given that Focus Sash. Nailing a KO as well on the Farigiraf, never a bad thing, right? Especially as Incineroar can come back a little bit later, offer those fake outs. Very safely now, because that Armor Tail ability is off the field. But we've still yet to see this Ursaluna go for an attack here. Either way, though, it's probably going to just be chipping the Focus Sash on the Whimsicott, but if it's a Facade, it's obviously going to do a little bit more and would quite be nice to get that bit more damage in there. Headlong Rush, unfortunately, because it does lower your defenses a little bit, making it a little bit more vulnerable, maybe pressuring Michael to switch it out on the following turn, but Luca now has to switch in at the moment.
And because Porygon 2 was saved by Michael in the very first turn, it's still at full HP, and so Luca, who is forced to go into one of his special attackers, now likely won't be able to get a knockout onto the Porygon. Now, of course, there could be a potential of a Sunny Day and Terra Fire Eruption. However, as we know right now, Michael has the speed advantage from the Tailwind. So Ursaluna is currently outspeeding Typhlosion, forcing Whimsicott to go for a Tailwind if it wants to, ensure that Typhlosion gets to move. But because of that, Michael could also protect on the Ursaluna and just set up a Trick Room that way.
It certainly could, actually, but then you leave yourself open to that Encore strategy as well that could come out. But here we go. It's actually the Terra Fire Eruption coming out from Typhlosion. Is it that Tailwind? Is it that Sunny Day? Needs to be this Tailwind to outspeed this Ursaluna. But there's what you called there, Marcus, the Protect on the Ursaluna. Does the Trick Room go up here? It is that Tailwind. Porygon 2, in theory, should survive this attack. It's going to be strong, though. Let's see if it actually does, because this is very powerful. Choice Specs, Terra Fire boosted Eruption into Porygon 2, 192 to 56. Yes, it survives, but it's not a Trick Room. Terra Blast instead into that Typhlosion, doing a lot of damage.
Predicting the Terra Fire and going for the damage over the Trick Room because he did not want to be caught into some Encore endgames. However, now Typhlosion considerably weaker with Eruption. Is it enough to knock out Porygon from this range?
Well, you've got to consider the Blaze ability that's now active.
Yeah, exactly.
The Typhlosion is below 30% HP, so it's really hard. I can't get my head around the calculations of it all now.
Because if it is enough for the knockout, then Luca can go for an Encore into Ursaluna to lock it into Protect, and then also use Eruption to knock out Porygon, which would then leave Michael with only Incineroar. And there's still the Ursaluna Blood Moon waiting in the back for Luca.
Oh, so it's the Sunny Day instead here, of course. So now you really guarantee that Eruption damage. But Ursaluna didn't switch out. It's still there. But this is going to still be a lot of damage. Porygon 2 definitely going down. Does Ursaluna hang on? No, it doesn't! Double KO for Luca Cheribelli. This Typhlosion can do whatever it likes. Whatever the HP, whatever the situation, it takes those KOs.
Wow, just like at LAIC, the Terra Fire Typhlosion prevails. Sunny Day Eruption, even at such low HP, gets the double knockout, and with that, Michael down to his last Pokemon Incineroar. But this game is over.
It certainly is. Luca has played this Typhlosion so masterfully, and we have another Italian getting into the final. It is Luca Cheribelli!
Overcoming what he thought was a pretty tricky matchup against one of the best players in the world. But, of course, Luca is one of the best players in the world himself. In fact, in 2024, he was the best player in the world. Now here in Stuttgart, in the grand finals against Eric Rios. What a set.
What a set that was. It just seemed like Luca was just always in the driver's seat there. It was very reminiscent of how Yuma was playing last week as well, right? He was just able to kind of consistently call the defensive play that Michael was trying to make and just getting the exact turns right, going for Sunny Day when it counted for the damage, going for the Tailwind to match that speed control as well. And then even when Michael left that Ursaluna in at the end game there, I was like, surely it survives here. But no, Luca knows his team so well.
Yeah, this damage potential of this Typhlosion and the Ursaluna Blood Moon, just a little too much to handle for Michael and his team. And yeah, Kilovatro tried both games to make something happen with the Tailwind, and it looked like with Typhlosion being weakened in the first game, maybe there was an opening, but Luca knew exactly what he needed to do, stayed in, kept going for Eruption, and then finally reached this beautiful position with Ursaluna Blood Moon for the double knockout.
Yeah, there's another huge eruption there as well. Incineroar was taking quite a few of them. Obviously, definitely a nice bring, given that Assault Vest too. But yeah, just wasn't able to do the amount of support it wanted to. Lucas shutting down a lot of what it could do with that Farigiraf, providing that Armor Tail, making sure Fake Out was never on the board either. And so Typhlosion just was able to launch so many attacks out. Did we even see the Ursaluna actually attack other than maybe that Hyper Voice? It seemed like it was just Typhlosion's stay.
It was Typhlosion City, eruption after eruption. And yeah, I mean, coming into this tournament after LAIC, yesterday in the morning on the couch, we were talking about this team, right? We were saying, okay, Typhlosion is now in the meta. How did players prepare for it, and what is their answer to it? Well, it seems like maybe there just isn't a good answer, or maybe Eric Rios has it. But in this game, it certainly felt like, well, Typhlosion, oh yeah, the answer is you just do a little bit of damage, you weaken the power of Eruption, but that strategy didn't work in this game. In both games, Typhlosion had to take some hits, but then still was able to dish out the damage it needed, even when it was at such low HP in that second game.
It felt like it was almost the perfect amount of HP as well, right? If it maybe had a slightly more, it would have been above 33%.
Out of Blaze.
And then, yeah, out of Blaze, exactly. And then actually would have done less damage. And then maybe Ursaluna survives there. I don't know. It's really hard to call, obviously. We can't obviously replay that, like, entire match just to find out. But yeah, what a match. That's definitely one I will be remembering.
Oh, for sure. And also definitely one that our players will be remembering, especially, of course, Luca, as he came out on top of it. And now setting up this finals against Eric Rios. Yeah. That is going to be a great one as well.
Definitely will be. And I think you said, like, they've played before as well. And I believe Luca may be taking the win. Is that right?
Oh, it was Michael playing against Eric in Stockholm Regionals Finals. Yeah, I checked my database. I didn't find any, like, big stakes games that they were playing against, but we will find out about that before the finals for you. And yeah, wow, if you are inspired by all this action and you want to maybe join us for some of these tournaments yourself, then please check out the link below, rk9.gg/events/Pokemon, where you can find out what are our upcoming events of this calendar season.
Yeah, you certainly can. There's plenty more action to be had here. We've got Birmingham, we've got EUIC as well, all of which are still only in the next couple of months as well, and plenty more beyond that season too. So yeah, definitely look up when those sign-up dates are, because those tickets go quick. So you've got plenty of time to prepare for your next big trip.
And I need some time to prepare for our next big game, which will be the Grand Finals. So we will have just a little bit of a break, get those players set up, and then we will be back with the Grand Finals here at Stuttgart Regional Championships.
Michael Couch takes the title here at the Utrecht Special Championships. Michael Couch is your champion.
It feels amazing winning a regional, especially if you play against a very good friend in the finals. I would have not been mad even if I lost, but since I won, I'm even happier. I think the key moments were that my team had some very interesting tags. For example, my Incineroar was faster than my own Urshifu and Landorus, and many people did not expect that to be that way, and I caught so many people off guard with that. And the team itself plays very well. You have a very defensive core, but you can also do a lot of damage with Choice Specs Mirano and Choice Band Urshifu. The team I chose was built around Miraidon and Calyrex Ice. And the funny part about my team is that me and my friend group had no team until Friday. So one day before the event, we sat down together and we tried to build a new team from the scratch. And we had an original idea of Calyrex Ice, Miraidon and Grimmsnarl, but we didn't know how to finish the team. And without even one game of prep, we decided to just go into the tournament, and it worked out pretty well. The win today was actually something I didn't really expect, but I'm just very happy that we were able to build a team that will impact the meta game as of now, because this will definitely be a team that has to be reckoned with in the future. And also for my resume, it's pretty cool to have a third regional title. I really want to thank my friends that built the team with me and played it. Ibrahim, Rahim, Kusha and Alexander, you are so great, and it was so much fun prepping with you on Friday. And I also really want to acknowledge my finals opponent, Lewis Markel, because he's also a very good friend of mine. And as I already said, playing against a friend in finals is just something you can only dream of.
Absolutely phenomenal here from Luca. He had it all planned out from the start.
My favorite Pokemon type, it's Ghost. I don't know. It just feels right. It's a great type.
We jump into the very first game of the Masters Finals.
I don't think I changed my strategy throughout the tournament. In general, I think it's just a hunch of how you should play. It really just comes down to the plays you're gonna make and how you're gonna adapt to your opponents. My strategy was using Miraidons and Ogerpon Fire and Ushi for Rapid Strikes to run through my opponents.
Fantastic play by Luca, the one-hit KO.
While having Iron Hands and Fairy Giraffe to slow down the pace. Miraidon has been the best Pokemon in the tournament.
That is a massive turn here from Luca.
All the players I faced this tournament have been a challenge on their own. In general, I was worried about some supporter Pokemons, such as Landorus or Rock Ogerpon, when coupled together with other strong Pokemons like Calyrex Ice, Calyrex Shadow, or Terrapagos were really difficult to deal with. I think my strategy to beat those Pokemon was pretty straightforward. I just hoped that I was able to hit them harder than they could withstand.
And that is going to be Luca one step closer to becoming the world champion.
This was my 5th World Championships. I've never gotten this far. I was happy enough with just making it to Top Cut, but I started to realize there was an opportunity to do something even bigger, something that I never even dreamed of. The moment I knew that I was going to win was when I was able to knock out the Calyrex Shadow with Fairy Giraffe.
And he's done it. This is his first major win, and what a one to have.
It was unexpected, but I'm extremely lucky and happy to be where I'm at right now. I want to shout out my family for always supporting me ever since I started playing when I was just 14. My group of friends, they've been phenomenal, and I thank all of them for being there with me.
go. It is time. The finals of the Stuttgart Regional Championship 2026. And I couldn't be more proud to be doing it alongside Marcus Harmon, of course. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling so pumped, especially after seeing that video just now about Luca Ceribelli winning Worlds and what he had to say afterwards. That was something that he never even dreamed of. Well, he was able to achieve that dream of becoming a world champion, and now he's here in the finals to also become a regional champion.
Exactly. Something you think would be done the other way around. But, you know, Luca's got different priorities.
Well, technically back in the day, he's won one of those as well, all the way back in 2018. But the times were different back then. And yeah, before we jump into the finals, though, let's have a look at the bracket to see how we got here.
So yes, we've got plenty of matches that we've seen across both of yesterday and of course our top cut today. And you can see how convincing the top 4 matches were. 2-0, Eric taking down William for the second time on stream this weekend, actually. And of course, Luca Ceribelli just now taking on Michel Kelsch.
And with that, they were destined to meet in the finals. Probably the best player from Spain right now against, well, in Italy, well, we have had 3 regional champions, right, in the season already. Just within 3 tournaments that we've had. So it's tough to say who is the best Italian player right now. But what we can say for sure is that Luca will want to extend the streak by beating Eric and by claiming the title.
100% there. Yeah, and as you mentioned earlier, I think, Marcus, Eric has been in a final recently against Michel Kelsch and obviously is here again now. I think before running like a Lunala sort of balance team before in Regulation Set G. And now, you could argue maybe a similar sort of team with a kind of a lot of pivoting options and supporting that setup of a certain Pokemon. Because we had Carmine Lunala before, and now we have Komodo Clangorous Soul instead.
Yeah, maybe Eric is starting to build a little bit of a reputation to bring some of the more niche Pokemon choices, as you were just mentioning. And when we have a look at his run and how he made it to the finals, we can also see that he faced a couple of interesting Pokemon along the way.
He certainly did. And starting out of the gate with very interesting Pokemon indeed. That Clefable, Flamigo, Hydreigon core that plenty of people obviously run is something that he's definitely been able to conquer there, which is great to see. And plenty of other matchups that he's been able to prove himself to win.
But the one matchup that he did lose was in round 8 against Luca Ceribelli. We were saying it before, it seems like only world champions were able to defeat Eric in this tournament. And so the grand finals is going to be a rematch between these 2 players, and Luca came out on top in phase 1.
Now, of course, Eric has a lot of time to think about that, so we'll see if anything is different. But here are the rest of your rounds here. And interestingly, taking down Sebastian Ernst with a Dondozo Miascarada team, which is really cool to see.
Absolutely. So completely undefeated today, Eric Rios winning every single round and also defeating some of Luca's teammates in the process there, beating Giuseppe in top 8 and William in top 4. So I'm sure Luca will want to get some revenge and take the title back to Italy.
Well, we can't forget how Eric did that as well, using his trusty Sneasler as well.
Yep.
Clicking that magic dial button as well, and seemingly getting sleeps exactly when he needed them as well. Obviously, Eric played the game very nicely too, but yeah, something is up with that Sneasler, and it's got to be on Luca's mind as well. How is he going to play around the potential for all those shenanigans?
Yeah, I mean, there can be different approaches, right? You can just ignore it and just hope that it doesn't come up, or you can try to play around it and try to not give your opponent any openings to even go for the Dire Claw. Luca, so far, was able to play around things very, very nicely in this tournament. And when we have a look at his run, he was also able to defeat quite a few very, very strong players.
Yeah, really strong start there again here. Only taking their first loss in Swiss round 7 versus Robert Vine. And of course, as you can see, the Eric Rios matchup right at the bottom there, taking that win.
Yeah, losing to a Dondozo team there. Shout out to Robert Vine, the 2010 German national champion, was the only one that could inflict a loss to Luca in phase 1 of the competition. And then, of course, last round of phase 1 yesterday, Luca beating Eric, of course, this will give him motivation and confidence going into this rematch in the grand finals.
100% will. And there is the second load of matches that we can show that Luca was able to conquer. Again, it's green all the way, tons and tons of wins.
And just like Eric was able to defeat Luca's teammates, Luca was able to defeat Eric's teammate in Alex Gomez in that round 10. So yeah, also there a little bit of rivalry going on between the two. And now, yeah, they're meeting in the finals. And with how awesome both of them have played, especially today, both of them going completely undefeated today, winning every match against many, many great players. I mean, look at this. Luca had to go through Eduardo Cunha and Michael Kelch to reach this grand finals. So we are in for a treat with this one.
We certainly are. Just taking down a variety of teams as well. And which is arguably with the team that most people should have been preparing for after last week, right? 5 of the 6 same Pokemon that Yuma Kinugawa used to win LAIC. And so far, nothing is stopping it.
Nothing is stopping it so far. So yeah, maybe to round out this very last tournament of Regulation Set H, maybe Typhlosion was the answer all along. Or maybe was it Primarina and Komodo?
Yeah, exactly. It could well be. We also saw Eric Rios at LAIC, also making it into the phase 2 along with Luca too. Yeah, really showing what that Komodo team could do. It seems like it hasn't been picked up by many other people either, and maybe flew under the radar slightly too, so people could not really come in prepared against it. And Eric has super capitalized on that as well.
Yeah, you can see how focused both players are here. Luca maybe going through some lines again. Reminds me a little bit, you know, in like winter games when they're sometimes doing the like sledding championships.
Yeah.
And they're like going through the cars before, or also with like car racing, right? Like you know exactly what you want to do, and so you just revising it, just going through it in your head. You are ready, so you are ready for what is to come in this game.
You visualize that Diaclaw hitting and nothing else happening after it.
Yup.
And here are our achievements happening on both of our trainers here. Eric on the left, Grand Challenge 3 finalist, EUIC champion, multi-regional special championship champion, and a world's top 8. Wow.
Can Eric claim his 5th regional level championships? This would be #1 in Europe in terms of how many championships he has. So that is definitely a big motivation for Eric. And then we said it before, Luca's regional level championships in Turin in 2018. That's already a couple years ago. So of course, Luca will want to update that and double the amount of regional championships that he has won. But of course, being a world champion, winning the biggest title of all, yeah, his career has been magnificent either way.
Couldn't put it better myself, Marcus. There is the fire team that Eric has been running this entire weekend, which we've seen multiple times as well. That Komodo with the soundproof and that Clangorous Soul. If you wanted any setup Pokemon, this is the one that seems to have flown under the radar and supported by an amazing cast, and also just a Golden Go for good measure.
Yeah, it seems like, yeah, without Golden Go, a lot of players aren't even leaving the house these days. But Eric was one of the very few players in this phase 2 that left the house without an Incineroar. No Incineroar on this team. And yeah, he is really trusting Smeargle and Rillaboom in terms of fake out. But when we will have a look over on Luca's team, we will see that there is a Farigiraf waiting for those tasty fake outs to be blocked by Armatail. It is tough to formulate a strategy, but one thing that should be noted is the fact that Eric does have a couple of resistances against fire-type attacks, unlike Michael.
Yes.
Well, we have Primarina and Komodo as potential answers against the Typhlosion, but of course, seeing Luca's team here, you also need to be ready to face that Ursaluna Blood Moon, which is also just so powerful with the Terra Normal Life Orb set. Yeah, and then you have Farigiraf, Whimsicott, and Incineroar, 3 support Pokemon that can also do damage themselves, and the same can be said about Annihilate as well.
Yeah, 100%. Annihilate there. Also being able to catch Intimidate, which is actually lacking on Eric's side. As you mentioned earlier, Marcus, the only team without an Incineroar in the top 8, which might be all right here, to be honest. given the fact that it could be hard countered with an Annihilate. But then again, a lot of our trainers versus Luca have been wanting to bring in the Sidorol because it actually resists fire. And so you've only got some other options that Eric needs to rely on instead to be able to do that. But the good thing is this Komodo is Terra Fire as well. So it can resist a lot of attacks and still Terra and still resist that fire damage. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Eric lean into that mode in this game.
Yeah, I wonder how Luca plans to deal with Smeargle and whether Smeargle is even a factor if Eric is even going to bring it to this matchup. Since, yeah, with the safety goggles and taunt, Annihilate could be a good answer against it. However, Annihilate, yeah, could struggle a little bit, especially against Primarina. However, with Final Gambit, that could also be one way for Luca to trade and maybe simplify the game a little bit into his favor. So that then, yeah, the goal will always be for Luca's team to find an opportunity to either set up the Typhlosion or the Ursaluna into a position where they can deal the damage.
100% there, and spread or single target, Luca always finds a way at the moment. As we get into our grand finals here at Stuttgart, Farigiraf and Annihilate for Luca, Rillaboom, and there's that Primarina for Eric Rios.
And already there's a big decision to be made because, yeah, Annihilate has Final Gambit ready, could go for the play that we mentioned before, just launching Final Gambit to trade into Primarina or into Rillaboom. But you always have to watch out because, yeah, there could be a switch into Smeargle potentially. There could be a Protect, and you really want to make it count against this Final Gambit. But it seems like, yeah, Luca relying on Farigiraf to maybe set up a Trick Room, or maybe just goes ahead, goes for Hyper Voice, activates the Throat Spray, and deals a little bit of chip damage.
First of all, is actually the Rillaboom switching out immediately. Yeah, with a Farigiraf there, you aren't offering any fake out potential at all. So Smeargle comes in here, maybe take a Ghost type, but there's the Final Gambit you called, Marcus, and that's an instant KO on that Primarina, trading for the Annihilate, but it looks like that's Luca exactly intended to do this, potentially to get rid of what would have been such a problem Pokemon in this matchup.
And Farigiraf not going on the offensive. Instead, it will be a Trick Room. And this is a nice combination. Going for Final Gambit and Trick Room now allows Luca to bring in whichever Pokemon he feels is right for this situation. And I have a feeling it might be the Ursaluna Blood Moon.
Yeah, if Trick Room's coming up, it's surely got to be Ursaluna in the back. Now, one thing going for Eric's Komodo, though, is it's got soundproof. So it can take on those Hyper Voices and take no damage from them.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And this means that if Luca wants to commit here, it would need to be the Blood Moon. But then, of course, Smeargle has the opportunity to potentially follow me away that attack. Now, we know Fake Out is not an option against Luca's team because of Farigiraf's Armor Tail. But yeah, very delicate positioning. And it seems like Eric goes with a third option, switches in Rillaboom in favor of Smeargle.
So he's resetting Fake Out yet again here, maybe trying to catch a few moves. Psychic, though, coming out immediately into what was that Smeargle, taking that Rillaboom down a little bit further. There's that Hyper Voice, though, so a great call there to preserve the Smeargle here, not affecting the Komodo, and is absolutely free to go for that Clangrous Soul. There it is, that huge Omni-boosting, powerful move, raising all those defenses and those offenses, activating that Throat Spray, getting another special attack boost, at merely the cost of a third of its health.
Wow, yeah, that Komodo, not afraid. I mean, that could have been a Psychic being launched into it, but instead, Eric understanding that the pressure of Smeargle being there was enough to call in some moves from Luca. But yeah, he lost quite a lot of HP this turn once more, both on Rillaboom and also on Komodo. And now Psychic is still an option into Komodo. Of course, though, with the boost and with the Terra, then maybe it's not enough to get a KO. But yeah, Eric somehow needs to find a way to get out of Trick Room. But then it would be really difficult for Luca to deal with this Komodo.
Yeah, that's the problem. You've got to really respect this Komodo and the damage it could do. It might even want to go for a Terra here to kind of get around the Psychic, but then this Earth Power suddenly super effective on the Ursaluna side. So you might want to kind of consider protecting this Komodo, stalling a few turns of Trick Room here. But we've still got 3 left, and that is a lot. But Eric is going to go for it. There's the Protect. Stalling out a few more turns. Hopefully with that Assault Vest on Rillaboom, it could take a few more hits. But first of all, it's going to be that Hyper Voice. Ursaluna Blood... Oh, sorry, Farigiraf going for the Hyper Voice. Excuse me. And of course, the Farigiraf can also... The Ursaluna can follow up with that as well. Let's see if it does, or if is it that Blood Moon? Yeah, there it is. So Eric is able to get an attack off here, but can he make it worth it? Is it Woodhammer into Ursaluna? It is into the Farigiraf, and so that is going to be able to take the hit. And Rillaboom goes down instead. Ursaluna getting away with it this turn.
Yeah, Eric trying to go for a KO here potentially, but Lucas Farigiraf just proves to be too bulky and now also has Throat Spray activated, so the next Psychic is definitely going to hurt. Now, Smeargle coming in means that, well, there's still 2 turns left of Trick Room. How can you stall it out? I mean, we already know that Blood Moon was committed and Hyper Voice is not going to work against Kommo-o, so potentially with a Follow Me, you can buy the free turn that you need, and then protect the following turn to stall out the Trick Room. But there's still one final Pokemon left for Luca, and that could make all the difference.
Yeah, 100% there. If it's that Typhlosion, it could outspeed this Kommo-o and deal a lot of damage. But Kommo-o still has a really nice typing into it, so could get away with it too. But if it's the Whimsicott in the back, for instance, that could really affect a lot of special attacking damage. But Luca is going on the defensive here, going for that Protect instead, and therefore staying around a little bit longer so it can still pressure against those attacks. Follow Me coming out from the Smeargle. Makes a lot of sense here, and it has to be that Earth Power that Luca can go for into the Smeargle, getting it down to that Focus Sash instead. And now we're going to see the Kommo-o go for its signature attack. There is that Clanging Scales at +2 special attack. This is going to be a powerful move. This isn't Assault vs Ursaluna, but it still is able to hang on into this final turn of Trick Room.
Yeah, so the play to potentially counter this would have been to maybe click Spore into Ursaluna. Or maybe Eric is confident that Kommo-o can go for the reverse sweep. Smeargle cannot protect, so Smeargle will go down to any sort of attack coming out from Luca, but Kommo-o can go for protect this turn. Then Trick Room would be over, but it really depends. What is the last Pokemon going to be? If it's Whimsicott, and if Luca can manage to switch it in this turn, then potentially there could be an Encore threat to lock Kommo-o into Protect, so it's not as easy to just go for that move, because also due to the fact that Whimsicott is a Fairy type, it could switch in, even if it was a Clanging Scale. So it's a tough choice to make, because you need to predict which Pokemon does your opponent have in the back when you don't even know what it is.
That's such a good point there, Marcus. There's so much on the line here, and Eric's really thinking about it too. As you can see, he's locked into the Flamethrower here, and it looks like he's caught Luca unawares, given the Terra Fairy that's coming now out from this Farigiraf. But first, the Follow Me. Farigiraf, we know he's going to go first in this Trick Room here and be able to KO it with a move. Psychic, yes, here it comes out. Smeargle's definitely going down, but now Blood Moon is online for this Ursaluna in this final turn of Trick Room. It's still +1 special defense on this Kommo-o. This needs to be enough for a KO, and it just about hangs on with 3 HP. So close. Flamethrower is now able to KO this Farigiraf, but as you say, Marcus, what is in the back?
If it is Whimsicott, then that can easily go for any attack, and Kommo-o won't be able to claim 2 knockouts on the same turn. But if it is Typhlosion, then maybe that might be possible.
There's the grass disappearing, and there's the Trick Room disappearing as well. Luca reveals Wolf's Incineroar coming in here, and that is a great call as well. It's Assault Vest, such a bulky Pokemon as well. Kommo-o only has special attacks as well, has such low HP here as well. You've got to protect from this Fake Out at least to start with.
Yeah, you absolutely have to, but then the following turn, the question is going to be how much damage can Kommo-o do to Incineroar? It will have to go for the Clanging Scales to hit both Pokemon. Knock out Ursaluna Blood Moon, that is for sure, as Trick Room will be over. But how much damage can it do to Incineroar? It needs the one-hit knockout, or else Incineroar will get the retaliation KO.
Here it is, it's Clanging Scales, Ursaluna goes down, and that is nowhere near enough damage on Incineroar. Incineroar now, even with the +1 minus defense on this Kommo-o, there's that Flare Blitz, and that will definitely be enough. Kommo-o goes down, and Luca Jellybelly now 1 game up and 1 game away from claiming this regional title.
Wow, what a back and forth set, and or back and forth game rather. And I think the turn 1 trade was definitely be favorable for Luca there, bringing out Annihilate. And Eric was debating to go for a Protect on Primarina, decided to kind of predict Final Gambit to go into Rillaboom, which doesn't have Protect, which would have been a safe target. Therefore, I think he switched in Smeargle to try to catch the Final Gambit with the Focus Sash, but Luca, seeing right through that play, goes for Final Gambit into Primarina, knocks that Pokemon out. And yeah, this time around, it wasn't Typhlosion that was the star of the show, but it was this Ursaluna and Farigiraf combination under Trick Room that put on so much pressure, and Eric just couldn't play out of it during the couple of turns under Trick Room.
Yeah, it was just a really masterfully played game plan that Luca had there, with the perfect Pokemon in the back as well, given that everything else just kind of fell to Incineroar, right? That is the one Pokemon that Eric doesn't have on their team and the one thorn in his side in that endgame. So you've got to be thinking, does Eric maybe switch it up to the Sneasler? At least have another option against this Incineroar?
Yeah, Sneasler could be one way. However, it's tough. Sneasler does not have Throat Chop, so no real great way of hitting that Typhlosion besides maybe besides Acrobatics.
What about Dark Claw?
Yeah, it has Dark Claw. Maybe it's the time to go for that. It has proven to be so worth it in the last couple of games. But yeah, it's tough to formulate a game plan because, yeah, Luca's team is so flexible and there could be something completely different coming out of it. It seems like Eric, though, trusts the Pokemon, at least in the lead, that he brought in Game 1.
Okay, so Whimsicott and Typhlosion, you're obviously threatening a Sunny Day plus Eruption very heavily at the moment here. Now, Whimsicott, being Terra Ghost, can get around that fake out, so it can always get up the move it wants, and therefore you lower the damage of the Hyper Voice as well that can come out, which is looking relatively safe. And so here is a Terra, it is into the Rillaboom though.
And no Terra Ghost over on Luca's side, like we saw in his game against Eduardo earlier. That could have been a guarantee for the Sunny Day, but no, it's gonna be a fake out and no Sunny Day coming out.
Yeah, it just comes out immediately, so great call. Eruption, though, still full power, but still no Terra boosted either. Taking it fairly comfortably, and there's just a raw Hyper Voice. There's a KO on that Typhlosion. That was such a problem. Absolutely going down here, and Whimsicott doing nothing on this turn either. Looks like Luca maybe overread this turn a little bit.
Yeah, Luca was definitely kind of respecting any sort of counterplay coming out from Eric against this Terra Ghost, Sunny Day, and Eruption play, but Eric makes a great call, going for the fake out, despite the fact that there was potentially Farigiraf waiting in the back, and besides the fact that there was Terra Ghost available on Whimsicott, gets the reach correct, and now Primarina, yeah, going for this Hyper Voice. Yeah, probably can just go for another one or maybe swap out into another position. But at least for this game, Eric does not have to worry about the Typhlosion anymore.
Definitely not yet. There were so many ways that turn could have gone wrong for Eric. But no, he sees through all of it. As you can see, locking in that Golden Go switch in here, a perfect play at the moment, given the normal Psychic and Fairy type moves that Luca can offer offensively here. And with that Good as Gold ability, is also immune to the Encore.
Oh, and no Encore coming out. Instead, it is a Moonblast, and there's another one.
With a special attack, drop it to boot too. Really nice in front of this Hyper Voice, which is then going to boost it back up again. And yeah, now with that damage, Primarina, it looks like can take another Hyper Voice on top of that. So it's in a really strong position, to be honest, at the moment. And the question is, now with Typhlosion down, what can beat this Golden Go?
Yeah, Ursaluna Blood Moon or Incineroar. Either of those could do the job. We gotta wait and see which is the final Pokemon for Luca. But with this special attack drop as well, the damage output of Luca is just so much lower than it was a turn before with Typhlosion on the board. And yeah, Primarina enjoying its positioning. Same with Golden Go. There's grassy terrain is up. You can recover a little bit. You can just go for some knockouts this turn as well. And yeah, there's nothing really stopping this Hyper Voice and Make It Rain combination.
So there's the Tailwind, though. That is the speed control of choice. Psychic, though, goes into the Primarina. It's just probably enough there to get rid of it in this game. And that's going to be really key, depending on what was in the back there for Luca. Make It Rain, though, first. Coming out and KOing now Whimsicott. Farigiraf hanging on yet again. This Luca Farigiraf seems to have the perfect training right now, but is it enough, though, for what is in the back? At least Tailwind is now set up, so you've got 3 turns to make the most of it, Luca.
Yeah, you absolutely have to. And with this play, I'm expecting Ursaluna Blood Moon to be the last Pokemon. And this game still isn't over. Of course, now we see, well, Eric has 2 Pokemon with Fake Out potentially available. But as long as Farigiraf is around there to protect its side of the field with Armor Tail, but hold that thought, it's actually Incineroar, no Ursaluna Blood Moon.
Wow, okay, so that's kind of exactly what you want, right, into the rest of what Eric has got here. However, it is not that safety goggles that it has, but it does have access to the Terra Grass that can make it get around the potential of spores that this Smeargle can go for here.
Yeah, and it also has access to the Tailwind that was just set up by Luca. Smeargle cannot go for a protecting move, so if Luca goes for a double target, that probably would be enough for the knockout. However, then Farigiraf might go down.
So because of the protect on Farigiraf here, though, we know the Smeargle is going to get out of this turn at least. But yeah, Fake Out Protect is really nice here, actually. Often not the move you want to go for because you want to capitalize on your Fake Out turn, but this is perfectly choreographed from Luca, knowing the Make It Rain comes out here, and now you preserve both Farigiraf and Incineroar into the next turn.
Yeah, this was a great call by Luca, and I think the only play that keeps him in this game, because now Focus Sash is broken on Smeargle, and even though it looks so counterintuitive, you're stalling a turn of your own Tailwind, and you're not capitalizing on the free turn that the Fake Out has created for Farigiraf. But this was not about the free turn, this was just about the damage. You just needed to break Focus Sash on Smeargle so that now you're threatening a KO on Smeargle and a follow-up attack into Golden Go.
Yeah, and now that Smeargle has got that rid of that Focus Sash, yeah, it can go down to quite a lot here, and no Moody Boost to help it out either. Actually getting a defense drop as well, just in case there was any doubt Incineroar could get this KO. There's 2 more turns of Tailwind. Can Luca get the upper hand here to be able to deal enough damage? That Golden Go's got to be afraid of those Flare Blitzes, mind you.
Oh, it absolutely is. No Terra available either. Do you go for another Protect here?
It looks like Eric's locking that in. Yeah, there's the Protect. So let's see how Luca has responded to that potential threat. There's the knockoff into the Smeargle, getting that KO really nicely and so easily. But Farigiraf, what has it gone for here? It is a Trick Room? Yes, there it is. This is the last turn of Tailwind still, though, but that's going to really flip the switch on a lot of what Eric has after another turn.
Wow, this could develop into a masterpiece for Luca, setting up Trick Room right as Tailwind ends, and now this Golden Go is locked on the field with a reduced special attack stat. But Rillaboom, of course, with that Terra Fire still in the back, and that has to be the ace card now for Eric.
So now, my question is, now you've got Tailwind up, but Trick Room's still up. It's most likely that at least on this turn, Golden Go and Rillaboom are going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field. But the Incineroar can't protect from this turn either, so it's more of a safe target for high horsepower, for instance, from Rillaboom.
Yeah, I think, well, Golden Go went for Protect the previous turn, but now instead is Luca going on the defensive. Once again, this Farigiraf still around. Rillaboom going for the high horsepower, half health, but what is Incineroar going for?
It's going to be the nasty plot on the Golden Go at least first, but surely it's the Flare Bits into this turn. No, the knockoff instead, still doing so much damage and keeping the Golden Go around, though, into the following turns. But now Tailwind has expired on Luca's end, and there are so many more turns of Trick Room to go.
Yeah, now the speed control flips back into Luca's favor. Golden Go now getting the special attack set back to neutral. I don't think there was really much better that it could have done, because had it gone for an attack, that actually would have probably been knocked out by the Life Orb recoil. So I think going for the nasty plot now keeps things a little bit ambiguous, because if you're Luca, do you commit an attack into Golden Go, or do you try and read the safe Protect that might be coming out here?
It's a great question, yeah, and really nice to maybe in some ways not go for the Flare Bits, yeah, to put yourself in recall in range of that high horsepower. But yeah, Eric really has to think carefully this turn, because it could all be curtains.
Yeah, and Luca has to be able to taste the championship here.
finally terrestrialization is committed, but where will it be? It's the Incineroar, though, going into that Terra Grass here. Being able to then take on those high horsepowers from Rillaboom, so much better, but not those Golden Go attacks, mind you. Knock off first into the Rillaboom. No protect on this Golden Go either. This frees up the Frigoroth. It's going to go for that attack. Psychic, first of all. It does cover the Golden Go, getting that KO there. It's going to follow up with Rillaboom now, but how is it going to touch this Incineroar? It's going to try it, though. It's going to be the Hosepower into the Frigoroth now.
Wow.
Going slightly slower.
It will come down to Incineroar and Rillaboom that have swapped their types. It's the Fire-type Rillaboom against the Grass-type Incineroar. That is absolutely amazing.
Definitely is, but yeah, look at all the not very effective options that Eric has here. And the Incineroar has multiple turns of being able to go first here too in these last 2 turns of Trick Room.
Now, of course, Woodhammer would deal most damage, but can you afford to take the recoil here? This is so tough to assess. And yeah, you can visibly see Eric calculating and thinking, okay, well, Woodhammer, how much damage is it going to do? Then how much recoil do I take? How much do I recover from the grassy terrain? What is better? Knockoff will have the reduced power now as the item has already been knocked off. So yeah, this will come down to the wire.
Okay, here we go. Knockoff comes out from Luca's end, doing a really good chunk of damage there. There's the Woodhammer in the grassy terrain. It's not enough for the KO. There's a lot of recoil on Eric's Rillaboom here, and it just hangs around.
And it seems like Luca has done it. The next knockoff certainly will be enough, but there's still Grassy Glide as the final last resort for Eric. If this doesn't KO, Luca will be the champion.
Here we go. Final turn, folks. Grassy Glide is not enough for KO Incineroar. Luca Cherubelli, your 4th Italian champion, has done it. He is your Stuttgart Regional Champion.
Wow, what a comeback in this second game. Well played to Eric, but well played to Luca. Finding that line with Incineroar and Frigoroth and taking home another title here.
Incredible work from Luca. Just nothing was stopping that team. Seeing its success from Yuma back in LAIC just only a week ago, but still under the curtain, Luca was still working on the same team, refining it himself, bringing it a week later, and just taking the tournament by storm.
What a set. Luca playing so well in that first game, going for the final gambit trade on Primarina turn 1, and then capitalizing on that. Terra Fairy for Frigoroth at the right moment against this Ko-Mo-O, meaning that Eric was not able to capitalize on all those boosts because he could only take 1 knockout at the time, and game 1 went to Luca.
There it is, yeah, and the Clanking Scales just nowhere near being enough from this bulky Assault Vest Incineroar. Flarebit's taking it down in the end there, yeah.
And then in the second game, it seemed like it was Eric's time to shine. After KOing Typhlosion early, it seemed like Eric was in the driving seat. But then Luca unleashed something that we very, very rarely see. He set up Tailwind and then set up Trick Room right as his own Tailwind was still in effect. He went for the flashy play of Fake Out Protect at the right time, kept calling the targets correctly, and eventually brought us down to this endgame of Rillaboom against Incineroar.
Like, incredible work to honestly go for that Trick Room as well, even when there was still Tailwind up as well, so you could get that momentum going literally just after that one more turn, knowing you still had to protect on your Frigoroth as well, which is not all that common either. And so made it a really key turn, be able to swing things around and still make sure you were either in Tailwind and had an advantage, or in Trick Room and had an advantage.
It's tough to say that, like, I wasn't impressed. Or I was impressed, but not. It wasn't unexpected, right? Like, yeah. This is a world champion that we're talking about. Of course, he can identify, he can spot lines like that maybe us mere mortals would not be able to find. But the fact that it came out in the grand finals in a situation where if he takes the game, he takes down the championships, that is something incredibly special. And yeah, wow, this moment belongs to Luca.
100% it does. Now, obviously, Luca's team was like a little bit unusual generally across the board, and we can see what was common generally across this tournament in our phase 2 usage stats as well. And so we can see how our trainers have maybe adapted here compared to Las Vegas or all of the other tournaments before as well?
Yeah, this is the final look at Regulation H, the Phase 2 usage stats, and there are a couple of Pokemon that are missing from this top 12 graphic that played a key role in our finals. There's no Primarina, there's no Typhlosion, there's not even a Whimsicott in here, and there's also no Farigiraf. So both our players really coming up with incredibly innovative team choices. Just goes to show once more that yes, there are some popular Pokemon, but you can definitely win a championships if you find the niche that you need. And Luca definitely found a niche for his Hisuian Typhlosion, playing excellently in the finals. Yeah, it's just incredible to see.
Yeah, it really was. And probably Michael Kelch kind of contributing to the fact that Amogus is now on that graphic as well, just sneaking in there with enough usage to show it's, hey, I'm maybe haven't been a little bit absent over the last few months, but I'm still here. I'm still here. Getting top 4 is no mean feat.
And the team to beat coming into this after LAIC last weekend, we were all saying it. It was going to be that Typhlosion team. That is the team that everyone had their eyes on. But if we look at the final standings with our top 8 teams, then, well, we just saw it, but Luca Cherrybelly coming out on top with that exact team composition.
Yeah, there it is, and the only one of that composition, but we had a little bit of sun earlier on in the tournament. Francesco Magrono there at the 7th position, bringing Marco Silva's sort of variant, or that he popularized last year as well, and getting pretty far with it, honestly.
Yeah, but just looking at this top 8, it's just absolutely incredible. Gotta say it once more, we have Nils Dunlop there with a creative team, EUIC champion, top 4 worlds, multiple regional times champion. We got Eduardo Cunha, world champion, multiple time regional champion as well, and an international champion as well. We got Giuseppe, a regional champion, William, regional champion, Michael, 3-time regional champion, world's runner-up. We got Eric, EUIC champion, 4-time regional champion, and we got the winner of the tournament, the winner of them all, Luca Cherrybelly, world champion, regional champion.
You know, it gets to the point where you say a word so many times, it just kind of loses all meaning.
Yes.
Yeah. As
I feel that now.
You feel that now, yeah.
So many champions.
That's the problem.
But, of course, yeah, in the end, only one could claim this particular championships here in Stuttgart. And we had our own ideas of maybe how our players could have done that. Let's have a quick look at what we predicted would do well over the course of this weekend.
I don't know if we want to look at those, honestly. I don't think...
I'm feeling good about them.
I don't think we need to look too hard at those cast predictions, but I suppose we can maybe ignore the people on the left at the moment. And, yeah, well, of course you picked Ursaluna. What's this going to do?
Yeah, of course. Of course I did. And I picked Pelipper and Tyranitar as a potential answer to these Sun teams. I mean... some Assault Vest Tyranitar. I mean, we saw it. William brought the Tyranitar into top 4, so I feel a little bit of validation there. But yeah, Pelipper was not to be seen in our top 8.
Unbelievable. I feel like this has got to be rigged in some way. Like, come on, there surely should have been Sunbirds there. And look, Flamigo was there in spirit, you know? It was on Yuma Kinugawa's team. Yeah, sure, it wasn't on Luca's team, but like...
That's what you meant, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I meant that slot on that team, actually. And also, Manuel Sun with Sunny Day, Practice Sunny Day. That Murkrow is basically a Whimsicott.
Ah, okay.
Okay, and Corviknight is basically a Golden Go. Yeah.
And the Pelipper?
What was the team again? Pelipper is Primarina.
Well, that was on Eric's team, but yeah, it could be, of course. Well, Costa had the right idea there with the Hisuian Typhlosion, getting the call there. And then also Zoe was right in a way. She was really all about that weather, and well, it was the Sunny Day Whimsicott that took down the title.
It certainly was, yeah. So let us know what your predictions were as well, using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Did you expect who to win?
A little bit too late for predictions now, right?
The predictions, yeah, but like what they were though, you know?
Oh, yeah, that I'm interested.
Oh, I was definitely gonna guess that. Yeah. You could just do that, you know? We won't question you. Or like if you're just happy that people have won, or however your tournament has gone, let us know using that hashtag #PlayPokemon on our socials, using it on Instagram or on X as well.
And now it's time. The moment that all our players were probably dreaming of before this tournament. Now we are awarding our trophies. Let's kick it over to the stage for a trophy ceremony.
Thank you very much, guys. 600 players embarked onto a journey to arrive here at Stuttgart in hopes of finding success and, of course, glory. Only 2 were able to come out on top amongst countless regional champions, international champions, as well as world champions. It is my honor to present our finalist of the 2026 Pokémon Stuttgart Regional Champions, Mr. Eric Rios! Congratulations, Eric. Thank you so much for giving us such an enthralling finals. It was a tough set, my friend, but you did yourself absolutely proud. Please tell us, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling amazing. The matchup was really difficult. I played Luca 2 rounds and he destroyed me like in finals. But now I'm really happy about the second place. I will try to win someday again, like the old days. So I will be back for sure.
In my eyes, and I think a lot of people's eyes, you are already back, my friend. You have shown it, one step away, of course, but moving forwards with the rest of your season, you've been able to get a good, hefty amount of championship points, as well as prize awards. Where will we next see you later on this season, my friend?
I think we'll be Toronto Regionals in January. So it's time to prepare Regulation F and try to win that tournament.
I love to hear it and I love to see it. So, Eric, once again, previous EUIC International Champion, 4-time Regional and Special Champion. Thank you so much, my friend, and huge congratulations once again. Give him a round of applause, everybody! And finally, the moment that so many trainers vie for, it's time to crown our regional champion of Stuttgart. 2024 World's Champion, 2018 Turin Special Champion. There's only one that has been able to claim those titles in combination, and it's none other than Luca Cheribelli! Luca, my friend, huge congratulations. You've been able to do it. You are a 2-time regional special champion. Of course, our 2024 World's Champion. How are you feeling, my friend? You've been able to beat the very best in this tournament.
Well, I don't know if it's like the cold of the venue or just the nerves, but I'm shivering from top to bottom. I'm so happy. I don't have really any words for this achievement. I haven't been able to replicate a deep run since Worlds 2024. So being able to come up with I think my own spin to this team, and and being able to pilot it different from like the previous success really means the world to me.
It must, of course, you've been able to get that direct invitation to the World Championships later on in San Diego at the XP, of course. So there's a lot of emotions, understandably, you're going through right now, all of joy, no doubt about it. So, my friend, are we going to be seeing you in upcoming seasons, this season, later on in upcoming events? Apologies.
I mean, I guess there's still the UIC. Yes, that's the only internationals. It's the only tournament that I haven't won yet. So,
spoken like a true champion. Luca, it has been such an honor and pleasure to be able to watch your progress across different seasons, but in particular for this event. So, I want to give you an opportunity to give any shout-outs that you would like to anybody in the venue or even watching at home.
Okay, there are so many that, like, it will take so much, but yeah, I'll try to do it. First of all, thank you to my family for always supporting me. All those people that at home or at the event have really helped me. huge congrats to and thanks to my friends of the server, and particularly for this team, I want to shout out again Danetti for helping me build up the team from like 1.5 months ago, and after Apron, because he helped me so much during this tournament.
There you go. Heartwarming. You heard it from your Stuttgart Regional Champion, Luca Ceribelli. That's it, folks. We're going to be closing the curtains on the final regulation Set H format event. But don't worry, we'll be back to wrap up the show in just a couple of moments so you can find out at home where we are next going to be. So with that, we'll catch you very shortly.
Let's go! It's gonna be the KO! He won the whole game, and now he's come to London and won the whole thing! Another game!
Here we go, which is it into the flood of bin, and it is going to be enough.
Here we go! Look all the pieces of there! Your European International Champion! Going to win this three! Oh, sweet for the grand finals!
Pummel damage coming through, still tapping, some clapping. Let's give it up!
10 seconds left on the clock, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming's gonna stop that.
What you got? Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah. I'm a go far. I'm a maverick, havoc in my way. Hot stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up through the plate, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place, and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Anytime, anywhere. I'm a battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Name the place, and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere.
Congratulations once again to Luca Ceribelli, our 2026 Stuttgart Regional Champion. What an amazing weekend of games we've had, and Luca just proving exactly why he is the world champion, and also getting that win for Team Italy there. And
Number 4.
Pretty impressive.
Number 4.
I think we were joking earlier that are we at an Italian locals? What's going on? You know?
Yeah, I mean, the Italian community is just very, very strong, as they've proven countless times. As Marco Silva, I believe, just put it on socials, was saying, well, Pokemon is simple. Hundreds of players are entering a tournament, and in the end, an Italian wins. That's what it's been like here for the past couple of events. But I'm sure as the season progresses, there also will be some championships to be won by other players, maybe.
Yeah, we had over 600 players enter the competition yesterday, and only one remained. Now, this was in the Masters division. We also had juniors and seniors running at the same time, which we did not get to feature on stream, but we do have the opportunity to call them out. So congratulations to Isao Koku, who just won LAIC juniors, and Leo Fonville. I believe that's the brother of Louis Fonville.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. And I had a chat with him a little bit earlier as well. His first regional title as well. Feeling really good about it. Still has a while before he's in the Masters Division 2, and had a really good showing this weekend.
Plenty of time for him to hone up his skills, and we've seen time and again a lot of seniors, once they've aged up to Masters, their skill set is so comprehensive that they are able to just dominate the competition.
Yeah, and to such a great extent as well. I think even seeing Team Maso, for example, who's been on an absolute tear, they did recently go ahead and get promoted into the Masters Division too. So it's kind of no surprise really that we are sort of fostering such progress for our generational trainers that sort of acts like a waterfall effect from the Masters to the seniors to the juniors and just elevates everybody at the same time.
I'm so proud to see all of our trainers at all age levels doing so well. But with Stuttgart almost concluding, it means we are able to add another champion to our list of EU regional champions.
Well, there we have it. Luca Cherrybelly filling out the blank spot. And with that, we're almost at the halfway point in terms of our tournaments. And yeah, so far the trend continues. Italian champions all around.
And no reason for it to stop either, to be honest. Like, there's still going to be a strong region.
Right.
And all of these players are probably still going to keep playing events. So yeah, the pressure's on for anybody else to try and see if they can break that streak.
Yeah, and I think we saw that other region representatives were so close. Eric Rios obviously being the closest out of everybody representing the Spanish community, but just not enough, you know? Italy clearly built different.
Yeah, Team Italy, over half of the players in our top 4 were Italians, and they came very close to an all-Italian finals. But now, let us take a look at the regionals calendar and all the events that we've got coming up. We just grayed out Stuttgart, of course. It's just concluded right now, but look at all the rest of the amazing events that we have following this season.
Yeah, of course, with one event over, there is another one coming up, and that is going to be Birmingham, which we will talk about in a little bit. But then also, all our players now have to shift gears into Regulation Set F, because that's the new format that we will be playing also then during the London EUIC and throughout a couple more tournaments. And then let's see what happens next. But we know for certain that we are all eyeing Pokémon XP in August, hosting the World Championships in San Francisco.
Ooh, so many amazing events to follow. And if you'd like to see more of Pokemon, make sure to check out our Twitch schedule. This will be more than just the VGC events. You've got Pokemon Advanced, Pokemon Atlanta regionals coming up as well.
Yeah, we do. That'll be a really hype one as well. Just see how the TCG kind of do it over in Atlanta. Of course, plenty of other action this week too. Pokemon GO Battle Day next week as well. And movie night, Pokemon Destiny Deoxys. I think that's a favorite of your costers.
Yes, but I'm not going to give spoilers this time round.
Thank you.
If you want spoilers, then look at the VOD from yesterday.
Well, you can kind of guess what it's about by the title, right? Destiny Deoxys. There will be a...
There could be a theory. Who knows?
In there. That's all I'm saying.
Question mark, but if you want to find out, check it out. Make sure.
Precisely. So that's going to be another week of really fun Pokemon action. And now, it's not quite over. There is more events to come this year and the next year. And I believe we will be kicking off the 2026 calendar year with the first regional event over across the pond in Toronto. So why don't we take a look at that and see what we can expect from Toronto, which is in January.
Ah, beautiful Toronto there. It's going to be that first event of the Regulation Set F rule set as well. So if you loved the bears in Regulation Set H, you'll love the bears in Regulation Set F as well.
More bears.
Yeah. Plenty of bears to go around.
Yeah, and I think it's just one of those bears which so far, you know, jokes aside, have proved to be quite dominant and meta-defining just because of how, I'd say, broken and powerful they are, but each has their own sort of niche when it comes to their utility. We see the Blood Moon Ursaluna having the Mind's Eye ability being such a unique combination of two different sort of capabilities, hitting through ghost types with normal moves and never sort of having any accuracy issues because you always strike true. And then, obviously, the other bears, the Urshifus, which don't care about Protect.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a lot of bears in Toronto. But what's more, following Toronto, the first EU event is going to be Birmingham, and that's going to be followed shortly after Toronto. That is going to be another amazing action-packed event right exactly the week after.
Yeah, and it's always a regional that I very much look forward to, not only because it's relatively close to where I live, but also because there's always a lot of opportunities to be able to mingle with the local community. I'm definitely going to be at the event this time round as well, and generally speaking, it's such a great opportunity to be able to kick things off from a European point of view, unless, of course, we've got some European players going over across the pond earlier on.
I've already seen a few players, make posts on their socials saying that they've got their Toronto registrations. So I have absolutely no doubt that we will be seeing a lot of our EU players over at Toronto. And if today and this weekend was any indication, we've had just such a talented pool of players. And I'm going to ask you all, do you have any highlights of the day? Have a little think about what was the best part of your day. Me personally, I'm kind of struggling, but it looks like you're ready.
No, I'm ready to go. I think it has to be game 2 of the grand finals for me. Like, when Luca was down to just Incineroar and Farigiraf, and it seemed like the game was going into Eric's favor, but then this absolutely masterclass, these maneuvers, setting Tailwind, then setting Trick Room, and then stalling out your own Tailwind under Trick Room, going for the Fake Out Protect. This was just such great play coming out of Luca, magnificent play even, and deservingly crowned him to be our champion.
I wanted to actually shout out the juniors finals that we had. Obviously, Isaac Ugi won the final there, who was our finalist at LAIC, and actually it was a finals rematch of LAIC as well. So Magnus Andreasen had also lost in the finals there, so it was a complete swap and of the same teams at the same time. So the rivalry between these two younglings keeps going.
Yeah, I mean, for myself, probably have to be the dominance that I was able to check out from Luca Cheribelli versus Eduardo Cunha. If I'm not mistaken, the Cunha Cheribelli Champions Clash CCCC, as Mr. Marcus has coined at this point. But no, I think just being able to exert so much aggressive pressure from the get-go and follow suit with doing that in the finals against Eric Rios was just absolutely incredible and hugely deserving of his title.
Yeah, I'm really struggling to come up with a single moment that was my favorite this weekend because there were just so many awesome moments. I always think I want to rewatch the entire stream all again because it was just so great. So for those of you at home who just want to, rewatch the events, get a bit of a recap, make sure you head on over to Pokemon.com/broadcast. This will be the hub to tell you all of your recent and upcoming events and also all the past events. And you can also check out other games. So there's so much to follow there. And of course, make sure you follow our channels over at YouTube and at Twitch. It's going to be Play Pokemon on YouTube and Just Pokemon on Twitch. So very simple to remember and really easy to just get that shortcut immediately to exactly where you want to go. And of course, there are our socials on X, on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Make sure you use #PlayPokemon to tell us about all of your favorite moments this weekend on the stream, upcoming streams, what you're expecting. This is just such a great hub to keep up to date on all of the latest news. And now, it has been an amazing weekend. I'm sure all of our viewers at home are also just, feeling that calm after such a hyped match. Looks like it's going to be time for us to get a little bit of a rest. But there will be more Pokemon action remaining in future broadcasts, so make sure you follow on us on all of our channels, and we will see you next time.